Simon & Schuster Audio presents The Lady of the Rivers by Philippa Gregory.
Westminster Palace, London, Spring, 1454. Christmas comes and goes. Richard takes a ship from Calais and spends only the 12 days of the festival with me at the quiet court, and then says he has to return. The garrison is on the verge of mutiny, and could come under attack at any time. The men don't know who's in command, and they are afraid of the French. Richard has to hold the garrison for Edmund Beaufort, and for England, against enemies within and without. Once again, we are on the quayside. Once again, I am clinging to him. "I'll come with you," I say desperately. "We said I should come with you. I should come now." "Beloved, you know I would never take you into a siege, and God alone knows what's going to happen." "When will you come home again?" He gives a resigned little shrug. "I have to hold my command until someone relieves me of it, and neither the King nor the Duke is going to do that. If Richard, Duke of York, seizes power, then I will have to hold Calais against him, as well as against the French. I will have to hold it for Edmund Beaufort. He gave me the command. I can only return it to him. I have to go back, beloved. But you know I will return to you." "I wish we were just squires at Grafton," I say miserably. "I wish it too," he says. "Kiss the children for me, and tell them to be good. Tell them to do their duty, and that I am doing mine." "I wish you were not so dutiful," I say disagreeably. He kisses me into silence. "I wish I could have another night," he says in my ear. And then he breaks away from me and runs up the gangplank to his ship. I wait on the quayside until I see him at the rail, and I kiss my cold hand to him. "Come back soon," I call. "Be safe. Come back soon." "I will always come back to you," he calls back. "You know that. I will come back soon." The dark nights grow shorter, but the king doesn't recover. Some alchemists predict that the sunshine will bring him to life, as if he were a seed in the darkness of the earth, and they wheel him to an eastern window every morning, and make him face the grey disk of the wintry sun. But nothing wakes him. Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, is not released from his rooms in the Tower of London, but neither is he accused. Richard, Duke of York, has enough power over the Council of Lords to make them arrest the Duke, but not enough to persuade them to try him for treason. "I'm going to see him," the Queen announces. "Your Grace, people will talk," I warn her. "They are already saying things about you that don't bear repeating." She raises an eyebrow. "So I won't repeat them," I say. "I know what they're saying," she declares boldly. "They're saying that he is my lover, and that the prince is his son, and this is why my husband the king has not acknowledged him." "Reason enough not to visit him," I caution. "I have to see him." "Your Grace, Jacquetta, I have to." I go with her and take 2 of her other ladies. They wait outside, while the Queen and I go into his rooms. He has a privy chamber with a bedroom beside it. The rooms, stone-walled with arrow-slit windows, are pleasant enough, close to the royal apartments in the White Tower. He is not by any means in a dungeon. He has a table and a chair and some books. But he's pale from being kept indoors, and he's looking thinner. His face lights up when he sees her, and he drops to his knee. She hurries towards him, and he passionately kisses her hands. The constable of the tower stands at the door, his back turned tactfully to the room. I wait at the window, looking out over the grey tide of the cold river. Behind me, I can hear the Duke rise to his feet, and I can sense him mastering himself so that he doesn't reach for her. "Will you sit, Your Grace?" he asks quietly, and puts the chair near the little fire for her. "You can sit beside me," she says. I turn and see him pull up a small stool, so they are close enough to whisper. They are hand-clasped, his mouth to her ear, her turning to murmur to him for half an hour. But when I hear the clock strike 3, I go forwards and curtsy before her. "Your Grace, we have to go," I say. For a moment I'm afraid that she's going to cling to him, but she tucks her hands inside her sweeping sleeves, strokes the border of ermine as if for comfort, and rises to her feet. "I will come again," she says to him, "and I will do as you suggest. We have no choice." He nods. "You know the names of the men who will serve you. It has to be done." She nods and looks at him once, longingly, as if she wants his touch more than anything in the world, as if she cannot bear to leave. Then she ducks her head and goes quickly out of the room. "What has to be done?" I ask, as soon as we are outside, walking down the stone stairs towards the water-gate. We came in a barge without flags and standards. I was anxious that as few people as possible knew that she was meeting the man accused of treason and named as her lover. She is alight with excitement. "I'm going to tell the Parliament to appoint me as regent," she says. "Edmund says the Lords will support me." "Regent? Can a woman be a regent in England? Your Grace, this is not Anjou. I don't think a woman can be a regent here. I don't think a woman can reign in England." She hurries ahead of me, down the steps and onto the barge. "There's no law against it," she replies. "Edmund says it's nothing but tradition. If the Lords will support me, we will call a Parliament and tell the Parliament that I will serve as regent until the King is well again, or, if he never wakes, until my son is old enough to be king." "Never wakes?" I repeat in horror. "The Duke is planning for the King to sleep forever?" "How can we know?" she asks. "We can do nothing. You can be sure that Richard, Duke of York, is not doing nothing." "Never wakes?" She sits herself at the rear of the barge, her hand impatiently on the curtain. "Come on, Jacquetta. I want to get back and write to the Lords and tell them my terms." I hurry to take a seat beside her, and the oarsmen cast off and take the barge out into the river. All the way back to the palace, I find I'm squinting at the sky and trying to see 3 suns, and wondering what 3 suns might mean. The Queen's demand to be regent of England and rule the country with all the rights and wealth of the King during the illness of her husband does not resolve the whole problem, as she and Edmund Beaufort confidently predicted. Instead, there is uproar. The people now know that the King is sick, mysteriously sick, and utterly disabled. The rumours of what ails him range from the black arts of his enemies to poison given to him by his wife and her lover. Every great lord arms his men, and when he comes to London, marches them into his house for his own protection, so the city is filled with private armies, and the Lord Mayor himself imposes a curfew and tries to insist that weapons are left at the city gates. Every guild, almost every household, starts to plan their own defence in case fighting breaks out. There is an air of constant tension and anger, but no battle cries. As yet, nobody could name the sides. Nobody knows the causes. But everybody knows that the Queen of England says that she will be king, that the Duke of York will save the people from this virago, that the Duke of Somerset has been locked up in the Tower of London to save the city from ruin, and that the King of England is sleeping. Sleeping like Arthur under the lake, and perhaps he will waken only when ruin walks the land. People ask me where my husband is, and what is his view. I say grimly that he is overseas, serving his king in Calais. I do not proffer his view, which I don't know, nor my own, which is that the world has run mad, and there will be 3 suns in the sky before all this is over. I write to him, and send messages by the trading ships that go between here and Calais, but I think the messages do not always get through. In early March, I write shortly, "I am with child again," but he does not reply, and then I know for sure that either they're not delivering my messages, or that he's unable to write. He was appointed as commander in Calais under the captaincy of the Duke of Somerset. Now the Duke of Somerset is in the Tower, charged with treason. What should a loyal commander do? What will the garrison do? The Lords and Parliament go again to Windsor to see the King. "Why do they keep going?" the Queen demands, seeing the barges come back to the steps of the palace, and the great men in their furred robes helped ashore by their liveried servants. They trudge up the steps like men whose hopes have failed. They must know he won't wake. I went myself and shouted at him, and he didn't wake. Why would he wake for them? Why don't they see that they have to make me regent? And then I can hold down the Duke of York and his allies and restore peace to England. They keep hoping, I say. I stand beside her at the window, and we watch the doleful procession of the lords wind their way to the great hall. Now they will have to nominate a regent. They can't go on without any king at all. They will have to nominate me, she says. She sets her jaw, and stands a little taller. She is queenly. She believes she is called by God to rise into a yet greater role. "I am ready to serve," she says. "I will keep this country safe, and hand it to my son when he's a man. I will do my duty as Queen of England. If they make me regent, I will bring peace to England." They make the Duke of York regent, and they call him Protector of the Realm. What? Margaret is beside herself, striding up and down the privy chamber. She kicks a footstool and sends it flying. A maid-in-waiting lets out a sob and cowers in the window. The rest of the ladies are frozen with terror. They called him what? The hapless knight who brought the message from the Council of the Lords trembles before her. They named him as Protector of the Realm. "And what am I to do?" she demands of him. She means the question to be rhetorical. "What do they suggest I do? While this duke, this mere kinsman, this paltry cousin of mine, thinks to rule my kingdom? What do they think that I, a princess of France, a queen of England, am going to do, when a jumped-up duke from nowhere thinks to pass laws in my land?" "You are to go to Windsor Castle and care for your husband," he says. The poor fool thinks he's answering her question. He realizes swiftly that he would have done better to keep his mouth shut. She goes from fire to ice. She freezes and turns to him, her eyes blazing with rage. "I did not hear you, exactly. What did you say? What did you dare to say to me?" He gulps. "Your Grace, I was trying to tell you that the Lord Protector—" "The what?" "The Lord Protector commands—" "What?" "Commands." She crosses the floor in 2 swift paces, and stands before him, her tall headdress overtopping him, her eyes boring into his face. "Commands me?" she asks. He shakes his head. He drops to his knees. "Commands that your household go to Windsor Castle," he says to the rushes beneath his knees, "and that you stay there, with your husband and your baby, and play no part in the ruling of the country, which will be done by him, as Lord Protector, and the Lords, and the Parliament." Windsor Castle, summer, 1454. She goes to Windsor. There is a tantrum like a thunderstorm up and down the royal apartments, in and out of the chambers. But she goes. Really, she can do nothing but go. The Duke of York, whose own wife, Cecily, once came to the Queen to eat humble pie and request a place on the council for him, rises high on the wheel of fortune. The council believes he is the only man who can restore order to the kingdom, who can prevent the dozens of small battles breaking out at every county quarrel, thinks that he's the only man who can save Calais, trusts that he will take the kingdom and hold it until our king, our sleeping king, comes back to us. It is as if they think the country is cursed, and the Duke of York is the only man who can unsheath his sword and stand in the doorway against an invisible enemy, and hold the post until the king awakes. The Queen, who had thought to be king herself, is cut down to wife, is pushed aside to be a mother. She goes as she is bidden, and they pay her the expenses of the household, reduce the numbers of horses in the stable, and ban her from returning to London without invitation. They treat her as if she's an ordinary woman, a woman of no importance. They reduce her to the care of her husband and the guardian of her son. Edmund Beaufort is still in the Tower. He cannot help her. Indeed, she cannot defend him. Her protection means nothing. Who can doubt that he will be tried and beheaded? Those lords who have loved her as a queen dare not imagine her as a regent. Though their own wives may run their lands when they're away, their own wives are given no title and draw no fees. They don't like to think of women in power, women as leaders. The ability of women is not acknowledged. Indeed, it is concealed. Wise women pretend that all they are doing is running a household, when they command a great estate. They write for their husband's advice while he's away, and they hand back the keys on his return. The Queen's mistake is to claim the power and the title. The lords cannot bear the thought of a woman's rule. They cannot bear to even think that a woman can rule. It is as if they want to put her back into the confinement chamber. It is as if the king, her husband, by falling asleep, has set her free, free to command the kingdom, and that the duty of all the other great men is to return her to him. If they could put her to sleep like him, I think they would. The Queen is confined to Windsor. Richard is trapped in Calais. I live as her lady-in-waiting, as an estranged wife. But in truth, we all wait. Every day Margaret goes to see the king, and every day he neither sees her nor hears her. She commands the doctors to be gentle with him, but sometimes her own temper snaps, and she goes in and rails at him, cursing into his deaf ears. I live with the Queen, and I long for Richard, and I am aware all the time of the rise of trouble on the streets of London, the danger on the country roads, the rumours that the North is up against the Duke of York, or up for their own ambitions. Who knows with these wild lands on the border? The Queen is plotting. I am sure of it. She asks me one day if I write to Richard, and I tell her that I write often, and send my letters with the wool merchants taking the fleeces to Calais. She asks if the ships come back empty. If they were to carry men, how many could be landed? if they could sail laden up to the river, to the Tower. You are thinking that they could come from Calais and rescue the Duke of Somerset from the Tower, I say flatly. That would be to ask my husband to lead an invasion against the regent and protector of England. But in defence of the king, she says. How could anyone call that treason? I don't know, I say miserably. I don't know what treason is anymore. The plan comes to nothing, for we get news of an uprising in Calais. The soldiers have not been paid, and they lock up their offices in the barracks and raid the town and seize the trade goods and sell them and keep the money for their wages. There are reports of looting and rioting. The Queen finds me in the stable-yard of Windsor Castle, ordering my horse to be saddled and a guard to come with me to London. I have to know what's happening, I say to her. He could be in terrible danger. I have to know. He won't be in danger, she assures me. His men love him. They may have locked him in his quarters so that they can raid the wool stores, but they won't hurt him. You know how beloved he is, both he and Lord Wells. The men will release him when they've stolen their wages and drunk the town dry. They bring my horse to me, and I climb up on the mounting block and into the saddle, awkward with my big belly. I'm sorry, Your Grace, but I need to know that for myself. I'll come back to you as soon as I know he's safe. She raises a hand to me. Yes, come back without fail, she says. It is a lonely, lonely place here. I wish I could sleep the days away like my husband. I wish I could close my eyes and sleep forever, too. I hardly know where to go in London to get news. My house has been closed down. There's no one there but a few guards for safety. The Parliament is not sitting. The Duke of York is no friend of mine. In the end I go to the wife of Lord Wells, who is commanding in Calais with Richard. My manservant announces me, and I walk into her solar chamber. I can guess why you have come, she says, rising and kissing me formally on the cheek. How is Her Grace the Queen? She's well in her health, thank God. And the King? God bless him, he is no better. She nods and sits down and gestures me to take a stool near hers. Her two daughters come forwards with a glass of wine and biscuits, and then step back, as well-behaved girls should do, so that the adults can talk in private. Charming girls, I remark. She nods. She knows I have sons who will have to marry well. The oldest one is betrothed, she says delicately. I smile. I hope she will be happy. I have come to you for news of my husband. I have heard nothing. Have you any news of Calais? I ask. She shakes her head. I'm sorry. There is no news to be had. The last ship to get out of the port said that there was an uprising, the soldiers insisting on their pay. They had captured the wool store and were selling the goods for their own profit. They were holding the ships in the harbour. Since then, the merchants will not send their cargoes to Calais for fear that their own stocks are captured. So I don't know anything, and I can't get any news. Did they say what your husband, or mine, was doing? I ask. I have a great feeling of dread that Richard would not sit idly by while his men took the law into their own hands. I know they are both alive, she says. Or at any rate they were 3 weeks ago. I know your husband cautioned the men, and said that what they were doing was common theft, and they threw him into a cell. She sees the terror on my face and puts her hand on mine. Really, they didn't hurt him, but locked him up. You will have to be brave, my dear. I swallow down the tears. It has been so long since we've been at home together, I say, and he's had one hard service after another. "We are all lost under the rule of a sleeping king," she says gently. "The tenants on my land say that nothing will grow. Nothing will ever grow in a kingdom where the king himself lies like a fallow field. Will you go back to court?" I give a little sigh. "I have to," I say simply. "The Queen commands it, and the king says nothing." In August, I go to Grafton to see my children, and I try to explain to the older ones, Anne, Anthony, and Mary, that the king is well, but sleeping, that the Queen has done nothing wrong, but is confined with him, that their father's commander, Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, is in the Tower, accused but not on trial, and that their father— and it is at this point that I have to grit my teeth and try to appear calm— their father is commanding the castle of Calais, but is imprisoned by his own soldiers. The Constable of Calais is now Richard, Duke of York, and sooner or later their father will have to answer to him. "Surely the Duke of York will hold Calais, just as Duke of Somerset would have done," Anthony suggests. "Father won't like a new commander being put over him, but nobody can doubt that the Duke of York will send money to pay the soldiers and arms for the castle, won't he?" I don't know. I think of the terrible year when I saw Richard wear himself out trying to hold soldiers to a cause, when they had neither weapons nor wages. "He should do," I say carefully, "but we none of us can be sure what the Duke will do, even what he can do. He has to govern as if he's king, but he is not king. He is only a lord among many lords, and some of them don't even like him. I just hope he does not blame your father for holding Calais for England. I just hope he lets him come home." I go into my confinement in Grafton, sending a message to Richard when the baby is safely born. She is a girl, a beautiful girl, and I call her Margaret, for the Queen, who is beating against the times we live in, like a bird against a window. I come out of confinement and see my little girl in the arms of my wet nurse, and then kiss my other children. "I have to go back to court," I say. "The Queen needs me." The autumn is long and quiet for us in Windsor. Slowly the trees start to grow yellow and then golden. The king gets no better. He doesn't change at all. The baby prince starts to pull himself up to his feet so that he can stand, and tries to take his first steps. This is the most interesting thing that happens in the whole year. Our world shrinks to the castle, and our lives to watching over a small baby and a sick man. The Queen is a doting mother. She comes to the little prince's nursery morning and night, and she visits her husband every afternoon. It is like living under a spell, and we watch the baby grow as if we feared he might do nothing but sleep. Half a dozen of us always go to the nursery in the morning, as if we have to see for sure that the little prince has woken after another night. Apart from this, we go through the motions of a court, attending on the king. But all we can do is sit with him as he sleeps. Every afternoon we sit with him and watch the slow rise and fall of his chest. Richard sends me a letter as soon as he can get his reports into the hands of the ship's captain. He writes to the King's Council. Pointedly, he does not address the Lord Protector, to say that the men cannot be commanded without wages. Without money from the Treasury, the merchants of Calais are forced to pay for their own defence. The garrison there regards itself almost independent of England. Richard asks the council for orders, though he points out that it is only he and Lord Wells who are waiting for orders. All the rest, the great garrison, the soldiers, the sailors in the port, the merchants and the citizens, are taking the law into their own hands. To me, he writes to say that no one in the town accepts the lordship of the Duke of York. No one knows what to believe about the king, and do I think Edmund Beaufort is likely to get out of the Tower and reclaim his power? At the very end of the letter, he writes to me that he loves and misses me. I count the days, he writes. I am heart-sore without you, my beloved. As soon as I can hand over this garrison to a new commander, I will come home to you. But I do believe that if I were not here now, the town would fall to the French, who know full well the straits we are in. I am doing my duty as best I can to the poor king and to our poor country, as I know you are too. But when I come home this time, I swear I will never be parted from you again. Windsor Castle, winter, 1454. The Duke of York, determined to show his mastery over Calais and to prevent a French attack, musters a small fleet and takes ship to the garrison, saying he will enter it, pay the soldiers, make peace with the Calais merchants, hang any traitors, and be recognized as the Constable of Calais. Calais is formidably fortified. It has been England's outpost in Normandy for generations, and now the soldiers have control of the fort. When they see the sails of York's fleet, they place the chain across the mouth of the harbour and turn the guns of the castle to the seaward side. York finds himself staring down the barrel of his own cannon, refused entry to his own city. They bring the news to us as we are sitting with the king one cold afternoon in November. Margaret is exultant. "I will see your husband honoured for this," she exclaims. "How York must be humbled! How shamed he must be! Out at sea with a great fleet, and the city of Calais refusing him entry! Surely now the Lords will put him out of office. Surely they will fetch Edmund from the Tower." I say nothing. Of course, all I'm wondering is whether my husband will have stood by while his men mutinied, disobeying his order to admit their new captain, or whether, and far worse, far more dangerous for us, he himself led them to defy the Duke of York, commanding them from the high tower to turn the guns on the Lord Regent, the legally appointed protector of England. Either way, he will be in danger. Either way, the Duke is his enemy from this hour. The king, strapped in his chair, makes a little noise in his sleep. The Queen doesn't even glance at him. Think of York, bobbing about in his ship, and the guns trained down on him, she gloats. I wish to God they'd shot him. Think how it would be for us if they'd only sunk his ship, and he'd drowned. Think if your Richard had sunk him. I cannot stop myself from shuddering. Surely Richard would never have allowed his garrison to open fire on a royal duke appointed by the king's council. I am sure of that. I have to be sure of that. It's treason, I say simply. Whether we like York or not, he is appointed by Privy Council and Parliament to rule in the king's place with his authority. It would be treason to attack him. And to have Calais open fire on English ships is a terrible thing to show to the French. She shrugs. Oh, who cares? To be appointed by his own placemen is no appointment. She says, I did not appoint him. The king did not appoint him. As far as I'm concerned, he's just seized power. He is a usurper. And your husband should have shot him as soon as he was in range. Your husband failed to shoot him. He should have killed him when he could. Again, the king makes a little noise. I go to his side. Did you speak, Your Grace? I ask him. Do you hear us talking? Can you hear me? The Queen is at his side. She touches his hand. Wake up, she says. It is all she ever says to him. Wake up. Amazingly, for a moment, he stirs. Truly, he does. For the first time in more than a year, he turns his head, opens his eyes, and sees, I know he does, he sees our absolutely amazed faces, and then he gives a little sigh, closes his eyes, and sleeps again. "Physicians!" the Queen screams and runs to the door, tears it open, and shouts for the doctors who are dining and drinking and resting in the presence room outside. "The King is awake! The King is awake!" They come tumbling into the room, wiping their mouths on their sleeves, putting down their glasses of wine, leaving their games of chess. They surround him, listen to his chest, raise his eyelids, and peer into his eyes. They tap his temples and prick his hands with pins. But he has slid away into sleep again.
"Did he speak?"
"No. He just opened his eyes and gave a little sigh, and then went back to sleep." He glances towards the Queen and lowers his voice. "And his face, was it the look of a madman when he woke? Was there any understanding in his eyes, or was he blank, like an idiot?" I think for a moment. No, he looked just like himself, only coming from a deep sleep. Do you think he will wake now? The excitement in the room is dying down very fast, as everyone realizes that the King is quite inert, though they go on pulling him and patting him and speaking loudly in his ears. "No," the man says. "He's gone again." The Queen turns, her face dark with anger. "Can't you wake him? Slap him!" "No." The little court at Windsor has been settled for so long to a routine that revolves around the Queen and her little boy, who is now learning to speak, and can now stagger from one waiting hand to another. But things are changing. In the King's rooms, I think he's beginning to stir. They've been watching over him, and feeding him and washing him, but they'd given up trying to cure him, as nothing that they did seemed to make any difference. Now we are starting to hope again that in his own time, and without any physic, he's coming out of his sleep. I've taken to sitting with him for the morning, and another lady waits with him till evening. The Queen visits briefly every afternoon. I've been watching him, and I think his sleep is lifting. I think it is getting lighter. And sometimes I'm almost certain that he can hear what we say. Of course, I start to wonder what he will know when he comes out of his sleep. More than a year ago he saw a sight so shocking that he closed his eyes and went to sleep so that he could see it no more. The last words he heard were mine, when I said, "Don't look, don't see." If he is opening his eyes again, ready to look, ready to see, I cannot help but wonder what he will remember, what he will think of me, and if he will think that I am to blame for his long vigil in darkness and silence. I grow so concerned that I dare to ask the Queen if she thinks the King will blame us for the shock of his illness. She looks at me limpidly. "You mean the terrible news from France?" she says. "The way he learned it," I reply. "You were so distressed, and the Duke was there. I was there too. Do you think the King might feel that we should have told him the bad news with more care?" "Yes," she says. "If he ever gets well enough to hear us, we will say that we were sorry that we did not prepare him for the shock. It was so terrible for us all. I myself cannot remember anything about that evening. I think I fainted, and the Duke tried to revive me, but I don't remember." "No," I agree with her, understanding that this is the safest course for us all. Neither do I. We celebrate Christmas in the hall of Windsor Castle. It is a little feast, for a sadly diminished household, but we have gifts and fairings for each other, and little toys for the baby prince. And then, just a few days after Christmas Day, the king wakes, and this time he stays awake. It is a miracle. He just opens his eyes and yawns, and looks around him, surprised to be seated in a chair in his privy chamber in Windsor, surrounded by strangers. The doctors rush for us, and the Queen and I go in alone. "Better not frighten him with a great crowd," she says. We go in quietly, almost as if we're approaching some wounded animal that might take fright. The king is rising to his feet, a doctor on either side to help him support himself. He is unsteady, but he lifts his head when he sees the Queen, and he says uncertainly, "Ah." I can almost see him seeking her name in the confusion in his mind. "Margaret," he says at last. "Margaret of Anjou." I find there are tears in my eyes, and I'm holding back sobs at the wreck of this man who was born to be King of England, and who I first knew when he was a boy as handsome as little Edward March, the York boy. Now this hollowed-out man takes one tottering step, and the Queen makes a deep curtsy to him. She does not reach out to touch him. She does not go into his arms. It is like the young woman and the Fisher King in the legend. She lives with him, but they never touch. "Your Grace, I am glad to see you well again," she says quietly. "Have I been ill?" One deeply secret glance passes between her and me. "You fell asleep, into a deep sleep, and no one could wake you." "Really?" He passes his hand over his head, and he sees for the first time the scar from a burning poultice on his arm. "Gracious me! Did I bump myself? How long was I asleep?" She hesitates. "A long time," I say. "And though you were asleep for a long time, the country is safe." "That's good," he says. "Hi-ho." He nods to the men who are holding him up. "Help me to the window." He shuffles like an old man to the window, and looks out at the water meadows, and the river that still flows through the frosty white banks, just as it always did. He narrows his eyes against the glare. "It's very bright," he complains. He turns and goes back to his chair. "I'm very tired." "Don't!" An involuntary cry escapes from the Queen. They ease him back into his chair, and I see him observe the straps on the arms and on the seat. I see him consider them, owlishly blinking, and then he looks around the stark bareness of the room. He looks at the table of physic. He looks at me. "How long was it, Jacquetta?" I press my lips together to hold back an outburst. "It was a long time. But we are so pleased you are better now. If you sleep now, you will wake up again, won't you, Your Grace? You will try to wake up again." I really fear he's going back to sleep. His head is nodding, and his eyes are closing. "I am so tired," he says, like a little child, and in a moment he is asleep again. We sit up through the night in case he wakes again. But he does not. In the morning the Queen is pale and strained with anxiety. The doctors go in to him at 7 in the morning and gently touch his shoulder, whisper in his ear that it is morning. And to their amazement, he opens his eyes and sits up in his bed, and orders that the shutters be open. He lasts till dinner time, just after midday, and then sleeps again, but he wakes for his supper and asks for the Queen, and when she enters the privy chamber he orders a chair to be set for her, and asks her how she does. I am standing behind her chair as she answers him that she's well, and then she asks, gently, if he remembers that she was with child when he fell asleep. His surprise is unfeigned. "No," he exclaims. "I remember nothing. With child, did you say? Gracious! No." She nods. "Indeed, yes. We were very happy about it." She shows him the jewel he had made for her. She had it in its case, ready to remind him. "You gave me this to celebrate the news." "Did I?" He's quite delighted with it. He takes it in his hand and looks at it. "Very good workmanship. I must have been pleased." She swallows. "You were. We were. The whole country was pleased. We're waiting for him to ask after the baby, but clearly he's not going to ask after the baby. His head nods as if he's drowsy. He gives a tiny little snore. Margaret glances at me. "Do you not want to know about the child?" I prompt. "You see the jewel that you gave the Queen when she told you she was with child? That was nearly 2 years ago. The baby has been born." He blinks and turns to me. His look is quite without understanding. "What child?" I go to the door and take Edward from his waiting nurse. Luckily, he is sleepy and quiet. I would not have dared to bring him lustily bawling into this hushed chamber. "This is the Queen's baby," I say. "Your baby. The Prince of Wales, God bless him." Edward stirs in his sleep. His sturdy little leg kicks out. He is a toddler, handsome and strong, so unlike a newborn baby that my confidence wavers even as I carry him towards the King. He's so heavy in my arms, a healthy child of 15 months. It seems nonsensical to be presenting him to his father like a newborn. The King looks at him with as much detachment as if I'm bringing a fat little lamb into the royal rooms. "I had no idea of it," he says. "And is it a girl or a boy?" The Queen rises up, takes Edward from me, and proffers the sleeping child to the King. He shrinks away. No, I don't want to hold it. Just tell me, is this a boy or a girl?" "A boy," the Queen says, her voice quavering with disappointment at his response. "A boy, thank God. An heir to your throne, the son we prayed for." He inspects the rosy face. "A child of the Holy Spirit," he says wonderingly. "No, your own true-born son," the Queen corrects him sharply. I look and see that the doctors and their servants and 2 or 3 ladies-in-waiting will have heard this damning pronouncement from the King. "He is the Prince, Your Grace, a son and heir for you, and a prince for England. The Prince of Wales. We christened him Edmund." "Edward," I snap, "Edward." She recovers herself. "Edward. He is Prince Edward of Lancaster." The King smiles radiantly. "Oh, a boy. That's a bit of luck." "You have a boy," I say. "A son and heir. Your son and heir. God bless him." "Amen," he says. I take the little boy from the Queen, and she sinks down again into her chair. The boy stirs, and I hold him against my shoulder and rock gently. He smells of soap and warm skin. "And is he baptized?" the King asks conversationally. I can see Margaret grit her teeth with irritation at the slow questioning of those terrible days. "Yes," she says pleasantly enough. "Yes, he is baptized, of course." "And who are the godparents? Did I choose them?" "No, you were asleep," I chose Archbishop Kemp, Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, and Anne, Duchess of Buckingham. Just who I would have chosen, the king declares, smiling. My particular friends. And who? Buckingham, the Queen enunciates carefully. The Duchess of Buckingham. But I am grieved to tell you that the Archbishop is dead. The King throws up his hands in wonder. No. Why, how long have I been asleep? 18 months, Your Grace, I say quietly. 1.5 years. It has been a long time. We were all of us very afraid for your health. It is very good to see you well again. He looks at me with his childlike, trusting gaze. It is a long time, but I remember nothing of the sleep, not even my dreams. Do you remember falling asleep? I ask him quietly, hating myself. Not at all, he chuckles. Only last night. I can only remember falling asleep last night. I hope when I sleep tonight that I wake up again in the morning. Amen, I say. The Queen has her face in her hands. I don't want to sleep another year away, he jokes. Margaret shudders and then straightens up and folds her hands in her lap. Her face is like stone. It must have been very inconvenient for you all, he says benevolently, looking around the privy chamber. He doesn't seem to understand that he's been abandoned by his court, that the only people here are his doctors and nurses, and us, his fellow prisoners. I shall try not to do it again. We will leave you now, I say quietly. This has been a great day for us all. I am very tired, he says confidingly, but I do hope to wake tomorrow. Amen, I say again. He beams like a child. It will be as God wills. We are all of us in his hands. The Palace of Placentia, Greenwich, London, Spring 1455. With the king awake, it is not to be how God wills, but how the Queen wills. She sends a message at once to the Council of Lords, so explosive in tone and so dangerous in temper that they release the Duke of Somerset at once from the Tower, laying on him the embargo that he may not go within 20 miles of the king, nor engage in any form of political life. The Duke, setting his London house in order, and speedily arming his retinue, sends at once to his friends and allies, and tells them that no one will keep him from the king, and that the Duke of York will be the first to realize that he has seized power. As if to celebrate their return to the centre of England, the king and the queen open the palace at Greenwich and summon the lords. The Duke of York obeys the summons and resigns his position as protector of the realm, and finds his other title, that of Constable of Calais, is to be lost too. It is given back once more to Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, out of jail, and gloriously returned to greatness. He walks into the Queen's rooms in the palace, as handsomely and richly dressed as if he'd been to the court of Burgundy for new clothes, not waiting for his trial for treason in the Tower. The wheel of fortune has thrown him high again, and there is no greater man at the court. All the ladies flutter as he comes into the room. Nobody can take their eyes off him. He kneels in the centre of the room to Margaret, who flies across the room, her hands outstretched the moment she sees him. He bows his dark head and takes both of her hands to his lips, inhaling the perfume on her fingers. The maid-in-waiting beside me lets out a little envious sigh. Margaret stands completely still, quivering at his touch. Then she very quietly says, "Please rise, my lord. We are glad to see you at liberty again." He gets to his feet in one graceful movement and offers her his arm. "Shall we walk?" he suggests, and the two of them lead the way into the great gallery. I follow with a lady-in-waiting, and I nod to the rest of them to stay where they are. Carefully, I dawdle behind, so that my companion cannot overhear their whispered speech. He bows and leaves her at the end of the gallery, and Margaret turns to me, her face alight. "He's going to advise the king that the Duke of York need not be admitted to the council," she says delightedly. "We're only going to have those of the House of Lancaster around us. Anything that York gained while he was protector will be taken away from him, and his brother-in-law, the Earl of Salisbury, and that overgrown cub, Richard Neville, the Earl of Warwick, will not be invited either. Edmund says that he will turn the king against our enemies, and that they will be banned from all positions of power." She laughs. "Edmund says that they will be sorry for the day they put him in the Tower, and confined me to Windsor. He says they will go on their knees to me. He says the king hardly knows where he is, or what he's doing, and that between us, the two of us can command him. We will throw down our enemies, perhaps into jail, perhaps to the gallows." I put out my hand to her. "Your Grace." But she's too delighted with the thought of revenge to hear a word of caution. "Edmund says that we have everything to play for now. We have the king, returned to health and willing to do whatever we say. We have a son and heir that nobody can deny, and we can teach York a lesson that he will never forget. Edmund says that if we can prove York was planning to usurp the throne, then he's a dead man." Now I do interrupt. "Your Grace, surely this is going to send the Duke of York into outright rebellion. He's bound to defend himself against such charges. He will demand that the council renew the charges against the Duke of Somerset, and then it will be the two of you and yours against him and his." "No," she replies, "for the king himself has declared before the lords that Somerset is a true friend and loyal kinsman, and nobody will dare say anything against him. We are going to hold a council at Westminster, and York is not to be invited. And then we're going to hold a hearing against him in Leicester, where he will be accused in his absence. And the Midlands are loyal to us, though London is sometimes uncertain. This is the end of the Duke in his pride, and the beginning of my revenge on him." I shake my head. There's nothing I can say to make her see that the Duke of York is too powerful to force into enmity. "You, of all people, should be pleased," she exclaims. "Edmund promises me that he will bring your husband Richard home." Everyone has their price. Richard is mine. At once I forget to urge caution. I grasp her hands. "He will. He promised me. The king is going to give Edmund the keys to Calais in front of everyone. Richard will be commended as a loyal commander and come home to you. York will be arrested. The kingdom will be ruled rightly by Edmund Beaufort and me, and we will all be happy again." I am happy. I am in his arms, my face crushed against his padded jacket, his arms around me as tight as a bear, so that I cannot breathe. When I look up into his beloved weary face, he kisses me so hard that I close my eyes and think myself a besotted girl again. I catch a breath, and he kisses me some more. Dockyard workers and sailors shout encouragement and bawdy comments, but Richard doesn't even hear them. Beneath my cloak, his hands stray from my waist and clutch at my hips. "Stop right there," I whisper. "Where can we go?" he asks, as if we were young again. "Come to the palace," I say. "Come on. Are your things packed?" "Damn my things," he says cheerfully. We walk hand-fast from the dockyard at Greenwich towards the palace, creep in by the back stairs like a lad and a slut from the stables, bolt my door, and stay bolted in all day and all night. At midnight I send for some food, and we eat wrapped in sheets, besides the warm fire. "When shall we go to Grafton?" "Tomorrow," he says. "I want to see my children and my new daughter. Then I shall come straight back, and I shall have to take ship, Jacquetta." "Ship?" I ask. He grimaces. "I have to take Beaufort's orders myself," he says. "The fort has been torn apart from the inside out. I can't leave them without a captain. I shall stay until the Duke replaces me, and then I shall come straight home to you." "I thought you were home now," I cry out. "Forgive me," he says. "I would fear for the garrison if I didn't go back. Truly, my love, these have been terrible days." "And then will you come home?" "The Queen has promised, the Duke has promised, and I promise it," he says. He leans forwards and pulls a lock of my hair. "It is hard to serve a country such as ours, Jacquetta. But the King is well now, and taking his power. Our house is in the ascendancy again." I put my hand over his. "My love, I wish it were so. But it's not as easy as this. When you see the court tomorrow, you will see." "Tomorrow," he says, puts his jug of ale aside, and takes me back to bed. We snatch a few days together, long enough for Richard to understand that the Queen and the Duke plan to turn the tables entirely, and accuse Richard of York of treason and throw him and his allies down. We ride to Grafton in thoughtful silence. Richard greets his children, admires the new baby, and tells them that he has to return to Calais to keep order at the garrison, but that he will come home again. "Do you think that they will persuade the Duke of York to beg pardon?" I ask him, as he's saddling his horse in the stable-yard. "And if he confesses and obeys the King, will you be able to come straight home?" "He did so before," my husband says steadily. "And the King, sick or well, is still the King. The Queen and the Duke believe that they have to attack Richard of York to defend themselves, and if they defeat him, then they will be proved right. I have to keep Calais for England, and for my own honour, and then I will come home. I love you, my wife. I will be home soon." At first the plan goes beautifully. Richard returns to Calais, pays the soldiers, and tells the garrison the King is in his power again, advised by the Duke of Somerset, and the House of Lancaster is in the ascendancy. The Privy Council turn against the man they called on as their saviour, and agree to meet without the Duke of York. They choose the safe haven of Leicester for this meeting, the heartlands of the Queen's influence, her favourite county, and the traditional base for the House of Lancaster. Their choosing Leicester makes them feel safe, but it tells me, and anyone else who cares to consider, that they are afraid of what the citizens will think in London, of what they will say in the villages of Sussex, of what they will do in Jack Cade's home of Kent. It's hard to get everyone to act. The lords and the gentry have to be summoned. The plan has to be explained, so that everyone understands the Duke of York is to be ill-paid for loyal service to the country, his achievements traduced, and he and his allies are to be excluded from the council, and the country turned against them. The King is so slow to leave for Leicester that he comes to bid farewell to the Queen, Edmund Beaufort on his right, Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, on his left, on the very day that he said he would arrive in Leicester. His nobility behind him are dressed for the road, some wearing light armour, most of them dressed as if riding out for pleasure. I look from one familiar face to another. There is not a man here who is not either kin to the House of Lancaster or paid by the House of Lancaster. This is no longer the court of England, drawing on the support of many families, of many houses. This is the court of the House of Lancaster, and anyone who is not part of it is an outsider, and anyone who is an outsider is an enemy. The king bows low to Margaret, and she formally wishes him a safe journey and prosperous return. "I'm sure it will be easily done and peacefully concluded," he says vaguely. "My cousin the Duke of York cannot be allowed to defy my authority. My authority, you know. I have told the Yorkist lords that they are to disband their armies. They can keep 200 men each. 200 should be enough, shouldn't it?" He looks at the Duke of Somerset. 200 is fair, isn't it?" "More than fair," replies Edmund, who has about 500 men in livery, and another 1,000 tenants whom he can call up at a moment's notice. "So I shall bid you farewell, and see you at Windsor when this work is done," the king says. He smiles at Beaufort and the Duke of Buckingham. "My good kinsmen will take care of me, I know. You can be sure that they will be at my side." We go down to the great doorway to wave as they ride by. The king's standard goes in front, then the royal guard, and the king comes next. He is wearing riding clothes for the journey. He looks thin and pale compared to the two most favoured dukes on either side of him. As they go by, the Duke of Somerset pulls off his hat to Margaret and holds it to his heart. Hidden by her veil, she puts her fingers to her lips. The lesser noblemen, then the gentry, then the men-at-arms follow. There must be about 2,000 men riding out with the king, and they rumble past us, the great war horses with their mighty hooves, the smaller horses carrying goods and gear, and then the booted tramp of the foot soldiers who march in disciplined ranks, and the stragglers who follow. The Queen is restless at the Palace of Placentia, though the household is confident and busy, waiting for news of the king's success with his hand-picked council. The gardens that run down to the river are beautiful with the white and pale pink of dancing cherry blossom. When we walk to the river in a wind, the petals whirl about us like snow and make the little prince laugh, and he chases after them, his nursemaid bowed after him as he wobbles on his fat little legs. In the fields at the riverside the late daffodils are still bobbing their butter-yellow heads, and the hedges of the meadows are burnished white with flowers, the blackthorn thickly blooming on black spikes, the hawthorn a budding green of promise. At the riverside the willows rustle their boughs together and lean over the clear water, green water below, reflecting the green leaves above. In the chapel, we are still saying prayers for the health of the king and giving thanks for his recovery. But nothing cheers the Queen. She cannot forget that she was imprisoned by the lords of her own country, forced to wait on a sleeping husband, fearful that she would never be free again. She cannot forgive Richard, Duke of York, for the humiliation. She cannot be happy when the only man who stood by her in those hard months, enduring captivity as she did, has marched away again to meet their enemy. She doesn't doubt that he will be victorious, but she cannot be happy without him. Margaret shudders as she comes into her apartments, though there's a good fire in the grate, and bright tapestries on the walls, and the last rays of the sun are warming the pretty rooms. "I wish they had not gone," she says. "I wish they'd summoned the Duke of York to London to answer us here." I don't remind her that York is a great favourite in London. The guilds and the merchants trust his calm common sense, and flourished when he established peace and good order in the city and country. While the Duke was Lord Protector, the tradesmen could send their goods out along the safe roads, and taxes were reduced with the profligate royal household under his control. "They'll be back soon," I say. Perhaps York will plead forgiveness, as he did before, and they will all come back soon. Her uneasiness affects everyone. We dine in the Queen's rooms, not in the great hall, where the men-at-arms and the men of the household grumble that there is no cheer, even though the King has recovered. They say that the court is not how it should be. It is too silent. It is like an enchanted castle, under a spell of quietness. The Queen ignores the criticism. She summons musicians to play only to her, in her rooms, and the younger ladies dance, but they only go through the paces without the handsome young men of the King's retinue to watch them. Finally, she commands one of the ladies-in-waiting to read to us from a romance, and we sit and sew and listen to a story about a queen who longed for a child in midwinter, and gave birth to a baby who was made entirely of snow. When the child grew to manhood, her husband took him on crusade, and he melted away into the hot sand, poor boy. And then they had no son, not even one made of ice. This miserable story makes me ridiculously sentimental, and I feel disposed to sit and weep and brood over my boys at Grafton, Lewis, whom I will never see again, and my oldest, Anthony, 13 this year, who must soon have his own armour, and go and serve as a squire to his father, or another great man. He has grown up in no time, and I wish he were a baby again, and I could carry him on my hip. It makes me long to be with Richard again. We've never been so long apart in our lives before. When the Duke of York is thrown down by the King, then Edmund Beaufort will take up his command in Calais, and order Richard home, and our lives will get back to normal once more. Margaret summons me to her bedroom, and I go to sit with her as they lift the tight headdress that fits like a cap low over her ears, uncoil the plaits, and brush out her hair. "When do you think they will come home?" she asks. "Within the week, I guess, if all goes well." "Why should it not all go well?" I shake my head. I don't know why she should not be happy and excited, as she was when this plan was first explained to her by the Duke of Somerset. I don't know why the palace, which is always such a pretty home for the court, should seem so cold and lonely tonight. I don't know why the girl should have picked a story about a son and heir who melts away before he can inherit. I don't know, I say. I shiver. I expect it will all be well. "I'm going to bed," she says crossly, "and in the morning we can go hunting and be merry. You are poor company, Jacquetta. Go to bed yourself." I don't go to bed as she bids me, though I know I am poor company. I go to my window, and I swing open the wooden shutter, and I look down over the water meadows in the moonlight, and the long silver curve of the river, and I wonder why I feel so very low in my spirits, on a warm May night in England, the prettiest month of the year, when my husband is coming home to me after grave danger, and the King of England is riding out in his power, and his enemy is to be brought down. Then, the next day, in the late afternoon, we get news. Terrible news. Unbelievable news. Nothing is clear to us, as we order messengers to be brought before the Queen, as we demand that men scrambling away from some sort of battle are captured and brought to the royal chambers to say what they saw, as we send men speeding out towards St. Albans on the road going north, where it seems that the Duke of York, far from riding peaceably to his ordeal, and waiting patiently to be arraigned as a traitor, instead mustered an army, and came to plead with the King that his enemies be set aside, and that the King be a good lord for all England, and not just for Lancaster. One man tells us that there was some sort of riot in the narrow streets, but that he couldn't see who had the advantage, as he was wounded and was left where he fell. Nobody helped him, a thing most discouraging for a common soldier, he said, one eye on the Queen. "Makes you wonder whether your lord cares for you at all," he grumbles. It's not good lordship to leave a man down." Another man, riding back to us with news, says that it is a war. The king raised his standard, and the Duke of York attacked, and the Duke of York was cut down. The Queen is out of her chair, her hand to her heart at this report. But later in the evening, the messenger we sent to London comes back and says that from what he can gather in the streets, the greatest fighting was between the Duke of Somerset and the Earl of Warwick's men, and that the Earl of Warwick's men fought through the gardens and over the little walls, climbed over hen-houses, and waded through pigsties to get to the heart of the town, avoiding the barricades and coming from a direction that no one could have predicted, surprising the Duke of Somerset's men and throwing them into confusion. Margaret strides about her room, furious with waiting, mad with impatience. Her ladies shrink back against the walls and say nothing. I stop the nursemaid in the doorway with the little prince. There will be no playtime for him this afternoon. We have to know what is happening, but we cannot discover what is happening. The Queen sends out more messengers to London, and 3 men are commanded to ride on to St. Albans with a private note from her to the Duke of Somerset. And then all we can do is wait. Wait and pray for the king. Finally, as it grows dark, and the servants come in with the lights and go quietly round lighting sconces and branches of candles, the guards swing open the doors and announce, "King's messenger." The Queen rises to her feet. I go to stand beside her. She's trembling slightly, but the face she shows to the world is calm and determined. "You may come in and tell me your message," she says. He strides in and drops to his knee, his hat in his hand. "From His Grace the King," he says, and shows in his clasped fist a ring. Margaret nods to me, and I go forwards and take it. "What is your message?" "His Grace the King wishes you well, and sends his blessing to the Prince." Margaret nods. "He says he's in good company with his fair kinsman, the Duke of York, this night, and will come in the company of his Grace to London tomorrow." Margaret's long-held breath comes out as a little hiss. "The king bids you be of good cheer, and says that God will arrange all things, and all things will be well." "And what of the battle?" The messenger looks up at her. "He sent no message about the battle." She bites her lower lip. "Anything else?" "He asks you and the court to give thanks for his escape from danger this very day." "We will do so," Margaret says. I am so proud of her restraint and dignity that I put my hand gently on her back in a hidden caress. She turns her head and whispers, "Get hold of him as he leaves, and find out what in the name of God is happening." And then she turns to her ladies and says, "I will go straight away and give thanks for the safety of the king. And the court will come with me." She leads the way out of the rooms to the chapel, and the court has no choice but to follow her. The messenger starts to fall into line at the back, but I touch his sleeve, take his arm, back him into a convenient corner, as if he were a skittish horse, and forestall anyone else getting hold of him. "What happened?" I demand tersely. The Queen wants to know. "I delivered the message I was told," he says. "Not the message, fool. What happened during the day? What did you see?" He shakes his head. "I saw only a little fighting. It was in and out of the streets and the yards and the alehouses. More like a brawl than a battle." "You saw the king?" He glances around, as if he fears that people might overhear his words. "He was struck in the neck by an arrow," he says. I gasp. "By an arrow?" The messenger nods, his eyes as round with shock as my own. "I know." "How ever was he within range?" I demand furiously. because the Earl of Warwick brought his archers through the streets, up the gardens, and in and out of the alleys. He didn't come up the main street like everyone expected. Nobody was ready for him to advance like that. I don't think anyone has ever laid an attack like that before. I put my hand to my heart, and know with a pulse of pure joy that Richard was stationed in Calais, and not in the King's Guard, when Warwick's men came like murderers in and out of the little alleys. Where was the Royal Guard? I demand. Why did they not shield him? Cut down around him. Most ran off, he says succinctly. Saw the way it was going. After the Duke died. The Duke? Cut down, as he came out of a tavern. Which Duke? I insist. I can feel my knees are shaking. Which Duke died, as he came out of the tavern? Somerset, he says. I grit my teeth and straighten up, fighting a wave of sickness. The Duke of Somerset is dead? Aye, and the Duke of Buckingham surrendered. I shake my head to clear it. The Duke of Somerset is dead? You are sure? You are certain sure? Saw him go down myself, outside a tavern. He'd been hiding in it. He wouldn't surrender. He broke out with his men. Thought he would fight himself out, but they cut him down on the threshold. Who? Who cut him down? The Earl of Warwick, he says shortly. I nod, recognizing a death feud. And where is the king now? Held by the Duke of York. They will rest tonight and pick up the wounded. They're looting St. Albans, of course. The town will be all but destroyed. And then tomorrow they'll all come to London. The king is fit to travel. I'm so afraid for him. This is his first battle, and it sounds like a massacre. He's going in state, the messenger says mirthlessly, with his good friend the Duke of York on one side, the Earl of Salisbury, Richard Neville on the other, and the Earl's son, the young Earl of Warwick, hero of the battle, leading the way, holding the king's sword. A procession. A triumphant procession. For some of them. The House of York has the king. They are carrying his sword before them, and they are coming to London. He's going to show himself wearing the crown so that everyone knows he's well, and in his right mind at the moment. In St. Paul's. And the Duke of York is going to set the crown on his head. A crown wearing? It's hard not to shiver. It is one of the sacred moments of a reign, when a king shows himself to his people in his coronation crown again. It is done to tell the world that the king has returned to them, that he is in his power. But this is going to be different. This will show the world that he has lost his power. He's going to show the world that the Duke of York holds the crown, but lets him wear it. He's going to allow the Duke to crown him. And we are all to know that their differences have been resolved. I glance towards the door. I know that Margaret will be waiting for me, and I will have to tell her that the Duke of Somerset is dead, and her husband in the hands of her enemy. Nobody can think that this is a lasting peace, I say quietly. Nobody can think that the differences are resolved. It is the start of bloodshed, not the end of it. They had better think it, for it's going to be treason even to talk about the battle, he says grimly. They say we must forget about it. As I came away, they passed a law that we're all to say nothing. It is to be as if it never was. What do you think of that, eh? They passed a law to say we must be silent. They expect people to behave as if it didn't happen, I exclaim. His smile is grim. Why not? It wasn't a very big battle, my lady. It wasn't very glorious. The greatest duke hid in a tavern and came out to his death. It was all over in half an hour, and the king never even drew his sword. They found him hiding in a tanner's shop amid the flayed hides, and they chased his army through the pigsties and gardens. It isn't one that any of us are going to be proud to remember. Nobody will be telling this at the fireside 10 years from now. No one will tell his grandson about it. All of us who were there will be glad to forget it. Not as if we were a happy few, a band of brothers. I wait in Margaret's rooms as she leads the court back from their thanksgiving for the king's safekeeping. When she sees my grave face, she announces that she is tired and will sit with me alone. When the door closes behind the last of the ladies-in-waiting, I start to take the pins out of her hair. She grips my hand. "Don't, Jacquetta. I can't bear to be touched. Just tell me. It's bad, isn't it?" I know that in her place, I would rather know the worst thing first. "Margaret, it breaks my heart to tell you. His Grace, the Duke of Somerset, is dead." For a moment she does not hear me. "His Grace? The Duke of Somerset. Did you say dead?" "Dead." "Do you mean Edmund?" "Edmund Beaufort, yes." Slowly, her grey-blue eyes fill with tears, her mouth trembles, and she puts her hands to her temples as if her head is ringing with pain. "He can't be." "He is." "You're sure?" The man was sure. Battles can be so confusing. It could be a false report. It might be, but he was very sure. "How could it be?" I shrug. I'm not going to tell her the details now. Hand-to-hand fighting, in the streets. "And the king? And the king sent me a message ordering me to lead a service of thanksgiving? Is he completely insane now? He wants a service of thanksgiving when Edmund is dead? Does he care for nothing? Nothing?" There is a silence. Then she gives a shuddering sigh, as she realizes the extent of her loss. "The king perhaps did not send the message for Thanksgiving," I say. "It will have been ordered by the Duke of York." "What do I care for that?" "Jacquetta, how shall I ever manage without him?" I take her hands to prevent her from pulling at her hair. "Margaret, you will have to bear it. You will have to be brave." She shakes her head, a low moan starting in her throat. "Jacquetta, how shall I manage without him? How shall I live without him?" I put my arms around her, and she rocks with me, the low cry of pain going on and on. "How shall I live without him? How am I going to survive here without him?" I move her to the big bed and press her gently down. When her head is on the pillow, her tears run back from her face and wet the fine embroidered linen. She doesn't scream or sob. She just moans behind her gritted teeth, as if she's trying to muffle the sound, but it is unstoppable, like her grief. I take her hand and sit beside her in silence. "And my son," she says. "Dear God, my little son. Who will teach him what a man should be? Who will keep him safe?" "Hush," I say hopelessly. "Hush." She closes her eyes, and still she makes the quiet, low noise, like an animal in deathly pain. She opens her eyes and sits up a little. "And the king?" she asks as an afterthought. "I suppose he is as well as he said? Safe? I suppose he has escaped scot-free, as he always does. Praise God." "He was slightly injured," I say. but he's safe in the care of the Duke of York. He's bringing him to London with all honour.
"How shall I manage without Edmund?" she whispers. "Who is going to protect me now? Who's going to guard my son? Who's going to keep the king safe? And what if he goes to sleep again?"
I shake my head. There is nothing I can say to comfort her. She will have to suffer the pain of his loss, and wake in the morning to know that she has to rule this kingdom and face the Duke of York without the support of the man she loved. She will be alone. She will have to be mother and father to her son. She will have to be king and queen to England. And nobody may ever know, nobody can even guess, that her heart is broken. In the next few days she is not like Margaret of Anjou. She is like her ghost. She loses her voice. She is struck like a mute. I tell her ladies-in-waiting that the shock has given her a pain in the throat, like a cold, and that she must rest. But in her shadowy room, where she sits with her hand to her heart in silence, I see that in holding back the sobs, she is choking on her own grief. She dares make no sound, for if she spoke, she would scream. In London there is a terrible tableau enacted. The king, forgetful of himself, forgetful of his position, of his sacred trust from God, goes to the Cathedral of St. Paul's for a renewed coronation. No archbishop crowns him. In a mockery of the coronation itself, it is Richard of York who puts the crown on the king's head. To the hundreds of people who crowd into the cathedral, and the thousands who hear of the ceremony, one royal cousin gives the crown to another, as if they were equals, as if obedience was a matter of choice. I take this news to the Queen as she sits in darkness, and she stands up unsteadily, as if she's remembering how to walk. "I must go to the king," she says, her voice weak and croaky. "He's giving away everything we have. He must have lost his mind again. And now he's losing the crown and his son's inheritance." "Wait," I say. "We can't undo this act. Let us wait and see what we can do. And while we wait, you can come out of your rooms and eat properly and speak to your people." She nods. She knows she has to lead the royal party, and now she has to lead it alone. "How will I do anything without him?" she whispers to me. I take her hands. Her fingers are icy. "You will, Margaret. You will." I send an urgent note to Richard by a wool merchant that I have trusted before. I tell him that the Yorks are in command again, that he must prepare himself for them to try to take the garrison, that the king is in their keeping, and that I love and miss him. I don't beg him to come home, for in these troubled times I don't know if he would be safe at home. I begin to realize the court, the country, and we ourselves are sliding from a squabble between cousins into a war between cousins. Richard, Duke of York, acts quickly, as I thought he would. He suggests to the palace officials that the Queen should meet her husband at Hertford Castle, a day's ride north of London. When her steward tells her, she rounds on him. "He's going to arrest me." The man steps back from her fury. "No, Your Grace, just to give you and the King somewhere to rest, until Parliament opens in London." "Why can't we stay here?" The man shoots a despairing look at me. I raise my eyebrows. I'm not disposed to help him, for I don't know why they want to send us to Henry's childhood home either, and the castle is completely walled, moated, and gated like a prison. If the Duke of York wants to lock away the King, Queen, and the young Prince, he could hardly choose a better place. "The king is not well, Your Grace," the steward finally admits. "They think he should not be seen by the people of London. This is the news we have been dreading." She takes it calmly. "Not well?" she asks. "What do you mean by not well? Is he sleeping?" "He certainly seems very weary. He's not asleep as he was before, but he took a wound to his neck and was very frightened. The Duke believes he should not be exposed to the noise and bustle of London. The Duke believes he should be quiet at the castle. It was his nursery, and he will be comforted there." She looks at me as if for advice. I know she's wondering what Edmund Beaufort would have told her to do. "You may tell his Grace the Duke that we will journey to Hertford tomorrow," I say to the messenger. And as he turns away, I whisper to the Queen, "What else can we do? If the King is sick, we'd better get him out of London. If the Duke commands us to go to Hertford, we cannot refuse. When we have the King in our keeping, we can decide what to do. We have to get him away from the Duke and his men. If we hold the King in our keeping, at least we know he is safe. We have to have possession of the King." Hertford Castle, summer, 1455. He does not look like the king who rode out to reprimand the great lord with his 2 friends at his side, dressed for a day of pleasure. He looks as if he's collapsed in on himself, a pillow king with the stuffing gone, a bubble king deflated. His head is down, an ill-tied bandage round his throat shows where the Warwick archers nearly ended the reign altogether. His robe is trailing from his shoulders because he's not tightened his belt, and he stumbles over it like an idiot as he walks into the poky presence chamber at Hertford Castle. The Queen is waiting for him, surrounded by a few of her household and his, but the great lords of the land and their men have stayed in London, preparing for the Parliament that is going to do the bidding of the Duke of York. She rises up when she sees him, and goes forwards to greet him, stately and dignified. But I can see her hands shaking until she tucks them inside the shelter of her long sleeves. She can see, as I can see, that we've lost him again. At this crucial moment, when we so badly need a king to command us, he has slipped away. He smiles at her. "Ah," he says, and again there is that betraying pause as he searches for her name. "Ah, Margaret." She curtsies and rises up and kisses him. He puckers his lip like a child. "Your Grace," she says, "I thank God that you are safe." His eyes widen. "It was a terrible thing," he says, his voice thin and slight. "It was a terrible thing, Margaret. You've never seen such a terrible thing in your life. I was lucky that the Duke of York was there to take me safely away. The way that men behave. It was a terrible thing, Margaret. I was glad the Duke was there. He was the only one who was kind to me. He's the only one who understands how I feel." Moving as one, Margaret and I go towards him. She takes his arm and leads him into the private rooms, and I stand blocking the way after them so that no one can follow them. The door closes behind them, and her chief maid looks at me. "And what happens now?" she asks wryly. "Do we all fall asleep again?" "We serve the Queen," I say, with more certainty than I feel. "And you, in particular, mind your tongue." I have no letter from Richard, but a stonemason who went over to supervise some building work takes the trouble to ride out to Hertford Castle with news for me. "He's alive," is the first thing he says. "God bless him, alive and well, and drilling the men and maintaining the guard, and doing all that he can to keep Calais for England." He drops his voice, "and for Lancaster." "You've seen him?" before I came away. I couldn't speak to him, I had to take ship, but I knew you'd want news of him, and if you have a letter from him, Your Grace, I'll carry it back for you. I go back next month, unless there are new orders.
I will write at once. I will write before you leave, I promise. And the garrison?
Loyal to Edmund Beaufort, he says. They had your husband locked up while they broke into the warehouses and sold the wool, but once they'd taken their wages, they let him out again and released the ship from port. That's how I left on the day of his release. Of course, nobody knew then that the Duke was dead. They will know now.
What do you think they'll do?
He shrugs. Your husband will wait for his orders from the king. He's the king's man through and through. Will the king command him to hold Calais against the new captain, the Earl of Warwick?
I shake my head.
Drifted off again? He asks with cruel accuracy.
I'm afraid so. The king sleeps during the day. He eats lightly and without appetite. He prays at every service. Sometimes he rises in the night and wanders in his nightgown around the castle, and the guards have to call the groom of his bedchamber to take him back to his bed. He's not melancholy, for when there's music, he will tap his hand to the beat and sometimes nod his head. Once he lifts up his chin and sings a song in a wavering, piping voice, a pretty song about nymphs and shepherds, and I see a page boy cram his knuckles in his mouth to stop the laughter. But most of the time, he is once again a lost king, a watery king, a moon king. He's lost his print upon the earth. He's lost any fire. His words are written on the water, and I think of the little crown charm which I lost in the river, and which told me so clearly that there was no season when the king would come back to us. The gleam of his gold would be drowned in the deep water. Groby Hall, Leicestershire, Autumn 1455. I take permission from the Queen to leave court and go to my daughter's home at Groby Hall. The Queen laughingly remarks that she could stop a cavalry charge more easily than she could deny me permission to go. My Elizabeth is with child, her first baby, and it is due in November. I, too, am expecting a baby, a child made from our day and night of love-making when Richard came home and went again. I expect to see Elizabeth safely out of childbed, and then I will go to my own home and confinement. Richard will not be here to see this, his first grandchild, of course. He won't be at my side at Groby Hall, while I wait for Elizabeth's firstborn, nor at our home at Grafton, when I go into my birthing chamber, nor when I return to Hertford Castle, nor in London. His lord the Duke of Somerset is dead, and his command that Richard should return to me will not be obeyed. Richard cannot keep his promise to come home to me while the future of Calais is so uncertain. The Earl of Warwick is the new constable of Calais, and Richard will have to decide whether or not to admit the new commander, or defy him. Once again, Richard is far from me, having to decide which side to join, his loyalty on one side, his greater safety on another, and we cannot even write to each other, as Calais has barricaded itself in again. Elizabeth's mother-in-law, Lady Grey, greets me at the door, resplendent in a gown of deep blue velvet, her hair arranged in 2 great plaits on either side of her head, which makes her round face look like a baker's stall with 3 great buns. She sweeps me a dignified curtsy. "I am so glad you've come to keep your daughter company during her confinement," she says. "The birth of my grandchild is a most important event for me." "And mine, for me," I say, staking my claim with relish, there being no doubt in my mind that this will be my daughter's son, my grandson, and Melusina's descendant. All that he will have of the Grey family will be the name,
and I have paid for that already with Elizabeth's dowry. I will show you to her room, she says. I've given her the best bedroom for her confinement. I've spared neither trouble nor expense for the birth of my first grandchild. The house is large and beautiful, I grant them that. Elizabeth's 3 rooms look east towards Tower Hill, and south to the old chapel. The shutters are all closed, but there is a gleam of autumn sunshine through the slats. The room is warm, with a good fire of thick logs, and furnished well, with a big bed for sleeping, a smaller day bed, a stool for visitors, and a bench along the wall for her companions. As I enter, my daughter rises up from the day bed, and I see in her the little girl whom I loved first of all my children, and the beautiful woman she has become. She is broad as a beam, laughing at my expression as I take in her sighs. I know, she says, and comes into my arms. I hold her gently, her big belly between us. Tell me it's not twins. I tell her it's a girl if she carries so low and broad, Lady Grey says, coming in behind me. I don't correct her. We will have time enough to see what this baby is, and what it will do. I hold Elizabeth's broad body in my arms, and then I cup her beautiful face in my hands. You are more lovely than ever. It's true. Her face is rounded, and her golden hair has darkened a little after a summer spent indoors, but the exquisite beauty of her features, the fine drawn nose and eyebrows, the perfect curve of her mouth, are as lovely as when she was a girl. She makes a little pout. Only you would think so, Lady Mother. I cannot get through doorways, and John left my bed 3 months ago because the baby kicks me so much when I lie down that I move about all night, and he cannot sleep. That will soon be over, I say. And it's good that he has strong legs. I draw her back to the day bed and lift up her feet. Rest, I say. You will have enough to do within a few days. Do you think days? Lady Grey asks. I look at Elizabeth. I can't tell yet, I say, and a first child often takes his time. Lady Grey leaves us, promising to send up a good dinner as soon as it grows dark. Elizabeth waits for the door to close behind us, and says, You said his. You said his time. Did I? I smile at her. What do you think? I did the wedding ring spell, she says eagerly. Shall I tell you what it said? Let me try, I say, as excited as a girl. Let me try with my ring. I slip my wedding ring from my finger and take a thin gold chain from my neck. I put the ring on the chain, wondering a little that I should be so blessed as to be dowsing for my daughter, to see what her baby will be. I hold the chain over her belly and wait for it to hang still. Clockwise for a boy, widdershins for a girl, I say. Without my moving it, the ring begins to stir, slowly at first as if in a breeze, and then more positively, round and round in a circle, clockwise. A boy, I say, catching it up and restoring the ring to my finger and the chain to my neck. What did you think? I thought a boy, she confirms. And what are you going to have? A boy too, I think, I say proudly. What a family we're making. I swear they should all be dukes. What will you name him? I'm going to call him Thomas. Thomas the Survivor, I say. She's instantly curious. Why do you call him that? What is he going to survive? I look at her beautiful face, and for a moment
It is as if I'm seeing her in a stained-glass window, in a shadowy hall, and she's years away from me. I don't know, I say. I just think he will have a long journey and survive many dangers. So when do you think he'll come? She asks impatiently. I smile. On a Thursday, of course, I reply, and quote the old saying, Thursday's child has far to go. She's diverted at once. What was I? Monday. Monday's child is fair of face. She laughs. Oh, Lady Mother, I look like a pumpkin. You do, I say, but only till Thursday. It turns out that I'm right on both counts, though I don't crow over Lady Grey, who would make a bad enemy. The baby is a boy. He is born on a Thursday, and my Elizabeth insists he shall be called Thomas. I wait until she's up and about. I take her to be churched myself, and when she's well and the baby feeding, and her husband stopped coming to me 10 times each day to ask if I'm sure that everything is well, then I go to Grafton to see my other children, and promise them that their father is bravely serving his king, as he always does, that he will come home to us as soon as he can, as he always does, that their father has sworn to be faithful to us over and over, that he will always come home to me. I go into my confinement in December, and the night before the baby is born, I dream of a knight as brave and as bold as my husband, Sir Richard, and a country dry and hot and brown, a flickering standard against a blazing sun, and a man who is afraid of nothing. When he is born, he is just a tiny, crying baby, and I hold him in my arms and wonder what he will be. I call him Edward, thinking of the little prince, and I feel certain that he will be lucky. Hertford Castle, Spring 1456. Richard does not come home, though I write to him from the hushed and fearful court to tell him he's a father again, and now a grandfather too. I remind him that Antony must be sent to serve some great lord, but how am I to judge which one, in this new world that is ruled by York once again? I don't even know if he gets the letter. Certainly I don't get a reply. The garrison and town of Calais are at war with themselves, and are no more welcoming to the newly nominated commander, the victorious young Earl of Warwick, than they were to the former constable, his ally, the Duke of York. I imagine, and I fear it, that Richard is keeping the York allies out of the castle and holding the town for Lancaster. A forlorn hope, and a lonely posting. I imagine that he's keeping faith with Lancaster, and thinks that to hold Calais for the silent king is the best service he can offer. But through the Christmas feast and the winter months, I cannot get any news of him, except to know that he's alive, and that the garrison has sent word that they will never admit the Earl of Warwick to the castle that is loyal to the man he killed, the dead Lord Somerset. It is not until spring that things start to improve. The king is better, Margaret announces to me. I look at her doubtfully. He speaks better than he did, I agree, but he's not himself yet. She grits her teeth. Jacquetta, perhaps he will never be as he was. His wound is healed. He can speak clearly. He can walk without stumbling. He can pass as a king. From a distance he can look commanding. That has to be enough for me. For you to do what? For me to take him back to London. Show him to the council, and take the power from the Duke of York once more. He is the shell of a king, I warn her. A puppet king. Then it will be me who pulls the strings, she promises, and not the Duke of York. While we are here,
and allow the Protectorate to reign, the Duke of York takes all the posts, all the fees, all the taxes, and all the favours. He will strip the country bare, and we will end up with nothing. I have to put the king back on his throne, and York back in his place. I have to save my son's inheritance, for when he can come of age, and fight his own battles. I hesitate, thinking of the king's nervous tremor of the head, of the way he flinches at sudden noise. He will be unhappy in London. He will be frightened in Westminster. The Lords will appeal to his judgment and demand that he rule. He cannot do it. There will be continual quarrels in the council and shouting. He will break down, Margaret. I will order your husband home, she tempts me. I will tell the king to pardon the garrison and allow the guard home. Richard can come home and see his grandson and meet his son. He hasn't even seen your new baby. A bribe, I remark. A brilliant bribe, she replies. Because it's irresistible, isn't it? So do you agree? Shall we set the king to claim his throne again? Would you stop on this course if I disagree with you? She shakes her head. I am determined. Whether you are with me or not, Jacquetta, I will take command through my husband. I will save England for my son. Then bring Richard home, and we will support you. I want him in my life again, in my sight, and in my bed. Westminster Palace, London, Spring 1456. Richard's recall from Calais is one of the first acts of the restored king. We go in state to Westminster and announce the king's recovery to the council. It goes better than I dared to hope. The king is gracious, and the council openly relieved at his return. The king is now to govern with the advice of the Duke of York. The king pardons the garrison of Calais for refusing to admit both York and Warwick, and he signs a pardon especially for Richard, to forgive him for his part in the rebellion against the Lord Protector. Your husband is a loyal servant to me and my house, he remarks to me, when he comes to the Queen's rooms before dinner. I will not forget it, Lady Rivers. And may he come home, I ask. He's been away such a long time, Your Grace. Soon, he promises me. I have written to him, and Lord Wells, that I myself appoint the Earl of Warwick as Captain of Calais, and so they can take it as my command that they are to admit him. When they admit the Earl, and he takes his post, your husband can come home. He sighs. If only they would live together in loving kindness, he says. If only they would be as birds in the trees, as little birds in the nest. I curtsy. The king is drifting into one of his dreams. He has a vision of a kinder world, a better world, which nobody could deny. But it is of no help for those of us who have to live in this one. The king's pain at his unexpected wound, his shock at the brutality of battle and the cruelty of death in the streets of St. Albans, seems to have gone very deep. He says that he's well now. We have given thanks in a special mass, and everyone has seen him walk without stumbling, talk to petitioners, and sit on his throne. But neither the Queen nor I can feel confident that he won't drift away again. He especially dislikes noise or disagreement, and the court, the Parliament, and the King's Council is riven with faction. There are daily quarrels between the followers of the York lords and our people. Any trouble, any discord, any unhappiness, and his gaze drifts away. He looks out of the window, and he falls silent, slipping away in a daydream. The Queen has learnt never to disagree with him, and the little prince is whisked from the room whenever he raises his voice or runs about. The whole court tiptoes about its business, so as not to disturb the king, and so far we have managed to keep him in at least the appearance of kingship. The Queen has learned to control her temper, and it has been very sweet to see her discipline herself, so that she never startles or alarms her husband. Margaret has a quick temper and a powerful desire to rule, and to see her bite her tongue and hear her lower her voice, so as not to confront the king with the usurpation of his powers, is to see a young woman growing into wisdom. She's kind to him in a way that I thought she could never be. She sees him as a wounded animal, and when his eyes grow vague, or he looks about him trying to remember a word or a name, she puts her hand gently on his and prompts him, as sweetly as a daughter with a father in his dotage. It is a sorry end for the marriage that started in such hopes, and the king's hidden weakness is her hidden grief. She is a woman sobered by loss. She has lost the man she loved, and she has lost her husband. But she does not complain of her life to anyone but me. To me, her temper is not muted, and often she blazes out when we are alone. "He does whatever the Duke of York tells him," she spits. "He is his puppet, his dog." "He is obliged to govern with the agreement of the Duke and with the Earls of Salisbury and Warwick," I say. "He has to answer the objection that the Privy Council made against him, that he was only for Lancaster. Now there is a Parliament that is influenced by all the great men, York as well as Lancaster. In England this is how they like it, Your Grace. They like to share power. They like many advisers." "And what about what I like?" she demands. "And what about the Duke of Somerset, who lies dead, thanks to them? The dearest, truest—" She breaks off and turns away so that I cannot see the grief in her face. "And what about the interest of the Prince, my son? Who will serve me and the Prince? Who will satisfy our likes? Never mind those of the Council." I say nothing. There's no arguing with her when she rages against the Duke of York. "I won't stand for it," she says. "I'm taking the Prince and going to Tutbury Castle for the summer, and then on to Kenilworth. I won't stay in London. I won't be imprisoned in Windsor again." "Nobody's going to imprison you." "You can go and see your children," she rules. "And then you can meet me. I won't stay in London to be ordered about by the Duke and insulted by the citizens. I know what they say about me. They think I'm a virago, married to a fool. I won't be so abused. I shall go and I shall take the court with me, far from London and far from the Duke, and he can give what orders he likes, but I won't have to see them. And the people of London can see how they like their city when there's no court here, and no council, and no Parliament. I will see them go bankrupt. They will be sorry when I take the court away, and give our presents and our wealth to the people of the Midlands." "What about the king?" I ask carefully. "You can't just leave him in London on his own. It is to throw him into the keeping of the Duke of York." "He will join me when I order it," she says. "No one will dare to tell me that my husband shall not be with me when I command it. The Duke will not dare to keep us apart. And I'm damned if he will have me locked up in Windsor again." Grafton, Northamptonshire, summer 1456. I wait for Richard to come home to us at Grafton, enjoying my summer with our children. Elizabeth is at Groby with her new baby, and her sister Anne is visiting her. I have placed Anthony with Lord Scales, serving as his squire, learning the ways of a noble house, and Lord Scales, as it happens, has a daughter, an only daughter, his heiress, Elizabeth. My Mary is 13 now, and I must look around for a husband for her. She and her sister Jacquetta are staying with the Duchess of Buckingham, learning the ways of that house. My boy John is at home. He and Richard are set to their studies with a new tutor, Martha will join them in the schoolroom this year. Eleanor and Lionel are still in the nursery, with their 2-year-old sister Margaret and their little brother Edward. I don't have to wait long for my husband's return. First I get a message that Richard has been released from his duty at Calais, and then, hard on the heels of the messenger, I see the dust on the road from Grafton coming up the drive to the house, and I pick up Edward out of the cradle and hold him to me, shading my eyes with my hand and looking down the road. I plan that Richard shall ride up and see me here, my newest baby in my arms, our house behind me, our land safe around us, and he will know that I have kept faith with him, raised his children, guarded his lands, as he has kept faith with me. I think I can see, the colours of his standard, and then I am certain it is his flag. And then I know for sure that the man on the big horse at the head of the company is him, and I forget all about how I want him to see me, thrust Edward into the arms of his wet nurse, pick up my skirts, and start to run down the terrace of the house, down the steps to the road. And I hear Richard shout, "Hullo! My Duchess! My little Duchess!" And I see him pull his horse to a standstill, and fling himself down, and in a moment I'm in his arms, and he's kissing me so hard that I have to push him away, and then I pull him close again to hold him to me, my face to his warm neck, his kisses on my hair, as if we were sweethearts who have been parted for a lifetime. "Beloved," he says to me, breathless himself, "it has been forever. I was afraid you would forget all about me." "I have missed you so," I whisper. My tears are wet on my cheeks, and he kisses them, murmuring, "I missed you too. Dear God, there were times when I thought I would never get home." "And you are released? You don't have to go back again?" "I am released. Warwick will put in his own men. I hope to God I never see the town again. It was a misery, Jacquetta. It was like being in a cage for all that long time. The countryside outside is unsafe. The Duke of Burgundy raids, and the King of France threatens. We were constantly alert for an invasion from England and the York lords, and the town was on the brink of bankruptcy. The men were mutinous, and nobody could blame them, and worst of all, I was never sure what I should do for the best. I couldn't tell what was happening in England, and then I could get no news of you. I didn't even know if you were safely up from childbirth." "I kept writing," I say. "I kept writing, but I guess you didn't get the letters. And sometimes I couldn't find anyone to take a message. But I sent you fruits and a barrel of salted pork." He shakes his head. "I never got a thing. And I was desperate for a kind word from you. But you had to manage all alone, and with a new baby." "This is Edward," I say proudly, and beckon to the wet nurse to come up and hand our son to his father. Edward opens his dark blue eyes and regards his father gravely. "He is thriving?" "Oh, yes, and all the others too." Richard looks around at his other children, tumbling out of the front door, the boys pulling off their caps, the girls running towards him, and he goes down on his knees to them, spreading his arms wide, so they can all run at him and hug him. "Thank God I'm home," he says with tears in his eyes. "Thank God for bringing me safe to this my home, and my wife, and my children." That night in bed, I find I am shy, fearing that he will see a difference in me. Another year gone by, and another birth to broaden my hips and thicken my waist. But he's gentle and tender with me, loving as if he was still my squire, and I was the young Duchess. "Like playing a lute," he says with a roll of laughter under the whisper. "You always remember the way, when it's in your hand again. The mind can play tricks, but the body remembers." And is there many a good tune played on an old fiddle? I demand with pretend offence. If you find a perfect match, then you keep it, he says gently. And I knew when I first saw you that you were the woman I would want for all my life. He gathers me into his warm shoulder and falls asleep, holding me tightly. I fall asleep in his arms like a mermaid diving into dark water. But in the night, something wakes me. At first I think it may be one of the children, so I struggle awake and slide from under the covers to sit on the side of the bed to listen. But there's no sound in our quiet house, just the creak of a floorboard and the sigh of wind through an open window. The house is at peace. The master is safely home at last. I go into the chamber outside our bedroom and open the window and swing wide the wooden shutter. The summer sky is dark, dark blue, as dark as a silk ribbon, and the moon is on the wax, like a round silver seal, low on the horizon, sinking down. But in the sky, towards the east, is a great light, low over the earth, a blaze of light, shaped like a sabre, pointing to the heart of England, pointing to the Midlands, where I know Margaret is arming her castle and preparing her attack on the Yorks. I gaze up at the comet, yellow in colour, not white and pale like the moon, but golden, a gilt sabre, pointed at the heart of my country. There is no doubt in my mind that it foretells war and fighting, and that Richard will be in the forefront as ever, and that now I have new men to worry about as well, Elizabeth's husband, John, and Anthony, my own son, and all the other sons who will be raised in a country at war. For a moment I even think of the young son of the Duke of York whom I saw with his mother that day at Westminster, young Edward, a handsome boy. No doubt his father will take him to war, and his life will be at risk too. The sabre hangs in the sky, above us all, like a sword waiting to fall. I look at it for a long time, and think that this star should be called the Widow-Maker. And then I close the shutter and go back to my bed to sleep. Kenilworth Castle, Warwickshire, summer 1457. Richard and I join the court at the very heart of Margaret's lands, in the castle she loves best in England, Kenilworth. As my guard and I ride up, I see, to my horror, that she has prepared it for a siege, just as the night sky foretold. The guns are mounted, and looking over the newly repaired walls. The drawbridge is down for now, bridging the moat, but the chains are oiled and taut, ready to raise it in a moment. The portcullis is glinting at the top of the arch, ready to fall at the moment the command is given, and the number and the smartness of the household show that she has manned a castle here, not staffed a home. "She's ready for a war," my husband says grimly. "Does she think Richard of York would dare to attack the king?" We come into her presence as soon as we've washed off the dust from the road and find her sitting with the king. I can see at once that he's worse again. His hands are trembling slightly, and he's shaking his head, as if denying his thoughts, as if wanting to look away. He shivers a little, like a frightened leveret that only wants to lie down in the springing corn and be ignored. I cannot look at him without wanting to hold him still. Margaret looks up as I come in, and beams her happiness to see me. She declares, "See, my lord, we have many friends. Here is Jacquetta, Lady Rivers, the Dowager Duchess of Bedford. You remember what a good friend she is to us? You remember her first husband, who was your Uncle John, Duke of Bedford? And here is her second husband, the good Lord Rivers, who held Calais for us, when the bad Duke of York wanted to take it away." He looks at me. but there's no recognition in his face, just the blank gaze of a lost boy. He seems younger than ever. All his knowledge of the world has been forgotten, and his innocence shines out of him. I hear Richard behind me make a small, muffled exclamation. He is shocked at the sight of his king. I had warned him several times, but he had not realized that the king had become a prince, a boy, a babe. "Your Grace," I say, curtsying to him. "Jacquetta will tell you that the Duke of York is our enemy, and we must prepare to fight him," the Queen says. "Jacquetta will tell you that I have everything prepared. We are certain to win. Jacquetta will tell you that when I say the word, our troubles are over, and he is destroyed. He has to be destroyed. He is our enemy." "Oh, is he French?" the king asks in his little voice. "Dear God," Richard mutters quietly. I see her bite her lip to curb her irritation. "No," she says, "he is a traitor." This satisfies the king for only a moment. "What is his name?" "The Duke of York, Richard. Richard, Duke of York." "'Cause I'm sure someone told me that it was the Duke of Somerset who was a traitor, and he's in the Tower." This sudden reference to Edmund Beaufort, and from the king himself, is shockingly painful to her, and I see her suddenly go pale and look away. She takes a moment, and when she turns back to us, she has herself utterly under control. I can see that she has grown in determination and courage this summer. She is forging herself into a powerful woman. She has always been strong-willed, but now she has a sick husband and a rebellious country, and she's turning herself into a woman who can protect her husband and dominate her country. No, not at all. Edmund Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset, was never a traitor, and anyway, now he is dead, she says very quietly and steadily. He was killed at the Battle of St. Albans by the Duke of York's ally, the wicked Earl of Warwick. He died a hero, fighting for us. We will never forgive them for his death. Do you remember? We said that. We said that we would never forgive him." "Oh, no. Margaret," he shakes his head. "We must forgive our enemies. We forgive our enemies as we hope to be forgiven. Is he French?" She glances at me, and I know my horror is plain on my face. She pats his head gently, and rises up from her throne and falls into my arms, as easily as if she were my little sister, weeping for some hurt. We turn together to the window, leaving Richard to approach the throne and speak quietly to the king. My arm is around her waist, as she leans against me. Together we look, unseeing, over the beautiful sunny gardens inside the thick castle walls, laid out below us like a piece of embroidery in a frame. "I have to command everything now," she says quietly. "Edmund is dead, and the king is lost to himself. I am so alone, Jacquetta. I'm like a widow with no friends." "The council?" I ask. I'm guessing that they would put York back in as Lord Protector, if they knew how frail the king truly is. "I appoint the council," she says. "They do as I say. But they will talk. What they say in London doesn't matter to us here at Kenilworth. But when you have to call a parliament, I will summon them to Coventry, where they love me and honour the king. We won't go back to London, and I will only summon the men who honour me, no one who follows York." I look at her, quite appalled. "You will have to go to London, Your Grace. Summer is all very well, but you can't move the court and the parliament from the city forever.
and you can't exclude the men of York from government." She shakes her head. "I hate the people there, and they hate me. London is diseased and rebellious. They take the side of Parliament and York against me. They call me a foreign queen. I shall rule them from a distance. I am Queen of London, but they shall never see me, nor have a penny of my money, nor a glimpse of my patronage, nor a word of my blessing. Kent, Essex, Sussex, Hampshire, London, they're all my enemies. They are all traitors, and I will never forgive them." "But the king—" "He will get better," she says determinedly. "This is a bad day for him. Today is a bad day, just today. Some days he's quite well, and I will find a way of curing him. I have doctors working on new cures all the time. I have licensed alchemists to distill waters for him." "The king doesn't like alchemy, or anything like that." "We have to find a cure. I am issuing licenses to alchemists to pursue their studies. I have to consult them. It is allowed now." "And what do they say?" I ask her. "The alchemists." "They say that he has to be weak, as the kingdom is weak, but that they will see him reborn. He will be as new again, and the kingdom will be as new again. They say he will go through fire, and be made as pure as a white rose." "A white rose?" I'm shocked. She shakes her head. "They don't mean York. They mean as pure as a white moon, as pure as white water, driven snow. It doesn't matter." I bow my head, but I think it probably does matter. I glance back at Richard. He's kneeling beside the throne, and his king is leaning forwards to speak earnestly to him. Richard is nodding. Gentle as when he's talking to one of our little boys. I see the king, his head shaking, stammering over a sentence. And I see my husband take his hand and say the words slowly, carefully, as a kind man will speak slowly to an idiot. "Oh, my Margaret, I am so sorry for you," I blurt out. Her grey blue eyes are filled with tears. "I'm all alone now," she says. "I've never been so alone in all my life before. But I will not be turned on the wheel of fortune. I will not fall down. I will rule this country, and make the king well, and see my son inherit." Richard thought that she could not rule the country from the Midlands. But summer comes and goes. The swallows swirl every evening around the roofs of Kenilworth, and every evening there are fewer and fewer as they are flying south, slipping away from us, and still the Queen refuses to go back to London. She rules by command. There is no pretence of discussion. She simply orders a royal council who are picked to do her bidding and never argue with her. She does not call a parliament of the Commons, who would have demanded to see the king in his capital city. Londoners are quick to complain that the foreigners who steal their trade and overcharge decent Englishmen are the result of a foreign queen who hates London and will not defend honest merchants. Then a French fleet raids the coast, and goes farther than any has dared to go before. They enter right into the port of Sandwich and loot the town, tearing the place apart, taking away everything of value and firing the marketplace. Everyone blames the Queen. "Are they really saying that I ordered them to come?" she exclaims to Richard. "Are they mad? Why would I order the French to attack Sandwich?" "The attack was led by a friend of yours, Pierre de Brezé," my husband points out dryly. "And he had maps of the shoals and the riverbed, English maps. People ask how did he get them, if not from you. They're saying that you helped him because you may need him to help you.
and you swore that you would see Kent punished for their support of Warwick. You know, de Breze played a merry jest on us. He brought balls and rackets, and played a game of tennis in the town square. It was an insult. The people of Sandwich think that you set him on to insult them. That this is French humour. We don't find it funny. She narrows her eyes at him. "I hope you're not turning Yorkist," she says quietly. "I should be sorry to think that you turned against me, and it would break Jacquetta's heart. I should be sorry to see you executed. You have avoided death 100 times, Richard Woodville. I should be sorry to be the one who ordered it." Richard faces her, without flinching. "You asked me why people blame you. I'm telling you, Your Grace. It doesn't mean that I think such things, except I am puzzled by de Breze holding the charts. I'm only making a fair report. And I will tell you more. If you don't control the pirates and the French ships in the narrow seas, then the Earl of Warwick will sail out of Calais and do it for you, and everyone will hail him as a hero. You don't damage his reputation by letting pirates rule the narrow seas, by letting de Breze raid Sandwich. You damage your own. The southern towns have to be protected. The king has to be seen to respond to this challenge. You have to make the narrow seas safe for English ships, even if you don't like Kent. It is the beachhead of your kingdom, and you have to defend it." She nods, her anger dissipated at once. "Yes, I see. I do see, Richard. I just hadn't thought of the south coast. Would you draw up a plan for me? How we should protect the south coast?" He bows, steady as always. "It would be my honour, Your Grace." Rochester Castle, Kent, November 1457. "Well, I for one don't think much of your plan," I say to him sarcastically. We're in an old damp castle on the wide wet estuary of the Medway in November, one of the greyest, coldest, darkest months of the English year. The castle was built by the Normans for defence, not for comfort, and it is so cold and so miserable here that I've commanded the children to stay at home at Grafton rather than join us. Richard's piecemeal map of the southern coast of England is spread before us on his work-table, the towns that he knows are vulnerable ringed in red, as he considers how to fortify and defend them with no armaments and no men. "I would have hoped that your plan would have had you posted to garrison the Tower, and we would have been in London for Christmas," I say. "For sure, that would have suited me better." He smiles. He's too absorbed to reply properly. "I know. I'm sorry for it, beloved." I look a little closer at his work. He doesn't even have a complete map of the coastline. No one has ever drawn such a thing. This is pieced together from his own knowledge and from the reports of sailors and pilots. Even fishermen have sent him little sketches of their own bay, their own dock, the reefs and shoals outside their harbour. "Is the Queen sending you enough weapons?" He shakes his head. "She has a huge grant from Parliament to raise archers and buy cannon to use against the French, but there's nothing issued to me. And how can I fortify the towns with no men to serve, and no cannon to fire?" "How can you?" I ask. "I shall have to train the townsmen," he says. "And these are all towns on the coast, so at least I have ships, captains, and sailors, if I can persuade them to enlist. I shall have to get them trained up into some kind of defence." "So what is she doing with the money?" I ask. Now I have his full attention. He looks up at me, his face grave. "She's not protecting us against France. She is arming her men in London," he says. "I think she plans to charge the Earl of Warwick, the Earl of Salisbury, and the Duke of York with treason, and bring them to London to stand trial." I gasp. "They will never come." She's certainly preparing for them to come. If they come at all, they will bring their own forces and their own retinue, and she will need her 1,300 archers, my husband says grimly. I think she's preparing for war with them. Westminster Palace, London, winter to spring, 1458. We are summoned, along with the rest of the lords, in the cold days after Christmas, to a London more dark and suspicious than ever before, to find that far from accusation and punishment, the King has overruled the Queen, and plans a reconciliation. He has risen up, fired by a vision. He is suddenly well again, and strong, and burning with an idea to resolve the conflict between the two great houses, by demanding that the York lords shall pay for their cruelties at St. Albans by being fined, building a chantry for the honoured dead, and then swearing to end the blood feud with the heirs of their enemies. The Queen is calling for the Earl of Warwick to be impeached for treason, but the King wants him forgiven as a repentant sinner. The whole of London is like a keg of dynamite with a dozen boys striking sparks around it, and the King quietly says the Pater Noster, uplifted by his new idea. The vengeful heirs of Somerset and Northumberland go everywhere with their swords at the ready, and the promise of a feud that will last for 10 generations. The York lords are impenitent, the Earl of Warwick's men richly turned out in their liveries, Warwick a byword for generosity and gifts to Londoners, boasting that already they hold Calais and the narrow seas, and who dare gainsay them? And the Lord Mayor has armed every good man in London, and commanded him to patrol to keep the peace, which just introduces another army for everyone to fear. The Queen summons me in the twilight of a winter afternoon. "I want you to come out with me," she says. "There's a man I want you to meet." Together we don our capes, pull up our hoods to shield our faces. "Who is it?" "I want you to come with me to an alchemist." I freeze, like a deer scenting danger. "Your Grace, Eleanor Cobham consulted alchemists, and Eleanor Cobham was imprisoned for 11 years and died in Peel Castle." She looks at me blankly. "And so?" "One of the fixed plans of my life is not to end up as Eleanor Cobham." I wait. For a moment her heart lifts. Her face smiles. She dissolves into laughter. "Ah, Jacquetta, are you telling me that you're not some mad, ugly, bad old witch?" "Your Grace, every woman is a mad, ugly, bad old witch somewhere in her heart. The task of my life is to conceal this. The task of every woman is to deny this." "What do you mean?" "The world does not allow women like Eleanor, women like me, to thrive. The world cannot tolerate women who think and feel, women like me. When we weaken, or when we get old, the world falls on us with the weight of a waterfall. We cannot bring our gifts to the world. The world we live in will not tolerate things that cannot be understood, things that cannot be easily explained. In this world, a wise woman hides her gifts. Eleanor Cobham was an inquiring woman. She met with others who sought the truth. She educated herself, and she sought masters with whom to study. She paid a terrible price for this. She was an ambitious woman. She paid the price for this, too. I wait to see if she's understood, but her round, pretty face is puzzled. "Your Grace, you will put me in danger if you ask me to use my gifts." She faces me. She knows what she's doing. "Jacquetta, I have to ask you to do this, even if it is dangerous for you." "It is a great demand, Your Grace." "Your husband, the Duke of Bedford, asked for nothing less. He married you so that you would serve England in this way. I had to obey him. He was my husband. And he could protect me. He was right to ask you to use your gifts to save England. And now I ask it too, and I will protect you. I shake my head. I have a very real sense that there will come a time when she will not be there, and I will face a court like Joan of Arc, like Eleanor Cobham, a court of men, and there will be documents written against me, and evidence produced against me, and witnesses who will swear against me, and no one will protect me. Why now? Because I think the king is under a spell, and has been for years. The Duke of York, or Duchess Cecily, or the French king, or somebody, how should I know who? But someone has put him under a spell that makes him like a sleeping baby, or makes him like a trusting child. I have to make sure that he never slips away from us again. Only alchemy or magic can protect him. He's awake now. He's like a wakeful child now. He has a dream of harmony and peace, and then he will fall asleep again, smiling at his lovely dream. I pause. I know she's right. The king has slipped through to another world, and we need him in this one. I will come with you. But if I think your alchemist is a charlatan, I will have no truck with him. That's the very reason I want you to come, she says. To see what you think of him. But come now. We go on foot, through the darkened streets of Westminster, hand in hand. We have no ladies in waiting, not even a guard. For one moment only, I close my eyes in horror at what Richard, my husband, would say if he knew that I was taking such a risk, and with the Queen herself. But she knows where she's going, sure-footed on the muck of the streets, imperious to the crossing sweepers, with a little lad going ahead of us with a flaming torch. She guides us down the narrow lanes and turns into an alley. At the end of it is a great door set in the wall. I take the iron ring set beside it and pull. A great carillon answers us, and the sound of dogs barking somewhere at the back. The porter opens the grille. "Who calls?" he asks. Margaret steps up. "Tell your master that she of Anjou has come," she says. At once the door swings open. She beckons to me, and we go inside. We step into a forest, not a garden. It is like a plantation of fir trees inside the tall walls, in the very heart of London, a secret woodland, like a London garden under an enchantment to grow wild. I glance at Margaret, and she smiles at me, as if she knows how this place will strike me, as a hidden world within the real one. Perhaps it is even the doorway to another world inside this. We walk down a twisting path that takes us through the green shadow of towering trees, and then to a small house, overburdened with dark trees around it, sweet-scented boughs leaning on every roof, chimneys poking through foliage, and singeing the needles of the pine trees. I sniff the air. There's the smell of a forge, thin smoke from hot coals, and the familiar, never-forgotten scent of sulphur. "He lives here," I say. She nods. "You will see him. You can judge for yourself." We wait beside a stone bench before the house, and then a little door swings open, and the alchemist comes out, a dark cloak around him, wiping his hands on his sleeves. He bows to the Queen, and directs a piercing look at me. "You are of the house of Melusina?" he asks. "I am Lady Rivers now," I say. "I have long wanted to meet you. I knew Master Fort, who worked for your husband the Duke. He told me that you had the gift of scrying." "I never saw anything that made much sense to me," I say. He nods. "Will you scry for me?" I hesitate. What if I see something that is against the law? He looks at the Queen. "I say it is allowed," she rules. "Anything." His smile is gentle. "Only you and I will see the looking-glass, and I will keep it secret. It shall be as a confessional. I am an ordained priest. I am Father Jeffreys. No one will know what you see, but you and I. I will tell her Grace only the interpretation." "Is it to find the spell that will heal the king? Is it to do good for him?" "That is my intention. I am already preparing some waters for him. I think that your presence at the moment of distilling will make the difference. He is well now, he can stay awake now, but I think he has some deep wound inside. He has never grown away from his mother. He has never truly become a man. He needs to transform. He needs that change from a child to a man. It is an alchemy of the person." He looks at me. "You have lived at his court. You have known him for many years. Do you think this?" I nod. "He is of the moon," I tell him unwillingly, "and cold and damp. My Lord Bedford used to say he needed fire." I nod towards Margaret. "He thought her Grace would bring fire and power to him." The Queen's face works as if she's about to cry. "No," she says sadly. "He is all but put me out. He is too much for me. I am chilled, and I have all but lost my spirit. I have no one who can make me warm any more." "If the king is cold and wet, the kingdom will sink beneath floods of tears," the alchemist says. "Please do it, Jacquetta," the Queen whispers. "We will all three swear never to tell anyone about this." I sigh. "I will." Father Jeffreys bows to the Queen. "Will you wait here, Your Grace?" She glances to the half-open door of his house. I know she's longing to see inside, but she submits to his rules. "Very well." She wraps her cloak around herself and sits on the stone bench. He gestures to me to go inside, and I step over the threshold. In the room on the right there is a great fireplace in the centre, with a fire of charcoal warming a big-bellied cauldron. In the cauldron, in warm water, is a great vessel with a silver tube that passes through a cold bath. At the end of the tube is the steady drip of an elixir made from the steam. The heat in the room is stifling, and he guides me to the room on the left, where there's a table and a great book, and beyond it the scrying mirror. It is all so familiar, from the sweet smell of the elixir to the scent of the forge outside, that I pause for a moment, and I am back in the Hôtel de Bourbon at Paris, a maid and yet a bride, the new wife of the Duke of Bedford. "Do you see something?" he asks eagerly. "Only the past." He puts a chair before me and takes the curtain from the mirror. I see myself reflected back, so much older than the girl who was commanded to look in the mirror at Paris. "I have some salts for you to sniff," he says. "I think it will help you to see." He takes a little purse from the drawer in the table and opens the drawstring. "Here," he says. I take the purse in my hand. Inside is some white powder. I hold it to my face and cautiously breathe in. There is a moment when my head seems to swim, and then I look up, and there is the scrying mirror, but I cannot see my own reflection. My image has disappeared, and in my place there is a swirl of snow, and white flakes falling like the petals of white roses. It is the battle I saw once before, the men fighting uphill, a swaying bridge that falls, throwing them into the water, the snow on the ground turning red with blood, and always the swirling petals of the white snow. I see the iron grey of wide, wide skies, It is the north of England, bitterly cold, and out of the snow comes a young man like a lion. Look again. I can hear his voice, but I cannot see him. What is to become of the king? What would heal his wound? I see a small room, a dark room, a hidden room. It is hot and stuffy, and there's a sense of terrible menace in the warm, silent darkness. There's only one arrow slit of a window in the thick stone walls. The only light comes from the window. The only brightness in the darkness of the room is that single thread of light. I look towards it, drawn by the only sign of life in the black. Then it is blocked, as if by a man standing before it, and there is nothing but darkness. I hear the alchemist sigh behind me, as if I've whispered my vision to him, and he has seen it all. God bless, he says quietly. God bless him and keep him. Then he speaks a little more clearly. Anything else? I see the charm that I threw into the deep water of the Thames tied to the ribbons, a different ribbon for each season. The charm shaped like a crown that washed away and told me that the king would never come back to us. I see it deep in the water, dangling on a thread. Then I see it being pulled to the surface, up, and then it breaks from the water like a little fish popping on the surface of a summer stream, and it is my daughter, Elizabeth, who smilingly pulls it from the water and laughs with joy and puts it on her finger like a ring.
Elizabeth? I say wonderingly. My girl?
He steps forward and gives me a glass of small ale. Who is Elizabeth? He asks.
My daughter. I don't know why I was thinking of her.
She has a ring shaped like a crown?
In my vision, she had the ring that signified the king. She put it on her own finger.
He smiles gently. These are mysteries.
There is no mystery about the vision. She had the ring that was the crown of England, and she smiled and put it on her finger.
He drops the curtain across the mirror. Do you know what this means? He asks.
My daughter is to be close to the crown, I say.
I'm puzzling through the scrying.
How could such a thing be? She's married to Sir John Grey. They have a son and another baby on the way. How can she put the crown of England on her finger?
It is not clear to me, he says. I will think on it, and perhaps I will ask you to come again.
How could Elizabeth have a ring like a crown on her finger?
Sometimes our visions come darkly. We don't know what we see. This one is very unclear. It is a mystery. I will pray on it.
I nod. When a man wants a mystery, it is generally better to leave him mystified.
Nobody loves a clever woman. Will you come here and pour this liquid into a mould? He asks me.
I follow him into the first room, and he takes a flask from the wall, shakes it gently, and then hands it to me.
Hold it.
I cup the bowl in my hands, and at once I feel it grow warm under the heat of my fingers.
Now pour it, he says, and gestures to the moulds that are on his table.
Carefully, I fill each one with the silvery liquid, and then pass the flask back to him.
Some processes call for the touch of a woman, he says quietly. Some of the greatest alchemy has been done by a husband and wife, working together.
He gestures to the bowl of warm water that is over the charcoal stove.
This method was invented by a woman and named for her.
I have no skills, I say, denying my own abilities. And when I have visions, they are sent by God and are unclear to me. He takes my hand and tucks it under his arm as he leads the way to the door.
I understand. I will send for you only if I cannot manage to work for the Queen without you. And you are right to hide your light. This is a world that doesn't understand a skilled woman. It is a world that fears the craft. We all have to do our work in secret, even now, when the kingdom needs our guidance so much. The king will not get better, I say suddenly, as if the truth is forced out of me. No, he agrees sadly. We must do what we can. And the vision I had of him, in the tower. Yes? I saw him, and then someone stood before the window, and it was all dark. You think he will meet his death in the tower? Not just him. I'm filled with a sudden urgency. I feel, I don't know why, it is as if one of my own children were in there. A boy of mine. Perhaps 2 of my boys. I see it, but I'm not there. I can't prevent it. I can't save the king, and I can't save them either. They will go into the tower and not come out. Gently, he takes my hand. We can make our own destiny, he says. You can protect your children. We can, perhaps, help the king. Take your visions to church and pray. And I will hope for understanding, too. Will you tell the Queen what you have seen? No, I say. She has enough sorrows for a young woman already. And besides, I know nothing for certain. What did you see? Margaret demands of me as we walk home, anonymous in our cloaks through the crowded, dark streets. We link arms in case we are jostled, and Margaret's bright hair is covered by her hood. He would tell me nothing. I had 3 visions, none of them very helpful, I say. What were they? One of a battle, uphill, in snow, and a bridge that gave way and threw the soldiers into the stream. You think it will come to a battle? She demands. You think it won't? I say dryly. She nods at my common-sense appraisal. I want a battle, she declares. I'm not afraid of it. I'm not afraid of anything. And the other vision? Of a small room in the tower, and the light going out. She hesitates for a moment. There are many small rooms in the tower, and the light gets blocked for many young men. A cold finger is laid on the nape of my neck. I wonder if a child of mine will ever be housed in the tower, and one dawn see the light blocked as a big man moves across the arrow slit. That's all I saw, I say. And your last vision, you said there were 3. A ring, shaped like a crown, which signified the crown of England, and it was in deep water and was drawn out of the water. By who? She demands. Was it me? It is very rare that I lie to Margaret of Anjou. I love her, and besides I'm sworn to follow her and her house. But I would not name my beautiful daughter to her as the girl who holds the ring of England in her hand. A swan, I say at random. A swan took the ring of the crown of England in its beak. A swan? She asks me breathlessly. Are you sure? She pauses in the middle of the street, and a carter shouts at us and we step aside. Just so. What can it mean? Do you see what it means? I shake my head. I had only conjured the swan because I didn't want to mention my daughter's name in this vision. Now, as so often, I find that the lie needs another lie. A swan is the badge of heir to the House of Lancaster, she reminds me. Your vision means that my son, Edward, will take the throne. Visions are never certain. Her smile is radiant. Don't you see?
This is the solution for us. The king can step aside for his son, she says. This is my way forward. The swan is my boy. I will put Prince Edward on the throne of England. Although he has launched one of the most controversial and dangerous meetings that Parliament has ever had to endure, although he has summoned 3 magnates who have brought their own armies, the king is joyously at peace with himself and with the world. He has every faith that these great matters will be best agreed in loving kindness without him. He plans to arrive after everything has been decided, to give it all his blessing. He absents himself from London to pray for peace, while they argue and calculate the price of agreement, threaten each other, come near to blows, and finally forge a settlement. It drives Margaret beside herself to see her husband step back from his work of ruling his lords, to become the king who will intercede only with heaven for his country's safety, but leaves it to others to make it safe. How can he summon them to London and just abandon us? She demands of me. How can he be such a fool to make half a peace? It is indeed only half a peace. Everyone agrees that the York lords should pay for attacking the king's own standard, and they promise to pay great fines to the Lancaster heirs to compensate them for the deaths of their fathers. But they pay in tally sticks that were given to them from the king's exchequer, worthless promises of royal wealth that the king will never honour, but that Lancaster can never refuse, because to do so would be to admit that the kingdom is penniless. It is a brilliant joke, and a powerful insult to the king. They promise to build a chantry at St. Albans for masses, for the souls of the fallen, and they all vow to keep a future peace. Only the king thinks that a blood feud that is set to go down the generations can be thus halted with sweet words, a bouquet of sticks, and a promise. The rest of us see lies laid upon deaths, dishonour on murder. Then the king returns to London from his retreat and declares a love day, a day when we shall all walk together, hand in hand, and all will be forgiven. The lion shall lie down with the lamb, he says to me. Do you see? I do see. I see a city riven with faction and ready to make war. I see Edmund Beaufort's son, who lost his father at St. Albans, is ordered to walk hand in hand with the Earl of Salisbury, and they stand at arm's length, fingers touching, as if they could feel wet blood on their fingertips. Behind them comes his father's killer, the Earl of Warwick, and he walks hand fast with the Duke of Exeter, who has sworn secretly that there shall be no forgiveness. Next comes the king, looking well, glowing with happiness at this procession that he thinks shows to the people that the peers are united under his rule once more. And behind him comes the Queen. She should have walked alone. As soon as I saw her, I knew that she should have walked alone, like a queen. Instead, the king has placed her hand in hand with the Duke of York. He thinks it shows their friendship. It does not. It says to the whole world that they were enemies once, and that they could be enemies again. It says nothing of goodwill and forgiveness, but it exposes Margaret as a player in this deadly game, not a queen above faction, but a queen militant, and York as her enemy. Of all the follies on this day when we all went hand in hand, Richard and I among the others, this is the worst of them. Westminster Palace, London, winter 1458. The love-day peace lasts only for 8 months. I leave court in the summer for my confinement, and give birth to another baby, a daughter whom we call Catherine,
and when she's well and strong and thriving at the breast of the wet nurse, we leave home and stay with my daughter Elizabeth at Groby Hall. She is brought to bed with a child, and she has another boy. "What a blessing you are to the Greys," I say to her, as I'm leaning over the cradle. "Another baby, and a boy." "You would think they would thank me for it," she says. "John is as dear to me as ever, but his mother does nothing but complain." I shrug. "Perhaps it's time for the two of you to move to one of the other grey houses," I suggest. "Perhaps there is not room for two mistresses in Groby Hall." "Perhaps I should come to court," Elizabeth says. "I could serve Queen Margaret and stay with you." I shake my head. "It is no pleasant place at the moment," I say. "Not even for the lady-in-waiting whom you would be. Your father and I have to go back, and I dread what I will find." I return to a court busy with rumour. The Queen requires that the Earl of Warwick take the almost impossible task of keeping the narrow seas safe for English shipping, but at the same time hand over the fortress of Calais to Edmund Beaufort's son, the new young Duke of Somerset, an inveterate enemy of all the York lords. This is to ask a man to do difficult and dangerous work, and to give the reward to his rival. Warwick, of course, refuses. And just as Richard predicted, the Queen hopes to entrap him with an accusation of treason. In November, she publicly blames him for piracy, using his ships out of Calais, and a Parliament packed with her supporters commands him to come to London and stand trial. Proudly, he arrives to defend himself and confronts them all, a courageous young man alone before his enemies. Richard comes out of the royal council room to find me waiting outside, and tells me that Warwick shouted down the accusations, and claimed in turn that the Loveday agreement had been betrayed by the Queen herself. "He's raging," he says, "and it's so heated it could come to blows." Just at that moment, there is a crash against the council chamber door, and at once Richard jumps forward, drawing his sword, his other arm outstretched to shield me. "Jacquetta, go to the Queen," he shouts. I am about to turn and run, when my way is barred by men in the livery of the Duke of Buckingham, storming down the hall with their swords drawn. "Behind you," I say quickly to Richard, and step back against the wall as the men come towards us. Richard is on guard, sword drawn to defend us. But the men run past us without a glance, and I see from the other direction Somerset's guards are ready, blocking the hall. It is an ambush. The council doors are flung open, and Warwick and his men in tight formation come out fighting. They've been attacked in the very council chamber, and outside the men are waiting to finish them off. Richard steps abruptly back and crushes me against the wall. "Stay quiet," he commands me. Warwick, sword like a flail, goes straight at his enemies, stabbing and striking, his men tight behind him. One loses his sword, and I see him punch out in rage. One falls, and they step over him to hold the defensive box around their commander. Clearly they would die for him. The hall is too narrow for a fight. The soldiers jostle one another, and then Warwick puts down his bare head, shouts, "Our Warwick!" his battle cry, and makes a run for it. Moving as one, his men charge at their attackers. They break out and are free, the men of Somerset and Buckingham running after them like hounds after deer, and they are gone. We hear a bellow of rage as the royal guard catches the Buckingham men and holds them, and then the noise of running feet as Warwick gets away. Richard steps back and pulls me to his side, sheathing his sword. "Did I hurt you, love? I'm sorry." No, I'm breathless with shock. What was that? What is happening? That, I think, was the Queen sending the two dukes to finish what their fathers started. The end of the truce. And that, I think, was Warwick drawing his sword in the domain of a royal palace and getting away to Calais. Betrayal and treason. We'd better go to the Queen and see what she knows about this. By the time we get to her rooms, the privy chamber door is closed, and the women are outside in her presence chamber, gossiping furiously. They rush towards us as we come in, but I brush them aside and tap on the door, and she calls me and Richard in together. The young Duke of Somerset is there already, whispering to her. She glances at my shocked face and hurries to me. "Jacquetta, were you there? Not hurt?" "Your Grace, the Earl of Warwick was attacked in the council chamber itself," I say bluntly. "By men in the livery of Buckingham and Somerset." "But not by me," the 22-year-old Duke says, as pert as a child. "Your men," my husband observes, his tone level. "And it is illegal to draw a sword in the royal court." He turns to the Queen. "Your Grace, everyone will think this is ordered by you, and it is most treacherous. It was in the council chamber, in the domain of the court. You are supposed to be reconciled. You gave your royal word. It is dishonourable. Warwick will complain, and he will be right to do so." She flushes at that, and glances to the Duke, who shrugs his shoulders. "Warwick doesn't deserve an honourable death," he says pettishly. "He didn't give my father an honourable death." "Your father died in battle," Richard points out. "A fair fight. And Warwick has begged and been given your forgiveness, and paid for a chantry in your father's name. That grievance is over, and you have been paid for the loss of your father. This was an attack inside the safety of the court. How will the council do its business if a man risks his life attending? How will any of the York lords dare to come again? How can men of good will come to a council that attacks its own members? How can a man of honour serve such a rule?" "He got away." The Queen ignores Richard to ask me, as if this is all that matters. "He got away," I say. "I should think he will get all the way to Calais, and you will have a powerful enemy in a fortified castle off your shores," Richard says bitterly. "And I can tell you that not one town in 100 can be defended against attack on the south coast. He could sail up the Thames and bombard the Tower, and now he will think himself free to do so. You have broken his alliance for nothing, and put us all in danger." "He was our enemy at any time," young Somerset remarks. "He was our enemy before this." "He was bound by a truce," Richard insists, "and by his oath of allegiance to the king. He honoured it. Attacking him in the council chamber releases him from both." "We shall leave London," the Queen rules. "That's not the solution," Richard explodes. "You can't make an enemy like this and think that all you need to do is flee. Where will be safe? Tutbury? Kenilworth? Coventry? Do you think to abandon the southern counties of England altogether? Shall Warwick just march in? Is it your plan to give him Sandwich, as you have given him Calais? Shall you give him London?" "I shall take my son and go," she rounds on him. "And I shall raise troops, loyal men, and arm. When Warwick lands, he will find my army waiting for him, and this time we will beat him, and he will pay for his crime." On campaign. Summer. Autumn 1459. The Queen is like a woman possessed by a vision. She takes the court with her to Coventry, the king in her train. He has no say in what happens now. He is startled by the failure of his truce and the sudden rush into war. She defies advice to be careful. She can smell victory, and she's eager for it. She enters Coventry with all the ceremony of a reigning king, and they bow to her as if she were the acknowledged ruler of the country. No one has seen a Queen of England like this before. She is served on one knee like a king. She sits under the royal canopy. She musters men. She demands a levy of every man from every county in England, ignoring the traditional way of raising an army, which is that each lord calls out his own men. From Cheshire she recruits her own army. She calls it the Prince's Army, and she distributes his own badge, the new livery of the Swan. She calls his captains the Knights of the Swan, and promises them a special place in the battle that is certain to come. The Swan children wore collars of gold, and were hidden by their mother to appear like swans, and they all came back but one, I say, uneasy at her sudden love of this badge, at her invoking this old myth. This is nothing to do with Prince Edward. The prince looks up at me, and beams one of his sudden radiant smiles. "Swan," he repeats. She has taught him the word. She has sewn 2 swan badges of silver on his collar. "You said you had seen the crown of England taken by a swan," she reminds me. I flush, thinking of the lie I told to hide the real vision, of my daughter Elizabeth laughing with a ring shaped like a crown on her finger. "It came to me like a daydream, Your Grace, and I warned you that it might mean nothing. I will take England, if I have to turn into a swan myself to do it." We moved to Eccleshall Castle, 50 miles north of Coventry, in September, and we are less and less like a court, more like an army. Many of the ladies-in-waiting have gone back to their homes as their husbands have been summoned to march with the Queen militant. Some of them stay away. The few ladies who travel with the Queen and me all have husbands in her rapidly growing army. We are like a baggage train on the march, not a court. The King is with us, and the Prince. Both of them go out daily to attend the musters of men, as Margaret brings in more and more recruits, that she houses in the buildings inside the castle walls, and in tents in the fields around. She calls on the loyal lords to come to her support. She parades the young prince before them. He is only 6 years old. He rides his little white pony around the ranks of the men, straight-backed and obedient to his mother's commands. His father comes to the castle gate and holds up his hand, as if blessing the thousands of men who are under his standard. "Is it the French?" he asks me wonderingly. "Are we going to take Bordeaux?" "There is no war yet," I reassure him. "Perhaps we can avoid war." Old James Touchet, Lord Audley, is to command the army, and Lord Thomas Stanley is to support him. Lord Audley comes to the Queen with the news that the York lords are assembling their forces in England and mustering their men. They are planning to meet at York's castle at Ludlow, and so the Earl of Salisbury will have to march south from his castle of Middleham, in the north of England, to Ludlow, on the borders of Wales. Lord Audley swears that we will catch him as he marches nearby, and take him by surprise as he hurries to join the other treasonous lords. Our forces will be about 10,000 men. Thousands more will come with Lord Stanley. Salisbury has a force of less than half that number. He's marching to his death, hopelessly undermanned, and he doesn't know it. I find it a grim process, watching the men arm, check their weapons and their equipment, and form up in ranks. Elizabeth's husband, Sir John Grey, on his beautiful horse, leads an armed band of his tenants on the 2-day march from his home. He tells me that Elizabeth cried unstoppably as he left, and seemed filled with foreboding. She asked him not to go, and his mother ordered her to her room like a naughty child. "Should I have stayed with her?" he asks me. "I thought it my duty to come." "You are right to do your duty." I repeat the worn phrase, which allows wives to release their husbands and women to send their sons to war. I'm sure you are right to do your duty, John. The Queen appoints him as head of cavalry. Anthony, my most precious son, comes from our home at Grafton and will fight alongside his father. They will ride to the battle and then dismount and fight on foot. The thought of my son in battle makes me so sick that I cannot eat for fear. I am lucky, Richard says stoutly to me. You know I am lucky. You've seen me ride out to a dozen battles, and I always come safe home to you. I will keep him at my side. He will be lucky too. Don't say it, don't say it. I put my hand over his mouth. It's to tempt fate. Dear God, do you have to go out this time? This time, and every time, until the country is at peace, my husband says simply. But the king himself has not commanded it. Jacquetta, are you asking me to turn traitor? Do you want me to wear a white rose for York? Of course not, of course not, it's just... Gently he takes me in his arms. It's just what? Just that you cannot bear to see Anthony in danger? Ashamed, I nod. My son, I whisper, anguished. He is a man now. Danger comes to him like snow in winter, like flowers in springtime. He is a brave young man. I have taught him courage. Don't you teach him to be a coward. My head comes up at that, and my husband chuckles. So you don't want him to go to war, but you don't want him to be a coward? Where's the sense in it? Now you be brave, and come and see us march out, and wave your hand, and smile, and give us your blessing. We go to the door together, his hand warm on my waist. The Queen has ordered the army to troop before the drawbridge of the castle, and the little prince is there on his white pony. Anthony comes from the ranks and kneels swiftly before me, and I put my hand down on the warm, soft hair of his precious head. God bless you, my son. I can hardly speak for the tightness in my throat. I can feel the tears hot in my eyes. He rises up and stands before me, excited and ready to go. I want to add, and do what your father tells you, and keep your horse near you so that you can get away, and stay out of danger, and there's no need to get too close to the fighting. But Richard draws me close and kisses me quickly on the mouth to silence me. God bless you, my husband, I say. Come home safely to me, both of you. I always do, Richard replies, and I will bring Anthony safe home too. The Queen and I, her ladies-in-waiting, and the prince and his household stand and wave as they march past us, the standards flapping in the breeze, and the men looking eager and confident. They are well equipped. The Queen has used the money granted her by Parliament, which was supposed to improve defence against the French, to pay for weapons and boots for this army. When they are gone, and the dust has settled on the lane, the Queen orders the prince to go with his nurse, and turns to me. And now we wait, she says. But when they find Salisbury and join battle, I want to see it. I'm going out to watch it. I almost think she's joking. But the next day we get a message sent from James Touchet to say that his scouts have found the Earl of Salisbury's men, and is lying in wait for them near a little village called Blore Heath. At once the Queen orders her horse, as if we're going out on a ride for pleasure. "Are you coming with me?" she asks. "The King would not like you to put yourself in danger," I say, already knowing that the King's opinions mean nothing to her. "He won't even know that I've gone and come back again," she says. "And I've told my ladies we're going out hawking." "Just you and me?" I ask sceptically. Why not? No hawks? Oh, come on, she says, as impatient as a girl. Do you want to watch over Richard? And your son, Anthony? We'll never be able to see them, I say. We'll climb a tree, she replies, and then steps up on the mounting block, swings her leg over her horse, and nods to the groom to pull down her gown over her boots. Are you coming? For I will go without you, if I have to. I'm coming, I say, and I mount and ride beside her as we go towards Blore Heath. We are greeted with a messenger from James Touchet, who suggests that we might like to go to the church at nearby Mucklestone, where we will be able to see the battlefield from the belfry. The noble lord is arranging a viewing tower, as if for a day's jousting. We clatter into the little village, sending chickens fluttering away from our horses' hooves, and leave the horses at the village forge. You can shoe my horse while he's waiting here, the Queen says to the blacksmith, throwing him a penny. Then she turns and leads the way to the church. Inside it is quiet and dim, and we take the winding stone stair upwards and upwards to where the bell is hung in the tower. It's like a great watch-tower, the great bell behind us, a stone parapet before us. And clearly across the fields we can see the road from the north, and in the distance the trail of dust that is the marching army of the Earl of Salisbury. The Queen touches my arm, her face alight with excitement, and points ahead. We can see a great hedge, and behind it the standards of our army. I put my hands over my eyes and scowl, trying to identify the river's flag, in case I can make out Anthony or my husband nearby. But it's too far to see. Our forces are perfectly positioned. Salisbury won't know they're there, nor in what numbers, until he comes out of the little wood either side of his road, and then they will face him. There is something very dreadful about looking down on the battlefield, as if we were stone gargoyles on the tower, watching the death of mortals for sport. I look at the Queen. She does not feel this. She's alight with excitement, her hands clasped tight together, as the outriders at the front of the York army come briskly out from the wood, and fall back when they see the mighty force before them, arranged in battle order on the little hill with a small river between them. "What are they doing?" the Queen demands irritably, as we see a herald ride out from each side and meet in the middle ground between the two armies. "Parleying?" I ask. "There's nothing to talk about," she says. "He is named a traitor. Lord Audley's instructions are to take him or kill him, not to talk to him." As if to confirm the instructions, the heralds break off and ride back to their own ranks, and almost at once there is a storm of arrows from the Lancaster side, shooting downhill and finding targets. A sigh, a defeated sigh, comes from the York side, and we can see the men going down on their knees in a swift prayer, before rising to their feet and pulling on their helmets. "What are they doing?" the Queen asks avidly. "They are kissing the ground," I say. There is something terrible about the doomed men putting their lips to the earth that they think will be their deathbed. They are kissing the ground where they will be buried. They know they will be defeated, and yet they are not running away. "Too late to run," the Queen says harshly. "We would chase them and kill them." From our vantage point, we can see that the Yorks are outnumbered by almost 2 to 1, perhaps even more. This is not going to be a battle. It's going to be a massacre. "Where is Lord Stanley?" the Queen demands. "He wanted to lead the attack, but I ordered him to be in support. Where is he?" I look around. Could he be hiding in ambush? "Look," she says. The very centre of the York army, where they should be at their strongest, is giving way before the arrows.
"They're retreating,"
the Queen cries.
"We're winning! So quickly!"
They are. The men at the very centre of the line are turning, dropping their weapons and running away. At once I see our cavalry come forwards and start the charge downhill towards the stream. I clasp my hands together as I see Elizabeth's husband out in front, thundering into the shallow water and riding across, struggling up the steep banks of the far side, just as the York forces inexplicably swing round and run back into the very heart of the battle, picking up their weapons and returning to the fight. What's happening? Margaret is as bewildered as I am.
What are they doing?
They've come back, I say. They've turned. It was a trick. And now our cavalry is bogged down in the river, and the Yorks are able to fight them from the bank. They've tricked us off our good position, into the river, and our men can't get out. It is a terrible sight. Our men in battle armour on their metal-plated horses go plunging into the water, and then struggle to get up the other side of the stream, where they are battered by the York men-at-arms, wielding great swords, war-axes, and pikes. The knights fall from their horses, but cannot get to their feet to defend themselves. The horses' hooves crash down through the water to crush them as they struggle to rise, or weighed down by their flooded breastplates they drown, scrambling in the churning waters of the stream. Those who can grab a stirrup leather try to pull themselves up, but the Yorks are dancing up and down the dry banks, quick to thrust a knife in an unguarded armpit, or lean towards the stream to slash at a throat. Or one of the strong soldiers steps into the stream, swinging a great battle-axe, and down goes the Lancaster knight into the water, which blooms red. It is a savage muddle of men and horses. There's nothing beautiful about it, or noble, or even orderly, nothing like the battles that are made into ballads, or celebrated in the romances. It is a savage mess of brutish men killing each other for bloodlust. A few of the Lancaster lords scramble up the bank on their great war-horses, and tear through the York lines and disappear. They simply run away. Worse, even more of them, hundreds of them, drop their swords, point down to indicate they are not fighting, pull up their horses into a walk, and go slowly, humbly, towards the enemy lines.
What are they doing?
Margaret is aghast.
What is my cavalry doing? Is it a trick?
They're changing sides, I say. My hand is on the base of my throat as if to hold my thudding heart. I'm so afraid that John Grey may be turning traitor as the Queen and I watch. Hundreds of cavalrymen have turned from our side to the Yorks. Surely he must be among them.
My cavalry?
She asks, disbelievingly. Her hand creeps into mine, and we stand in silence, watching the slow progress of the horsemen across the battlefield, towards the Yorks, with their standards drooped down low in surrender. Stray horses plunge and kick and pull themselves out of the stream and trot away. But many, many men are left struggling in the stream, until they do not struggle any more. John, I say quietly, thinking of my son-in-law at the head of the cavalry charge. For all I know, he is drowned in his armour, and not turned traitor at all. From this distance I can see neither his standard nor his horse. He will leave my daughter a widow and 2 little boys fatherless, if he is choking in that red water this afternoon. The armies break off from engagement, retreating to their own lines. From the banks of the river, even in the water, the wounded men stir and call for help.
"Why don't they attack?"
Margaret demands, her teeth bared, her hands gripped tight together.
"Why don't they attack again?"
They're regrouping, I say. God spare them. They are regrouping to charge again. As we watch, the horsemen who are left of the Lancaster force charge once more, down the hill at a brave pace. But still they have to get through the stream. This time, knowing the danger, they force the horses into the water, and then in a great bound up the steep banks, spurring them to the York lines, and battle is joined. They are followed by men who are fighting on foot. I know that my son and husband will be among them. I cannot see them, but I can see the movement of the Lancaster forces as they come forwards like a wave, struggle through the stream, and break on the rock of the York line, which holds and fights, and they slug at each other, until we can see our line fall back, and the men on the wings start to slip away.
"What are they doing?"
the Queen demands incredulously.
"What are they doing?"
"We are losing," I say. I hear the words in my own voice, but I cannot believe it, not for a moment. I cannot believe that I am here, high as an eagle, remote as a soaring gull, watching my husband's defeat, perhaps watching my son's death. We are losing. Our men are running away. It is a rout. We thought we were unbeatable, but we are losing. It is getting darker. We can see less and less. Suddenly I realize that we're in terrible danger, and we've put ourselves here by our own folly. When the battle is lost, and the York soldiers chase the Lancaster lords to their deaths, hunting them down through the lanes, they will come to this village, and they will scale this tower, and they will find the greatest prize of the battle, the Queen. Our cause will be lost forever if they can take the Queen and win control of the Prince and the King. Our cause will be lost, and I will have lost it, letting her persuade me to come to this church and climb up to watch a life-or-death battle, as if it was a pretty day of jousting. We have to go, I say suddenly. She doesn't move, staring into the greyness of the twilight. I think we're winning, she says. I think that was another charge, and we broke through their line. We're not winning, and we didn't break through. We are running away, and they are chasing us, I say harshly. Margaret, come on. She turns to me, surprised by my use of her name, and I grab her by the hand and pull her towards the stone stairs. What do you think they'll do with you if they catch you? I demand. They'll hold you in the tower forever. Or worse, they'll break your neck and say you fell from your horse. Come on. Suddenly she realizes her danger, and she races down the stone steps of the tower, her feet pattering on the stone treads. I'll go alone, she says tersely. I'll go back to Eccleshall. You must stop them coming after me. She's ahead of me as we run to the forge where the blacksmith is just about to put the shoes on her horse. Put them on backwards, she snaps. Eh? He says. She gives him a silver coin from her pocket. Backwards. Put them on backwards. Hurry. A couple of nails to each shoe. To me, she says, if they want to follow me, they will have no tracks. They will see only horses coming here. They won't realize that I was going away. I realize I am staring at her, the queen of my vision, who had her horseshoes on backwards. Where are we going? I'm going, she says. Back to Eccleshall to fetch the Prince and the King, and to raise the main army to chase the Earl of Salisbury all the way to Ludlow if we have to. And what am I to do? She looks at the blacksmith. Hurry! Hurry! What am I to do? Will you stay here? And if they come through, you are to tell them that I'm going to meet my army at Nottingham. You're leaving me here? They won't hurt you, Jacquetta. They like you. Everyone likes you. They are an army hot from the battlefield. They have probably just killed my son-in-law, my husband, and my son. Yes, but they won't hurt you. They won't make war on women. But I have to get away, and get the Prince and the King safe. You will save me if you tell them I've gone to Nottingham. I hesitate for a moment. I'm afraid. She holds out her hand to me, and she makes the gesture that I taught her myself. The pointing finger gesture that draws the circle in the air, which shows the wheel of fortune. I'm afraid too, she says. Go on then. I release her. The smith hammers in the last nail. The horse walks a little awkwardly, but he's sound enough. The smith drops to his hands and knees in the dirt, and Margaret steps on his back to get into the saddle. She raises her hand to me. "À tout à l'heure," she says, as if she's just going out for a little ride for pleasure. And then she digs her heels in her horse's sides, and she goes flying off. I look down at the ground. The marks in the soft earth clearly show a horse coming into the forge, but there is no sign of one leaving. Slowly, I walk to where the track goes through the little village of Mucklestone, and wait for the first York lords to ride in. It grows dark. In the distance at Blore Heath, I hear a cannon shot, and then another, slowly through the night. I wonder that they can see anything to fire upon. Groups of men come by, some of them supporting their wounded companions, some of them with their heads down, running as if from fear itself. I shrink back inside the forge, and they don't see me as they go by. They don't even stop to ask for drink or food. All the windows and doors in the village are barred to all soldiers, whatever badge they wear. When I see a Lancaster badge, I step out into the lane. "Lord Rivers, Sir Anthony Woodville, Sir John Grey?" I ask. The man shakes his head.
"Were they on horses?" "They'll be dead, missus."
I make myself stand, though my knees are weak beneath me. I lean against the door of the forge, and wonder what I should do, alone at a battlefield, and if Richard is dead out there, and my son-in-law. I wonder if I should go out to the heath and look for Richard's body. I cannot believe I would not know of his death. I would surely sense it, when I was so close to the battle that I could even see the churning of the stream where he might have drowned. "Here," the blacksmith says kindly, coming out of his little cottage to put a dirty mug in my hand. "What are you going to do, lady?" I shake my head. There is no pursuing force to misdirect. The York men are not coming through this way, just the broken remnants of our army. I fear that my husband is dead, but I don't know where to look for him. I am weak with fear, and with a sense of my own lack of heroism. "I don't know," I say. I feel utterly lost. The last time I was lost and alone was in the forest when I was a girl in France, and Richard came for me then. I cannot believe that Richard will not come for me now.
"Better come in with us," the blacksmith says. "Can't stay out here all night. And you can't go to the battlefield, my lady. There are thieves working the place, and they'd stab you as soon as look at you. You'd better come in with us."
I shrug. I don't know what I should do. There's no point standing in the street if no one's going to come past me to ask where the Queen has gone. I've done my duty by hurrying her away. I don't need to stand out till dawn. I duck my head under the narrow doorway of the cottage and step into the small, dark, earth-floored room, and the stench of 5 people sleeping, cooking, eating, and pissing in the same space. They are kind to me. What they have, they share. They have a corner of black bread made with rye. They've never tasted white bread. They have a thin gruel made with vegetables and a rind of cheese. They have small ale to drink, which the good wife brews herself, and they give me the first gulp from an earthenware cup, which tastes of mud. I think that these are the people we should be fighting for. These are the people who live in a rich country, where land is fertile and water is clean, where there are more acres to grow than farmers to harvest. This is a country where wages should be high, and markets should be rich and busy, and yet it is not. It is a land where no one can sleep safely in their bed at night for fear of raids or brigands or thieves, where the king's justice is bought and paid for by the king's friends, where an honest working-man is tried for treason and hanged if he asks for his rights, and where we cannot seem to stop a French courtier landing in our own ports and laying them waste. We say that we are the rulers of this country, but we don't make a rule of law. We say that we command these people, but we don't lead them to peace or prosperity. We, their own lords, quarrel among ourselves and bring death to their door, as if our opinions and thoughts and dreams are worth far more than their safety and health and children. I think of the Queen, riding through the night with her horseshoes on backwards so that no one can know where she's gone, and her army laying face down in Hempmill Brook, perhaps my husband and my son among them. The blacksmith's wife, Goody Skellhorn, sees me grow pale and asks me if the gruel has turned my stomach. No, I say, but my husband was fighting today, and I'm afraid for him. I can't even bear to tell her of my fears for my boy. She shakes her head and says something about terrible times. Her accent is so broad that I can hardly make out what she says. Then she spreads a flea-filled rug on a straw mattress that is their best bed beside the dying fire and shows me that I can lie down. I thank her. I lie down. She joins me on one side and her daughter on the other. The men sleep on the other side of the fire. I lie on my back and wait for the long sleepless night to wear away. Through the night, we hear the clatter of hooves down the village street, and occasional shouts. The girl, the woman, and I cower like frightened children together. This is what it is like to live in a country at war. There is nothing of the grace of the joust, or even the inspiration of great principles. It is about being a poor woman, hearing a detachment of horse thunder down your street, and praying that they do not stop to hammer on your frail door. When dawn comes, the good wife gets up and cautiously opens the door and peers outside. When it seems safe, she goes out, and I hear her clucking to her hens and releasing the pig to roam around the village and eat the rubbish. I get up from the bed and scratch the swelling insect bites on my arms and neck and face. My hair is falling down from the carefully coiled plait on the top of my head. I feel filthy, and I am afraid that I smell. But I am alive. I didn't stand and misdirect the invading lords, as the Queen asked me to do. I hid like a serf in a peasant's cottage, and was glad of their kindness. I ducked out of sight when I heard the horses in the night, and I lay down on dirty straw. In truth, I would have given anything to stay alive last night, and I would give anything to know my husband and sons are alive this dawn. I am fearful and low. I don't feel much of a duchess this morning. The girl gets up, shakes out her petticoat, which serves as both underwear and nightgown, pulls on a dress of coarse fustian over the top, rubs her face on the corner of a dirty apron, and she's ready for the day. I look at her and think of the scented bath that is waiting for me at Eccleshall Castle, and the clean linen that I will put on. Then, before I grow too confident of my own future comforts, I remember that I can't be sure that the court will be at Eccleshall Castle, nor that my son and husband will come home to me. I must leave, I say abruptly. I go outside, and the smith is tacking up my horse. His wife has a mug of small ale for me, and a heel of stale bread. I drink the ale and dip the bread in it to make it soft enough to eat. Then I give them my purse. There is silver in it, and some copper coins, a fortune for them, though it was next to nothing for me. "Thank you," I say. And I wish I could say more, that I'm sorry for the ruin that this king and queen have brought upon them. I'm sorry that they work hard, and yet cannot rise from the poverty of their home. I'm sorry that I've slept on linen all my life, and seldom thought of those who sleep on straw. They smile. The girl is missing a rotting tooth at the front of her face, and it gives her a gap-toothed grin like a little child. "Do you know the way?" the woman worries. It is all of 9 miles. She's never been so far from her home. "You go to Loggerheads, and they will set you on the road there," the smith volunteers. "But take care. The soldiers will be making their way home too. Shall I send the lad with you?" "No," I say. "You will be busy in the forge today, I should think." He hefts my purse and grins up at me. "It's a good day already," he says. "The best we've had in all our lives. God bless you, my lady." "God bless you," I say, and turn my horse to the south. I have been riding for about half an hour when I hear a blast of trumpets and see the dust of a great army on the move. I look around me for somewhere to hide, but this is wide, empty country. The fields are broad and bare, and the hedges are low. I pull my horse over to an open gateway by a field, and think that if they are the York army or York reinforcements, then I can rein in, sit tight, look like a duchess, and let them go by. Perhaps they will have news of my husband and my boy. When they are half a mile from me, I can make out the king's standard, and I know that I am safe for the moment as the army comes up, the queen and the king himself at the head. "Jacquetta!" she cries out with genuine joy. "God bless you, well met!" She pulls her horse over to the side of the road to let the army keep on marching past us. Thousands of men are following her. "You are safe," she says, "and well. And the king here is so angry at the death of Lord Audley that he's marching himself to bring the York lords to account." She lowers her voice. "He has suddenly come to his senses and said he will lead the army himself. I'm so happy. He says he will never again forgive them, and he's going to avenge the death of our true friend." "Lord Audley is dead?" I ask. I can feel myself starting to tremble at the thought of what her next words might be. "And do you have news?" A man from the centre of the knights thrusts his horse forwards and pushes up his visor to show his face. "It's me!" my husband yells. "Jacquetta! Beloved! It's me!" I gasp. He's unrecognizable, as they all are, weighed down in their armour and with helmets on. But he comes forwards, jumps down from his horse with a clatter, throws his helmet aside and pulls me into his arms. His breastplate is hard against me, the greaves on his arms cut into my back, but I cling to him and kiss him and swear to him that I love him. "And Anthony is safe," he says. "And Elizabeth's husband. We all came through scot-free. I told you I was lucky." "Don't look at me. I must smell," I say, suddenly remembering my clothes and my hair and the raised welts of flea bites on my skin. I'm ashamed of myself. "You should never have stayed there," he says, glancing at the Queen. "You should never have been there. You should never have been left there." Margaret gives him a merry smile. "He's been most angry with me," she says. "He's not speaking to me for rage. But see, here you are. Safe now." "I am safe now," I agree. "Now come, come," she urges. "We're on the trail of the traitor Salisbury, and we are not far behind him." We have a wild couple of days, riding at the head of the royal army. The king is restored to health by action. He is once again the young man who we thought might rule the kingdom. He rides at the head of his army, and Margaret rides beside him, as if they were true husband and wife, friends and comrades indeed, as well as by contract. The weather is warm, a golden end of summer, and the harvest is in from the fields, leaving golden stubble criss-crossed by hundreds of looping hair. There is a big harvest moon in the evenings, so bright that we can march late into the night. At night we set up tents and camp, just as if we were on an evening hunting party. We have news of the York lords. They've met together at Worcester, and swore a solemn oath of loyalty in the cathedral, and sent a message to the king. "Send it back to them," the Queen snaps. "We've seen what their loyalty is worth. They killed Lord Audley and Lord Dudley. They killed Edmund Beaufort. We won't parley with them."
"I think I might send a public pardon," the king says mildly. He beckons the Bishop of Salisbury to his side. "A public pardon, so that they know they can be forgiven," he says.
The Queen compresses her lips and shakes her head. "No message," she says to the bishop. "No pardon," she says to the king. Like a rat outside its hole, Richard, Duke of York, takes his stand outside his own town of Ludlow. He and the two lords, Warwick and Salisbury, take up position just outside the town on the far side of the Ludford Bridge. On our side of the river, the king flies the royal standard and sends one last offer of pardon to any soldier who abandons his loyalty to the Duke of York and comes over to us. That night, my husband comes into the royal chambers, where the Queen and I and a couple of ladies are sitting with the king. "I have a comrade who served with me in Calais, who wants to leave the Earl of Salisbury and come to our side," Richard says. "I have promised him full pardon and a welcome. I have to know that he can trust this." We all look to the king, who smiles mildly. "Of course," he says. "Everyone can be forgiven if they truly repent." "I have your word, your grace?" Richard asks. "Oh, yes. Everyone can be forgiven." Richard turns to the Queen. "And I have yours?" The Queen rises from her chair. "Who is it?" she asks eagerly. "I cannot advise my friend to come to you unless you yourself guarantee his safety," Richard says tightly. "Do you promise him your pardon for serving against you, your grace? Can I trust you to your word of pardon?" "Yes, yes," the Queen exclaims. "Who will join us?" "Andrew Trollope, and the 600 trained and loyal men under his command," Richard announces, and steps aside to allow the slim, hard-faced man into the royal presence. "And that," Richard says to me as he comes to stand beside me, "has just decided the battle." Richard is right. As soon as they know that Trollope has turned his coat and come over to us with his men, the 3 York lords disappear, like mist in the morning. They slip away overnight, abandoning their men, abandoning their town, even abandoning Cecily Neville, the Duchess of York, the wife of Richard the Duke. When our army pours into the town of Ludlow and starts to strip away everything they can carry, she is standing there, with the keys of the castle in her hand, waiting for the Queen. She, who has always been a proud woman, married to a royal lord, is most terribly afraid. I can see it on her white face, and I, who had to wait in Mucklestone for their victorious army to sweep by, take no pleasure in seeing such a proud woman brought down so low. "You have the keys of the castle for me," the Queen sings out, looking down on the Duchess from high on her great horse. "Yes, your grace," Cecily says steadily, "and I plead for my own safety, and for the safety of these, my children." "Of course," the king says at once. "Sir Richard, take the keys and escort the Duchess to a safe place, her children with her. She is under my protection." "Hold a minute," Margaret says. "What children are these?" "This is my daughter, Margaret," Duchess Cecily says. A tall girl of 13 blushes painfully red and curtsies low to the Queen, recovers from her mistake, and curtsies again to the king. "This is my son George, and my youngest boy, Richard." I would judge George to be about 11 years of age, and Richard about 7. They both look stunned with shock, as well they might, for they are boys who yesterday thought their father was heir to the throne of England, likely to fight his way through to the throne, and today find themselves facing the king's army, and their father run away. A crash from a house behind us, and a piercing scream from a woman, begging for help as she's pulled down and raped, reminds us all that we're in the middle of a war, talking in a battlefield. "Take them away," the king says quickly. "And your husband has left you here?" The queen torments the defeated duchess. "Do you remember how you insisted that you be admitted to my chamber when I'd just given birth to my baby? And you told me that your husband must visit my husband when he was ill, in the time of our travail. He forced his way into the Privy Council once, but now we see he just ups and goes. He is present where he's not wanted, but when he's needed, he just abandons you. He declares war and then disappears from the battlefield." The duchess sways on her feet, her face as white as skimmed milk. Smoke drifts across the market square. Someone somewhere has fired a thatch. The woman who screamed for help is sobbing in rhythmic pain. I see the little boy, Richard, look around at the sound of someone smashing an axe into a locked door, and the babble of an old voice praying to be spared, calling for mercy to someone who's not listening. "Your Grace," I say to the Queen, "this is no place for any of us. Let us leave the lords to regain control of the men and get out of this town." To my surprise, she smiles at me, a gleam of malice that shows clearly before she drops her eyes to her horse's mane and hides her expression. "It's a very blunt weapon, an army of uncontrolled men," she says. "When York raised an army against me, he cannot have imagined that I would bring my army against him, and that it would be like this. He has taught me a lesson that I've learned well. An army of poor men is a terror indeed. He nearly frightened me. He must be sorry now that there's an army of poor men tearing apart his hometown." The little dark-haired boy, Richard, flushes in temper, looks up, opens his mouth as if to shout his defiance. "Let's go," I say swiftly, and my husband calls a couple of horses forwards, lifts the duchess into the saddle without ceremony, settles her children in the saddle before 3 cavalrymen, and we leave the town. As we clatter over the bridge, I can hear another woman scream and the noise of running feet. Ludlow is paying the price for the flight of their lord, the Duke of York. "Yes, but not his death," my son Anthony observes. The 3 of us are riding home to Grafton together, our men straggling down the road behind us. I observe, but try to make it clear that I have not seen, that they are weighed down with loot. Every one of them has some cloth bound tight in his pack, or a piece of plate, or a cup of pewter. They were our tenants, but we put them in the Queen's army, and they fought by her rules. They were told that they might loot Ludlow to punish the treasonous York lords, and we will never muster them to ride out for us again if we spoil their sport, and demand that they hand back the goods they have thieved. While York lives, while Warwick lives, while Salisbury lives, the wars are not over. They're only put off for a little while longer." Richard nods. "Warwick is back in Calais, Richard, Duke of York, back in Ireland. The kingdom's greatest enemies have returned to refuge, safe in their castles overseas. We will have to prepare for an invasion again." "The Queen is confident," I say. The Queen is tremendously confident. November comes, and still she does not return to London, hating London, and blaming the London ballad-makers and chapbook sellers for her unpopularity in the kingdom. Their tales and songs describe her as a wolf, a she-wolf, who commands a fisher king, a man reduced to a shell of what he should be. The most bawdy rhymes say she cuckolded him with a bold duke, and popped their bastard in the royal cradle. There is a drawing of a swan with the face of Edmund Beaufort, waddling towards the throne. There are songs and alehouse jokes about her. She hates London, and the apprentices who laugh at her. Instead, she orders the Parliament to come to Coventry, as if parliaments can be ordered by a woman like outriders, and they obediently come as if they were her messengers, bound to do her bidding when she orders new oaths of loyalty to the king, but also to her by name, and to the prince. Nobody has ever sworn loyalty to a queen before, but they do now. She cites the 3 York lords for treason, takes their lands and fortunes, and hands them out as if it were all the 12 days of Christmas come early. She orders the Duchess Cecily to attend so that she can hear her husband named as a traitor, and listen to the death sentence passed on him. Everything the York lords owned, every rood of land, every banner, every honour and title, every purse of gold, is stripped from them. The poor Duchess of York, now a royal pensioner and a pauper, goes to live with her sister, the Queen's loyal lady, Anne, the Duchess of Buckingham, in something between house arrest and torment. A half-life for a woman who was once called Proud Cis, and now finds herself a married woman with a husband in exile, a mother missing her oldest son, Edward, the daughter of a great house who has lost all her lands and her inheritance. Sandwich, Kent, and Calais. Winter 1460. Richard is ill-paid for warning the Queen that the Warwick ownership of Calais has put an enemy on our shoreline, for as soon as the fighting is done and the peace won, she asks him to go to Sandwich and reinforce the town against attack. "I'll come too," I say at once. "I can't bear you to be in danger and me far away. I can't bear for us to be parted again." "I'm not going to be in danger." He lies to reassure me, and then, catching my sceptical expression, he giggles like a boy caught out in a blatant falsehood. "All right, Jacquetta, don't look at me like that. But if there's any danger of an invasion from Calais, you will have to go home to Grafton. I'll take Anthony with me." I nod. It's useless to suggest that Anthony is too precious to be exposed to danger. He is a young man born into a country constantly at war with itself. Another young man of just his age is Edward March, the Duke of York's son, across the narrow seas, serving his apprenticeship in soldiering with the Earls of Warwick and Salisbury. His mother, the Duchess of York, held in England, will not be able to get a word to him. She will have to wait and worry, as I wait and worry. This is not a time when mothers can hope to keep their sons safe at home. Richard and I take a house in the port of Sandwich, while Anthony commands the men at Richborough Fort nearby. The town is still not recovered from the French raid of only a few years ago, and the burned-out shells of houses are a vivid statement of the danger from our enemies and the narrowness of the seas between us. The town defences were destroyed in the raid. The French fired cannon at the sea walls and captured the town's own armament. They mocked the citizens, playing tennis in the market square, as if to say they cared nothing for Englishmen, that they thought us powerless. Richard sets builders to work, begs the armourer at the Tower of London to cast new cannon for the town, and starts to train the townsmen to form a guard. Meanwhile, just a mile away, Anthony drills our men and rebuilds the defences of the old Roman castle that guard the river entrance. We've been in the town little more than a week when I am suddenly frightened from sleep by the loud clanging of the tocsin bell. For a moment I think it's the goose bell that rings in the darkness of 5 o'clock every morning, to wake the goose girls, but then I realise that the loud, constant clanging of the bell means a raid. Richard is out of bed already, pulling on his leather jerkin and snatching up his helmet and his sword. "What is it? What's happening?" I shout at him. "God knows," he says. "You stay safe in here. Go to the kitchen and wait for news. If Warwick has landed from Calais, Get down into the cellar and bolt yourself in." He's out of the door before he can say more, and then I hear the front door bang and a yelling from the street and a clash of sword on sword. "Richard!" I shout, and swing open the little window to look down into the cobbled street below. My husband is unconscious. A man has hold of him, and is in the act of dropping his body to the cobblestones. He looks up and sees me. "Come down, Lady Rivers," he says. "You cannot hide or run." I close the casement window. My maid appears in the doorway, shaking with fear. "They have the master. He looks as if he's dead. I think they've killed him." "I know," I say. "I saw. Get my gown." She holds the gown for me, and I step into it, let her tie the laces, and then put on my slippers, and go downstairs, my hair in its night-time plait. I pull up the hood of my cape as I step out into the icy cold January street. I look around, but all I can see, as if engraved on my eyelids, is the man lowering Richard to the ground, and the fall of Richard's limp hand. At the end of the street I can make out 6 guardsmen struggling with a man. A glimpse of his face as he looks desperately towards me shows me Anthony. They are taking him on board ship. "What are you doing with my son? That is my son! Release him!" The man doesn't even bother to answer me, and I run across the slippery cobbles to where they've left Richard on the ground like a dead man. As I reach him, he stirs and opens his dark blue eyes. He looks dazed. "Jacquetta," he says. "My love, are you hurt?" I'm dreading him saying that he's been stabbed. "A cracked head. I'll live." A man roughly takes him under the shoulders. "Carry him into our house," I order. "I'm taking him on board," the man says simply. "You're to come too." "Where do you think you're taking us? On whose authority? This is not an act of war. It is a crime." He ignores me. One man tugs Richard's boots, another his shoulders. They lug him like a carcass. "You may not take him," I insist. "He is a lord of the realm under the command of the king. This is rebellion." I put my hand on the man's arm, but he simply ignores me and lugs Richard down to the quayside. Behind me, all around me, I can hear men shouting and women screaming as the soldiers go through the town, taking what they want, throwing open doors and banging the precious glass out of windows. "Where do you think you're taking my husband?" "Calais," he says shortly. It's a quick voyage. Richard recovers his senses. They give us clean water and something to eat. Anthony is unhurt. We are locked in a little cabin at first, and then, once the ship is at sea and the great sail unfurled and creaking, they let us out on deck. For a little while we cannot see any land. England is lost behind us. But then we see a dark line ahead of us on the horizon, and as we watch we can see the squat mound of the city, and on its crest, the round walls of the castle. I realize I'm returning to Calais under guard, as a hostage, to the town that I once entered as a duchess. I glance at Richard, and see that he remembers this too. This is an outpost that was under his command. He was the captain of Calais. Now he is a prisoner. This is the turn of fortune's wheel, indeed. "Take care," he says quietly to me and to our son. "They shouldn't harm you, Jacquetta. They know you and they like you, and they don't make war on women. But the Queen's treatment of the Duchess of York will have angered them, and we are quite in their power. No one is going to rescue us. We will have to get out of this alive by our own wits. We are quite alone." "The Duke of Somerset holds Keene Castle. He might come for us," Anthony suggests. "Won't get within half a mile," my husband says. "I have fortified this town, son. I know its strengths. Nobody will take it by force this century. So we are hostages in enemy hands.
They have every reason to spare you, Jacquetta, and many a good reason to kill me.
They can't kill you, I say. You have done nothing wrong but be loyal to the king from the day you were born.
That's why I'm the very man they should kill, he says. It will fill the others with fear. So I'm going to mind my manners and speak gently, and if I have to swear to give up my sword to save my life, I will do that. And he addresses Antony, who flings himself aside with an impatient word. So will you. If they ask for our parole, and for our promise that we never take arms against them, we will give that too. We have no choice. We are defeated. And I don't plan to be beheaded on the gallows that I built here. I don't plan to be buried in the cemetery that I tidied and cleared. Do you understand?
I do, Antony says shortly. But how could we have let ourselves be taken?
What's done is done, Richard says sternly. These are the fortunes of war. All we have to think about now is how to get out of this alive. And we're going to do this by speaking sweetly, biding our time, and keeping out of a rage. More than anything, my son, I want you to be polite. Surrender if you have to, and come out of this alive.
They keep us on the ship till nightfall. They don't want Richard paraded through the town and seen by the people. The influential merchants of Calais love him for defending them when the castle was claimed by York. The men of the town remember him as a loyal and brave captain of the castle, whose word was law and could be trusted like gold. The troop of Calais love him as a firm and just commander. It was the experience of serving under Richard that persuaded the 600 men to change sides at Ludlow and support the king. Any troop that has been commanded by him will follow him to hell and back. Warwick doesn't want this most popular captain to appeal to the people as he goes through the town. So they wait till late at night and bring us like secret captives into the great hall of the castle under cover of darkness, and the sudden blaze of torches is blindingly bright after the black streets outside. They bring us through the gateway, under the stone arch, and then into the great hall, with blazing fires at either end and the men of the garrison at the trestle tables, uneasy at the sight of us. The three of us stand, like penniless runaways from a war, and look around the great hall, the vaulted ceiling with the smoke-blackened beams, the torches ablaze in the sconces all round, some men standing drinking ale, some seated at dining trestle tables, and some rising to their feet at the sight of my husband and pulling off their caps. At the top of the hall, the Earl of Salisbury, his son the Earl of Warwick, and the young Edward Earl of March, son of Richard Duke of York, sit at the head table, raised on the dais, the white rose of York on a banner behind them. "We have taken you as prisoners of war, and will consider your parole," the Earl of Warwick starts, solemn as a judge from his seat at the head table. "It was not an act of war, since I am under the command of the King of England. An act against me is an act of rebellion and treason against my king," Richard says, his deep voice very strong and loud in the hall. The men stiffen at the note of absolute defiance. "And I warn you that anyone who lays a hand on me or my son or on my wife is guilty of rebellion and treason and illegal assault. Anyone who harms my wife is of course not worthy of his spurs nor of his name. If you make war on a woman, you are no better than a savage, and should be thrown down like one. Your name will be defamed forever. I would pity a man who insulted my wife, a royal duchess, and an heiress of the House of Luxembourg. Her name and her reputation must protect her wherever she goes. My son is under my protection and under hers, a loyal subject of an ordained king. We three are all loyal subjects of the king, and should be free to go our own ways. I demand safe passage to England for the three of us. In the name of the King of England, I demand it."
"So much for the soft answer that turneth away wrath," Antony says quietly to me. "So much for surrender and parole. My God, look at Salisbury's face."
The old Earl looks likely to explode. "You," he bellows. "You dare to speak to me like this?" The York lords are seated high on the dais, and Richard has to look up at them. They rise from their chairs and glower down at him. He is utterly unrepentant. He walks towards the stage and stands, his hands on his hips. "Aye, of course. Why not?" "You don't even deserve to be in our company. You have no right even to speak without being spoken to. We are of the blood royal, and you are a nobody." "I am a peer of England, and I have served under my king in France and Calais and England, and never disobeyed him, or betrayed him," Richard says very loudly and clearly. "Unlike them," Anthony supplements gleefully to me. "You are an upstart nobody, the son of a groom of the household," Warwick shouts. "A nothing. You wouldn't even be here if it was not for your marriage." "The Duchess demeaned herself," young Edward of March says. I see Anthony stiffen at the insult from a youth of his own age. "She lowered herself to you, and you raised yourself only by her. They say she's a witch, who inspired you to the sin of lust." "Before God, this is unbearable," Anthony swears. He plunges forward, and I snatch at his arm. "Don't you dare move, or I will stab you myself," I say furiously. "Don't you dare say a thing or do a thing. Stand still, boy." "What?" "You are not fit to come among us," Salisbury says. "You are not fit to keep company." "I see what they're doing. They're hoping you will lose your temper," I tell him. "They're hoping you will attack them, and then they can cut you down. Remember what your father said. Stay calm." "They insult you." Anthony is sweating with rage. "Look at me," I demand. He darts a fierce glance at me, and then hesitates. Despite my hasty words to him, my face is utterly calm, and I am smiling. "I was not the woman left in Ludlow marketplace when my husband ran away," I say to him in a rapid whisper. "I was the daughter of the Count of Luxembourg when Cecily Neville was nothing more than a pretty girl in a northern castle. I am the descendant of the goddess Melusina. You are my son. We come from a line of nobles who trace their line back to a goddess. They can say what they like behind my back. They can say it to my face. I know who I am. I know what you were born to be, and it is more, far more, than they." Anthony hesitates. "Smile," I command him. "What?" "Smile at them." He raises his head. He can hardly twist his face into a smile, but he does it. "You have no pride," Edward of March spits at him. "There's nothing here to smile at." Anthony inclines his head slightly, as if accepting a great compliment. "You let me speak like this of your own mother, before her very face?" Edward demands, his voice cracking with rage. "Do you have no pride?" "My mother does not need your good opinion," Anthony says icily. "None of us care what you think." "Your own mother as well," I say to Edward gently. "She was very distressed at Ludlow, to be left on her own in such danger, but my husband, Lord Rivers, took her and your sister Margaret and your brothers, George and Richard, to safety. My husband, Lord Rivers, protected them when the army was running through the town. He made sure that no one insulted them. The king is paying her a pension, and she's in no hardship. I saw her myself a little while ago, and she told me she prays for you, and for your father." It shocks him into silence. "You have my husband to thank for her safety," I repeat. "He is base-born," Edward says, as someone repeating a lesson by rote. I shrug my shoulders, as if it's nothing to me. Indeed, it is nothing to me. "We are in your keeping," I say simply, "base or noble, and you have no cause to complain of us. Will you give us safe passage to England?"
"Take them away,"
the Earl of Salisbury snaps. "I would like my usual rooms," Richard says. "I was captain of this castle for more than 4 years, and I kept it safe for England. I usually have the rooms that look over the harbour." The Earl of Warwick curses like a tavern owner.
"Take them away,"
Salisbury repeats. We don't have the rooms of the captain of the castle, of course, but we have good ones, looking over the inner courtyard. They keep us only for a couple of nights, and then a guard comes to the door and says that I am to be taken by ship to London. "What about us?" my husband demands.
"You're hostages,"
the soldier says.
"You're to wait here."
"They are to be held with honour. They are safe," I insist. He nods to Richard.
"I served under you, sir. I'm Abel Stride."
"I remember you, Stride," my husband says. "What's the plan?"
"My orders are to hold you here until we move out, and then to release you unhurt, and I'll obey them and no others."
He hesitates.
"There's not a man in the garrison would harm you, sir, nor your son. My word on it."
"Thank you," my husband says. To me he whispers, "Go to the Queen. Tell her they are preparing to invade. Try to see how many ships you can count in the pool. Tell her I don't think they have many men, perhaps only 2,000 or so." "And you?" "You heard him. I'll get home when I can. God bless you, beloved." I kiss him. I turn to my son, who goes down on his knee for my blessing, and then comes up to hug me. I know he is broad and strong and a good fighter, but to leave him in danger is almost unbearable.
"Your Grace, you have to come now," the guard says.
I have to leave them both. I don't know how I get up the gangplank of the merchant ship, or into the little cabin, but I have to leave them both. Coventry, Spring 1460. The court is in Coventry, readying for war, when I arrive in England and take the Queen the news that our enemies in Calais are holding my husband and son, and that they are certain to invade this year. "Jacquetta, I am so sorry," Margaret says to me. "I had no idea. I would never have put you in danger like that. When they told me that you had been captured, I was beside myself." She glances around and whispers to me. "I wrote to Pierre de Breze, the Seneschal of Normandy, and asked him to take Calais and rescue you. You know what would happen to me if anyone found out I'm writing to him, that you are this important to me." "I was never in any great danger," I say. "But the rebel lords taunted Richard and Anthony, and I think if they could have killed them in a brawl, they would have done so." "I hate them," she says simply. "Warwick and his father, York and his son. They are my enemies till death. You know the rumours they are spreading now?" I nod. They have spoken slander against this Queen from the moment she arrived in England. "They are openly saying that my son is a bastard, that the King knew nothing about his birth and christening, and also nothing about his conception. They think to disinherit him with slander, since they cannot hurt him by war." "Do you have news of the Yorkist lords?" "They've met," she says shortly. "I have spies at York's little court in Ireland, and they tell me. Warwick went to meet the Duke of York in his castle in Ireland. We know that they met. We can guess they plan to invade. We cannot know when for sure." "Are you ready for an invasion?" She nods grimly. "The King has been ill again. Oh, not very ill,
but he has lost interest in everything but praying. He's been at prayer for all of this week, and sleeping, sometimes as much as 16 hours a day," she breaks off. "I never know if he's here or if he's gone. But at any rate, I'm ready. I am ready for anything. I have the troops, I have the lords, I have the country on my side. All but the perfidious people of Kent and the gutter snipes of London." "When, do you think?" "I do not really need to ask. All campaigns start in the summer season. It can't be long before they bring the news that York is on the march from Ireland, and Warwick has set sail from Calais. I'll go and see my children," I say. "They will be anxious about their father and their brother." "And then come back," she says. "I need you with me, Jacquetta." Northampton, summer, 1460. In June, in the richest, greenest, easiest month of the year, the York lords make their move from Calais, and Richard the Duke of York bides his time in Ireland, letting them do his dirty work for him. They land, as my husband predicted, with only a small force of about 2,000, but as they march, their ranks are swelled with men who run out of the fields and from the stable-yards to join them. Kent has not forgotten Jack Cade, or the harvest of heads, and there are many who march out for Warwick now, who remember the Queen swearing that she would make a deer park of their home. London throws the city gates open to Warwick, and poor Lord Scales finds himself once again alone in the Tower, with orders to hold it for the King, whatever the cost. The York lords don't even trouble themselves to starve him out. They leave Lord Cobham in charge of the city and march north to Kenilworth, looking for their enemy, us. Every day they add recruits. Everywhere they go, men flock to join them. Their army swells, and they grow stronger. They pay wages with money voted to them by the towns that they march by. The mood of the country has swung against the Queen and her puppet king. The people want a leader they can trust to hold the country to peace and justice. They have come to think that Richard, Duke of York, will be their protector, and they fear the Queen for the danger and uncertainty that comes in her train. The Queen makes the Duke of Buckingham the commander of the King's armies, and the King is taken out of his monastic retreat to fly the royal standard, which flaps miserably in the wet weather. But this time nobody deserts before a blow is struck, because they can't bear to attack the King's personal flag. No powerful troop abandons the cause of the York lords. Everyone is becoming hardened. The King sits quietly in his tent below his standard, and the peacemakers, among them the Bishop of Salisbury, go to and fro all morning, hoping to broker a settlement. It cannot be done. The York lords send personal messages to the King, but the Duke of Buckingham intercepts them. They will settle for nothing less than the Queen and her advisers banned from their influential place beside the King. They will trust nothing else. And the Queen will not compromise. She wants to see them dead. It's as simple as that. There are really no grounds for parley at all. The royal army is before Delapré Abbey at Northampton, dug in before the River Nene with sharp staves set in the ground in front of them. No cavalry charge can take them here. No head-on attack can possibly succeed. The Queen, the Prince, and I are waiting at Eccleshall Castle again. "I almost want to ride out and watch," she says to me. I try to laugh. Not again. It is raining now, and it has been raining for the last 2 days. We stand together at the window, looking out at the lowering grey skies with the dark clouds on the horizon. Below us, in the courtyard, we can see the bustle of messengers arriving from the battlefield. "Let's go down," says Margaret, suddenly nervous. We meet them in the great hall as they are coming in, dripping wet. "It's over," the man says to the Queen. "You told me to come the moment that I could see which way it was going, and so I waited for a while, and then I came.
Have we won? She asks urgently. He makes a grimace. We are destroyed, he says bluntly. Betrayed. She hisses like a cat. Who betrayed us? Who was it? Stanley? Grey, of Ruthen. She rounds on me. Your daughter's kinsmen, your daughter's family are unfaithful? A distant relation, I say at once. What did he do? He waited till York's son, the young Edward of March, charged him. Our line was well protected. We had the river behind us and a ditch before us, fortified with sharp staves. But when the York boy came up at the head of his men, Lord Grey put down his sword and just helped him over the barricades with all his troop, and then they fought their way down our own lines. They were inside our lines. Our men couldn't get away from them. We were perfectly placed when we started. Then we found we were perfectly trapped. She goes white and staggers. I hold her by the waist, and she leans against me. The king? I went as they were fighting their way towards his tent. His lords were outside, covering his retreat. They were shouting to him to get away. Did he go? The darkness of his face tells us that he did not, and perhaps the lords gave their lives for nothing. I didn't see. I came to warn you. The battle is lost. You'd better get yourself away. I think they may have the king. She turns to me. Get the prince, she says. Without a word, I hurry to the royal nurseries and find the boy in his travelling cape and riding breeches, his toys and books packed. His governor stands beside him. Her Grace the Queen commands that her son shall come at once, I say. The man turns gravely to the 6-year-old boy. You are ready, Your Grace? I'm ready. I am ready now, the little prince says bravely. I hold out my hand, but he doesn't take it. Instead, he walks ahead of me and stands before the door, waiting for me to open it for him. At another time this would be amusing. Not today. Oh, go on, I say impatiently, and open the door and bustle him through. In the great hall, the Queen's jewel boxes and chests of clothes are being rushed through the doors to the stables. The Queen is outside. Her guard is mounting up. She pulls her hood over her head and nods at her son as he comes out with me. Get on your horse. We have to hurry, she says. The bad York lords have won and perhaps captured your father. We have to get you to safety. You are our only hope. I know, he says gravely, and steps up on the mounting block as they bring his horse to him. To me, she says, Jacquetta, I will send for you as soon as I'm safe. My head is whirling at the speed of this rout. Where are you going? To Jasper Tudor in Wales, to start with. If we can invade from there, I will. If not, France or Scotland. I will win back my son's inheritance. This is just a setback. She leans down from her saddle, and I kiss her and smooth her hair under the hood. Godspeed, I say. I try to blink the tears from my eyes, but I can hardly bear to see her fleeing with her baggage and her guard and her little son from the country that I brought her to with such hopes. Godspeed. I stand in the courtyard as the small train walks to the road and then sets off at a steady canter, due west. She will be safe if she can get to Jasper Tudor. He is a faithful man, and he's been fighting for his lands in Wales ever since she gave them to him. But if they catch her on the way, I shudder. If they catch her on the way, then she and the House of Lancaster are lost. I turn to the stable yard. The grooms are carrying away everything they can take. The looting of the royal goods is beginning. I shout for one of my men and tell him to pack up everything that is mine and guard it. We are leaving at once. We will go home, to Grafton. And all I can do is hope that Richard and Anthony come there. Grafton, Northamptonshire, summer 1460. It is a weary ride to Grafton, a long journey of nearly 100 miles, through countryside that is loyal to Warwick the invader. At every stop there is a panic-stricken exchange of news. What do we know? What have we seen? And always, is the Queen bringing her army this way? I order my men to give out that I am a widow travelling privately on a pilgrimage, and we stay at an abbey for one night, and a church house the second, and on the third we bed down in a barn, always avoiding the inns. Even so, the gossip that is swirling around the country comes to me every evening. They say that the King has been taken to London, and that Richard, Duke of York, has landed from Ireland and is proceeding in royal state to the capital city. Some say that when he gets there, he will become protector and regent once more. Some say that he will rule the King from behind the throne. The King will be his little doll, his moppet. I say nothing. I wonder if the Queen has got safely to Wales, and I wonder if I will ever see my husband or my son again. It takes us 4 days to get home, and as we turn up the familiar track to the house, I feel my heart lift. At least I shall see my children and stay with them safely and quietly here while the great changes in the country take place without me. At least I can find a refuge here. As we ride up, I hear someone start tolling the bell in the stable yard to warn the household of the arrival of an armed troop, ourselves. The front door opens, and the men-at-arms spill out of the house. At their head, I could not mistake him, for I would know him anywhere, is my husband Richard. He sees me in the same moment and comes bounding down the steps at the front of the house, so fast that my horse shies, and I have to hold her still as he pulls me from the saddle and into his arms. He kisses my face, and I cling to him. "You're alive," I say. "You're alive." "They let us go as soon as they'd made landfall themselves," he says. "Didn't even take a ransom. They just released us from the castle at Calais, and then I had to find a ship to bring us home. Took us into Greenwich." "Anthony is with you?" "Of course. Safe and sound." I twist in his arms to see my son smiling at me from the doorway. Richard releases me, and I run to Anthony as he kneels for my blessing. To feel his warm head under my hand is to know that the greatest joy of my life is restored to me. I turn back to my husband and wrap my arms around Richard once more. "Have you news?" "The York lords win all," Richard says shortly. "London greeted them like heroes. Lord Scales tried to get away from the Tower, and was killed, and the Duke of York is making his way to London. I think they'll appoint him protector. The King is safe in the Palace of Westminster, completely under the rule of Warwick. They say his wits are gone again. What of the Queen?" I glance around. Even on the terrace of my own manor house, I am afraid that someone will hear where she is and betray her. "Gone to Jasper Tudor," I whisper. "And from there to France, or Scotland, I should think." Richard nods. "Come in," he says gently to me. "You must be weary. You weren't near the battle, were you? You had no danger on the roads." I lean against him and feel the familiar sense of relief that he's by my side. "I feel safe now, at any rate," I say. Grafton, Northamptonshire, winter 1460–61. We live, as we did when we were first married, as if we had no work to do but keep the lands around Grafton, as if we were nothing but a squire and his wife. We don't want the attention of the York lords as they make the country their own, impose massive fines on the lords they now call traitors, take posts and fees from the men they have defeated. There is a greed here, and a thirst for revenge, and all I want is for it to pass us by. We live quietly, and hope to escape notice. We hear in snatches of gossip from travellers who ask for a bed for the night, and occasional visitors, that the king is living quietly at Westminster Palace in the Queen's rooms, while his conquering cousin, Richard, Duke of York, has taken up residence in the king's own apartments. I think of my king in the rooms that I knew so well, and I pray that he does not slide into sleep again to escape a waking world that is so hard on him. The Duke forges an extraordinary agreement with the Privy Council and the Parliament. He will be regent and protector of the realm until the death of the king, and then he will become king himself. A pedlar, who comes by with York ribbons of white and white roses of silk in his pack, says that the king has agreed to this, and is going to take vows, and become a monk. "He's not in the Tower?" I ask urgently. I have a horror of the king being sent to the Tower. "No, he's living freely as a fool at the court," he says, "and York will be the next king." "The Queen will never consent to it," I say incautiously. "She's in Scotland, so they say," he replies, spreading his goods before me. "Good riddance. Let her stay there, I say. Do you want some pepper? I have some pepper and a nutmeg so fresh you could eat it whole." "In Scotland?" "They say she's meeting with the Scottish Queen, and they're going to bring an army of harpies down on us," he says cheerfully. "An army of women. Think of that as a horror. A nice little polished mirror here. Oh, look, some hairnets of gold thread. That's real gold, that is." We celebrate Christmas at Grafton. Elizabeth comes to stay with her husband, Sir John, and their 2 boys. Thomas is 5 years old now, and Richard just 2. All my children come home for the 12 days of the feast, and the house is alive with their singing and dancing and chasing each other up and down the wooden staircase. For the 6 youngest children, from Catherine, who at 2 can only toddle after her bigger siblings, imploring them not to leave her behind, through Edward, Margaret, Lionel, Eleanor, and Martha, the oldest of the nursery at 10 years, the return of their older brothers and sisters is like an explosion of noise and excitement. Richard and John are inseparable, young men of 14 and 15 years. Jacquetta and Mary are thoughtful young women, placed in the houses of neighbours in these difficult times. Anthony and Anne are the oldest, of course. Anne should be married by now. But what can I do when the whole country is turned upside down, and there's not even a court for her to join as a maid-in-waiting? And how am I to find Anthony the bride he should have, when I can't tell who will be wealthy and in the favour of the king next month, let alone 10 years from now? There is a promise between him and the daughter of Lord Scales, but Lord Scales is dead, and his family disgraced like us. And finally, and most puzzling for me, who should be planning matches for my children and looking around for the great houses where they should be placed to learn the skills they need, how can I know which will stay loyal to Lancaster, when the House of Lancaster is a king living in the Queen's rooms, an absent queen, and a boy of 7? And I cannot yet bring myself to consider an alliance with anyone who serves the traitorous House of York. I think I will keep all the children at home with us at Grafton till the spring, perhaps longer. There can be no positions for us at the new royal household, which will be the York court. Since there are now York placemen, and lords and members of Parliament, I assume that soon there will be York courtiers and ladies-in-waiting. Cecily Neville, the Duchess of York, riding high on Fortune's wheel, is sleeping in the king's apartments, under a canopy of cloth of gold like a queen herself. She must think that every day is Christmas. Clearly, we can never attend a York court. I doubt that any of us will ever forgive or forget the humiliation in the great hall at Calais Castle. Perhaps we will learn to be exiles in our own lands. Perhaps I shall now, at the age of 45, with my last child learning to talk, live in a country that is like that of my childhood, with one king in the north of the kingdom and one in the south, and everyone forced to choose which they think is the true one, and everyone knowing their enemy, and everyone waiting for revenge. I really despair of organizing the future of our family in such a world, at such a time, and instead I take comfort in the future of our lands. I start to plan to enlarge our orchard and go to a farm near Northampton where I can buy some whips of trees. Richard tells me that the seas are safe for shipping, and he will get better prices for the wool from his sheep this year in the market at Calais. The roads are safe to and from London. The Duke of York is restoring the powers of the sheriffs, and commanding them to see that justice is done in every county. Slowly, the counties are starting to rid themselves of bandits and thieves on the highway. We never admit it, not even to each other, but these are great improvements. We start to think, never saying it out loud, that perhaps we can live like this, as country landowners, in a country at peace. Perhaps we can grow an orchard, farm our sheep, watch our children come to adulthood without the fear of treachery and war. Perhaps Richard, Duke of York, has thrown us down from the court, but given us peace in the country. Then, at the end of January, I see 3 riders come splashing down the lane, their horses' hooves cracking the ice in the puddles. I see them from the nursery window, where I'm watching Catherine as she sleeps, and I know at once they're bringing us bad news, and that these cold winter months of stillness are over. It was not a peace at all. It was just the usual winter break in a war that goes on and on forever. A war that will go on and on forever until everyone is dead. For a brief moment I even think that I will close the shutters on the windows and sit in the nursery and pretend that I'm not here. I will not have to respond to a call that I don't hear, but it is only a moment. I know that if I'm summoned, I have to go. I have served Lancaster for all my life. I cannot fail now. I bend over the little crib and kiss Catherine on her warm, smooth baby forehead, and then I leave the nursery and close the door quietly behind me. I walk slowly down the stairs, looking over the wooden banister as down below Richard throws a cape around his shoulders, picks up his sword, and goes out to see the visitors. I wait inside the great hall, listening. "Sir Richard Woodville, Lord Rivers," says the first man. "Who wants him?" The man lowers his voice. "The Queen of England. Do you answer to her? Are you faithful still?" "Aye," Richard says shortly. "I have this for you," the man says, and proffers a letter. Through the crack in the doorway I see Richard take it. "Go round the back to the stables," he says. "They'll see you have food and ale. It's a cold day. Go into the hall and warm yourselves. This is a loyal house, but there's no need to tell anyone where you come from." The men salute in thanks, and Richard comes into the entrance hall, breaking the seal. "Greetings, well-beloved," he starts to read, and then breaks off. It's a standard letter. She's probably sent out hundreds. It's a summons. To arms. I can taste my own fear. Anthony and me, we're to go to York. She's mustering there. Will you go? Almost I want to ask him to refuse. I have to. This may be the last chance for her. He's reading down the letter, and he gives a long, low whistle. Good God. Her men have taken Richard, Duke of York, and killed him. He looks up at me, clenches the letter in his fist. My God! Who would have thought it? The Protector dead. She's won. How? I cannot believe this sudden leap to victory. What are you saying? She just writes he rode out from his castle. That must be Sandal. Why would he ever do that? You could hold that place for a month. And that they cut him down. Good God, I can't believe it. Jacquetta,
This is the end of the York campaign. This is the end of the Yorks. Richard of York, dead, and his son alongside him. I gasp, as if his death is a loss to me. Not young Edward, not Edward of March. No, his other son, Edmund. Edward of March is in Wales somewhere, but he can do nothing now his father is dead. They're finished. The Yorks are defeated. He turns the letter over. Oh, look, she's written a note at the end of the letter. She says, "Dear Sir Richard, come at once, the tide is turning for me. We have crowned Richard of York with a paper crown and set his head on a spike at the Micklegate. Soon we will put Warwick's face up beside him, and everything will be as it should be again." He puts the letter into my hand. This changes everything. Would you believe it? Our Queen has won. Our King is restored. Richard of York is dead? I read the letter for myself. "Now she can beat Warwick," he says. "Without the alliance with York, he's a dead man. He's lost the regent and Lord Protector. It's all over for them. They have no one who can pretend to be heir to the throne. Nobody would ever have Warwick as Lord Protector. He has no claim to the throne at all. The king is the only man who can be king once more. The House of York is finished. We have only the House of Lancaster. They've made a mistake that has cost them everything." He gives a whistle and takes the letter back. Talk about fortune's wheel. They are thrown down to nothing. I go to his side and look over his shoulder at the Queen's familiar scrawl on the clerk's letter. In one corner she's written, "Jacquetta, come to me at once." "When do we leave?" I ask. I am ashamed at my own reluctance to hear this call to arms. "We have to go now," he says. We take the Great North Road to York, certain that the Queen's army will be marching down to London, and we will meet them on the way. At every stop during the cold days, at every night in inns or abbeys or the great houses, people are talking about the Queen's army as if it were an invading force of foreigners, as if it were a source of terror. They say that she has soldiers from Scotland, and that they march barefoot over stones, their chests naked, even in the worst of weather. They are afraid of nothing, and they eat their meat raw. They will run down the cattle in the fields and gouge flesh from their flanks with their bare hands. She has no money to pay them, and she has promised them that they can have anything they can carry if they will take her to London and rip out the heart of the Earl of Warwick. They say that she has given the country to the King of France in return for his support. He will sail his fleet up the Thames and lay waste to London. He will claim every port on the south coast. She has already signed over Calais to him. She has sold Berwick and Carlisle to the Scots Queen. Newcastle will be the new line of the frontier. The north is lost to us forever, and Cecily Neville, the York widow, will be a Scots peasant. There's no point trying to argue with this mixture of terror and truth. The Queen, a woman in armour, leading her own army, with a son conceived by a sleeping husband, a woman who uses alchemy and possibly the dark arts, a French princess in alliance with our enemies, has become an object of utter horror to the people of her country. With the Scots behind her, she has become a winter queen, one who comes out of the darkness of the north like a wolf. We stop for 2 nights at Groby Hall to see Elizabeth and meet with her husband, Sir John Grey, who has mustered his men and will march north with us. Elizabeth is strained and unhappy. "I can't bear waiting for news," she says. "Send to me as soon as you can. I can't bear the waiting. I wish you didn't have to go out again." "I wish it too," I say softly to her. "I've never ridden out with such a heavy heart. I'm tired of war." "Can't you refuse to go?" I shake my head. She is my queen, and she is my friend.
If I did not go for duty, I would go for love of her. But what about you, Elizabeth? Do you want to go and stay with the children at Grafton while we're away?" She makes a little grimace. "My place is here," she says, "and Lady Grey would not like me to be away. I'm just so fearful for John." I put my hand on her restless fingers. "You have to be calm. I know it is difficult, but you have to be calm and hope for the best. Your father has been out to battle 12 times, and each time it is as bad as the first, but each time he has come home to me." She catches my hand. "What do you see?" she asks me very quietly. "What do you see for John? It is him I fear for, much more even than Anthony or father." I shake my head. "I can't foretell," I say. "I feel as if I'm waiting for a sign, as if we all are. Who would have thought that we brought Margaret of Anjou, that pretty girl, to England for this?" On the March, Spring, 1461. We ride as a small troop, my son-in-law John, Richard, Anthony, and me at the head of our tenants and household men. We can go no faster than their marching pace, and the road is flooded in some parts. As we get farther and farther north, it starts to snow. I think of the signs that my Lord John, Duke of Bedford, asked me to see. I remember a vision of a battle in snow, which ended in blood, and I wonder if we are riding towards it. Finally, on the 3rd day, the scout that Richard has sent ahead comes cantering back, and says that all the country people have bolted their doors and shutters, because they believe that the Queen's army is a day's march away. Richard calls a halt, and we go to a manor farm to ask for a bed for the night, and a barn where our men can sleep. The place is deserted. They've locked the door and abandoned the house. They would rather take to the hills than welcome the true Queen of England. We break in and forage for food, light the fire, and order the men to stay in the barn and the yard, and to steal nothing. But everything valuable has been taken away and hidden already. Whoever lived here feared the Queen as a thief in the night. They left nothing for the Queen and her army. They would certainly never fight for her. She's become an enemy to her own people. At dawn the next day, we understand why. There is a great hammering on the front door, and as I get out of bed there's a wild face glowering at the window, and in a moment the little pane of glass is smashed, and a man is in the room, another coming through the window behind him, a knife in his teeth. I scream, "Richard!" and snatch up my knife and face them. "I am the Duchess of Bedford, friend to the Queen," I shout. The man says something in reply. I can't understand a word of it. "I am of the House of Lancaster," I say again. I try in French. "Je suis la Duchess de Bedford." "Get ready to stand aside," Richard says quietly behind me. "Jump to your right when I say, 'Now.'" I fling myself to the right as he lunges forward, and the man folds over Richard's sword with a terrible gurgle. Blood gushes from his mouth. He staggers, hands out towards me, as he falls to the floor, groaning terribly. Richard puts his booted foot on the man's belly and pulls out his sword. There is a flood of scarlet blood, and the man screams in pain. His comrade disappears out through the window as Richard bends down with his dagger and quickly cuts the man's throat as he would slaughter a pig. There is a silence. "Are you all right?" Richard asks, wiping his sword and dagger on the curtains of the bed. I feel the vomit rising in my throat. I gag, and I put my hand over my mouth and run to the door. "Do it there," Richard says, pointing to the fireplace. "I don't know if the house is safe." I retch into the fireplace, the smell of my vomit mingling with the smell of hot blood, and Richard pats my back. "I've got to see what's happening outside. Lock yourself in here and bolt the shutters.
I'll send a man to guard the door."
He is gone before I can protest. I go to the window to swing the shutter closed. Outside, in the winter darkness, I can see a couple of torches around the barn, but I can't tell if they're our men or the Scots. I bolt the shutters. The room is pitch black now, but I can smell the dead man's blood oozing slowly from his wounds, and I feel for the bed and step around him. I'm so afraid that he will reach out from hell and grasp my ankle that I can hardly get to the door, and then I bolt it as Richard ordered, and horribly, the fresh corpse and I are locked in together. There is shouting outside, and the sudden terrifying blast of a trumpet, and then I hear Richard outside the door.
"You can come out now. The Queen is arriving, and they have the men back in ranks. Those were her scouts, apparently. They were on our side."
My hands are shaking as I unbolt the door and throw it open. Richard has a torch, and in its flickering light his face is grim.
"Get your cape and your gloves," he says. "We're falling in."
I have to go back into the room past the dead man to get my cape, which was spread over the bed for warmth. I don't look at him, and we leave him there, unshriven, dead in his own blood with his throat cut. "Jacquetta," she says. "Margaret." We hold each other, arms wrapped around each other, cheeks warm one to the other. I feel the energy of her joy and optimism coursing through her slight body. I smell the perfume in her hair, and her fur collar tickles my chin. I have had such adventures. You will never believe the journeys I've made. Are you safe? I can feel myself still trembling with shock from the violence in the bedroom. "Richard had to kill one of your men," I say. "He came in my bedroom window." She shakes her head disapprovingly, as at a minor foible. "Oh, they're hopeless. Good for nothing but killing people. But you must see our prince," she says. "He is a young man born to be king. He has been so brave. We had to ride to Wales and then take ship to Scotland. We were robbed and wrecked. You'll never believe it." "Margaret, the people are terrified of your army." "Yes, I know. They're tremendous. You will see. We have such plans." She is radiant. She is a woman in her power, free at last to take her power. "I have the lords of Somerset, Exeter, and Northumberland," she says. "The north of England is ours. We will march south, and when Warwick comes out to defend London, we will crush him." "He will be able to raise London against you," I warn her. "And the country is terrified of your army, not welcoming at all." She laughs aloud. "I have raised the Scots and the North against him," she says. "They will be too afraid even to lift a weapon. I am coming like a wolf into England, Jacquetta, with an army of wolves. I am at the very height of the wheel of fortune. This is an unbeatable army because nobody will dare to take the field against them. People run from us before we even arrive. I have become a bad queen to my people, a scourge in the land, and they will be sorry that they ever raised a sword or a pitchfork against me." We ride south with the Queen's army, the royal party at the head of the marching men, the pillaging, looting, and terror going on behind us in a broad swath that we know about but ignore. Some of the men ride off from the main column to forage for food, breaking into barns, raiding shops and isolated little farms, demanding a levy from villagers. But others are madmen, men from the north like Vikings going berserk, killing for the sake of it, stealing from churches, raping women. We bring terror to England. We are like a plague on our own people. Richard and some of the lords are deeply ashamed and do what they can to impose some order on the army, controlling their own levies, demanding that the Scots fall in and march. But some of the other lords, the Queen herself, and even her little boy, seemed to revel in punishing the country that rejected them. Margaret is like a woman released from the bonds of honour. She is free to be anything she likes for the first time in her life, free of her husband, free of the constraints of the court, free of the careful manners of a French princess. She is free, at last, to be wicked. On the second day of our march, the four of us riding at the head of the army see a lone horseman, standing on the roadside, waiting for us to come up. Richard nods to Anthony and John. "Go and see who that is," he says. "Take care. I don't want to find out that he's a scout, and Warwick is on the other side of the hill." My two boys canter slowly towards the man, holding the reins in their left hands, their right hands held down, outspread, to show they are holding no weapon. The man trots towards them, making the same gesture. They halt to speak briefly, then all three turn and ride towards us. The stranger is filthy from the mud of the road, and his horse's coat is matted with sweat. He is unarmed. He has a scabbard at his side, but he has lost his sword. "A messenger," Anthony says with a nod to the Queen, who has pulled up her horse and is waiting. "Bad news, I'm afraid, Your Grace." She waits, impassively, as a queen should wait for bad news. "Edward of March has come out of Wales like a sun in winter," the man says. "I was there. Jasper Tudor sent me to tell you beware. The sun in splendour." "He never did," my husband interrupts. "Jasper Tudor never sent such a message in his life. Tell us what you were ordered to say, fool, and don't embroider." Corrected, the man straightens in his saddle. "Tudor told me to say this, that his army is defeated and that he's in hiding. We met the York force, and we lost. Sir William Herbert led the Yorks against us. Edward of March was at his side. They broke the Welsh line and rode right through us. Jasper sent me to you to warn you. He was on his way to join you when Edward blocked our path." The Queen nods. "Will Jasper Tudor come on to join us?" "Half his army is dead. The Yorks are everywhere. I doubt he'll get through. He might be dead now." She takes a breath, but says nothing. "There was a vision," the man offers, one eye on Richard. "Who else saw it?" he demands irritably. "Anyone? Or just you? Or you just think you did?" "Everyone saw it. That's why we lost. Everyone saw it." "No matter," my husband says. "What was it?" the Queen asks. My husband sighs and rolls his eyes. "In the sky, over Edward, Earl of March, when he raised his standard, the morning sun came up, and then there were 3 suns. 3 suns in the sky above him, the middle one shining down on him. It was like a miracle. We didn't know what it meant, but we could see he was blessed. We didn't know why." 3 suns, the Queen repeats. She turns to me. "What does it mean?" I turn away as if she might see, reflected in my eyes, the 3 suns I saw, dazzling on the water of the Thames. These are 3 suns I know. These 3 suns I have seen. But I didn't know then what they meant, and I still don't know now. Some said it was the Blessed Trinity honouring Edward March. But why would Father, Son, and Holy Ghost bless a rebel? Some said it was him and his 2 living brothers, born to rise high. The Queen looks at me. I shake my head and stay silent. I was hoping that I would see the season when the King would recover when I went out in that cold dawn and looked into the shine on the waters of the river. I was looking for the rising of my King, but instead I saw 3 suns rising out of the mist, and burning brightly. "What does it mean?" The man asks the question in my direction, as if he expects me to know.
"Nothing," my husband says stoutly. "It means that there was a bright dawn and you were all dazzled by fear." He turns back to the man. "I don't want to know about visions. I want to know about a day's march. If Edward brings his troop due west and marches as quick as he can, when do you think they'll get to London?"
The man thinks. He's so weary he cannot calculate the days.
"A week? 3, 4 days?" he asks. "He's fast. He's the fastest commander in battle I've ever seen. Could he be here tomorrow?"
That night, my husband disappears from our camp and comes back late as the Queen is about to retire. "Your Grace, I ask permission to bring a friend to join us." She rises. "Ah, Richard, you are a good man in my service. You brought me a great commander in Sir Andrew Trollope, who won Ludford for us without raising his sword. Who do you have now?" "I have to have your oath that you will forgive him for former error," he says.
"I forgive him,"
she says easily.
"He is pardoned," Richard confirms.
"He has a royal pardon. You have my word."
"Then may I present Sir Henry Lovelace, who is proud to come to serve you," he says.
She extends her hand, and Richard's friend steps forward, bows, and kisses it. "You have not always been my friend, Sir Henry," she observes coolly.
"I didn't know then that York would try to take the crown," he says. "I joined him only to see the council well run, and now York is dead. I've joined you late, before your last battle and your final victory, I know. But I'm proud to join you now."
She smiles on him. She can still evoke that irresistible charm. "I'm glad to have you in my service," she says. "And you will be well rewarded."
"Sir Henry says that Warwick is dug in around St. Albans," my husband tells her. "We must defeat him before Edward March can come up and reinforce him."
"We're not afraid of a boy of 19, are we?
Andrew Trollope will command my army, with you, Lord Rivers, and we will attack at once, as you suggest." "We'll draw up a plan," Richard says. "And Sir Henry will go back to Warwick and serve alongside him until we join in battle. We'll march tonight, in darkness. With good luck, we will come upon them when they think we are still a day away."
The Queen smiles on him. "I'll get ready," she says. We wait. The royal army with the Scots forces goes almost silently down the lane in the darkness. The Scots are barefoot, they have no horses, they can disappear into the night with no sound. They like coming unexpectedly out of the darkness to kill. Richard is at the head, our son Anthony commanding a troop, and John is leading the cavalry. The Queen and I doze in our chairs, either side of a banked-in fire in the hall of the Dominican Friary at Dunstable, dressed in riding clothes, ready to get to our horses and ride forwards or away, depending on the luck of the battle. She keeps the prince beside her, though he is restless, playing with his badge of the Swan. He says he wants to ride with the men. He may only be 7 years old, but he's old enough to kill his enemies. She laughs at him, but never checks him. St. Albans, Spring 1461. We have to wait all day. As darkness falls, one of the Queen's household comes riding back to us and says that the town is taken, St. Albans is ours, and the terrible shame of our earlier defeat there is wiped out. The prince drops his livery badge and runs for his sword, and the Queen gives the order to her household that we can proceed. As we ride south, filled with excitement at our triumph, the guards around us, their swords drawn, we can hear the noise of the battle, the erratic firing of guns with damp powder. It starts to snow. Cold, wet flakes that melt on our shoulders and heads. Occasionally we see men running from the battle, coming up the road towards us, but when they catch sight of our troops, swords out at the ready, they vault over a gate and get into a field, or melt through the hedge and disappear. We can't tell if they're Warwick's men or our own. We halt outside the town, and the Queen orders 2 scouts to go forwards. They are jubilant when they return.
Warwick grouped his men on No Man's Land Common, and was firing at our men. But then Sir Henry Lovelace led his men out of Warwick's army, leaving a gap in his line, and our cavalry charged straight at it.
The Queen makes a fist of her hand and holds it to her throat. And?
We broke the line, the man shouts.
Huzzah! The Prince calls. Huzzah! We broke Warwick?
He sounded the retreat. He's off like a scolded cat. His men are running away or surrendering. We've won, Your Grace. We've won.
The Queen is laughing and crying at once. The Prince is beside himself. He draws his little sword and whirls it round his head. And the King, she says. My husband, the King.
Lord Warwick brought him to the battle, but left him and all the baggage as he fled. He's here, Your Grace.
She looks suddenly stunned. They have been apart for 7 months, and she has been on the road, in hiding or marching for every day of their separation, living like a brigand, living like a thief, while he has been in the Queen's rooms in Westminster Palace, or praying in a monastery, weak as a girl. Of course she is afraid that he has lost his wits again. Of course she fears that she will be a stranger to him. Take me to him. She glances back at me. Come with me, Jacquetta. Ride with me. As we ride along the road, the wounded and defeated soldiers clear out of our way, heads down, their hands outspread, fearing a blow. As we get closer to the town, we see the dead lying in the fields. In the high street, Warwick's crack archers have fallen among their bows, their heads cleaved open by battle-axes, their bellies ripped with swords. The Queen rides through it all, blind to the misery of it, and the Prince rides beside her, beaming at our victory, his little sword held up before him. They have made a camp for the Queen away from the horrors of the town. The royal standard is flying over her tent. A brazier is burning inside. There are carpets down against the mud. We go into the big tent that serves as her presence chamber. Her little tent behind will be her bedroom. She seats herself on her chair. I stand beside her, the Prince between the 2 of us. For the first time in days, she looks uncertain. She glances at me. I don't know how he will be, is all she says. She puts her hand on the Prince's shoulder. Take him out if his father is unwell, she says quietly to me. I don't want him to see. The flap of the door opens, and they bring the King inside. He is warmly dressed in a long gown and riding boots and a thick cape around his shoulders, the hood pulled up over his head. Behind him, standing in the doorway, I recognize Lord Bonville and Sir Thomas Kyriel, men who served with my first husband in France, loyal men, good men, who joined the cause of York in the early days and stayed with the King throughout the battle to keep him safe. "Oh," the King says vaguely, taking in the Queen and his son. "Ah, Margaret." A shiver goes through her as she sees, we all see, that he is not well again. He can barely remember her name. He smiles distantly at the Prince, who kneels to his father for his blessing. Henry puts an absent-minded hand on the young boy's head. "Ah," he says. This time he cannot find the name in his muddled mind at all. "Ah, yes." The Prince rises. He looks up at his father. "This is
Sir Thomas and Lord Bonville, the king says to his wife. They've been very good. Very good. How? She spits. They kept me amused, he says, smiling. While it was all going on, while the noise was going on. We played marbles. I won. I liked playing when the noise was going on. The Queen looks past him at Lord Bonville. He goes down on one knee. Your Grace, he is very weak, he says quietly. Sometimes he doesn't know himself. We stayed with him to stop him wandering off and getting hurt. He gets lost if he's not watched, and then he gets distressed. She leaps to her feet. How dare you? This is the King of England, she says. He is perfectly well. Bonville is silenced by the look on her face. But Sir Thomas Kyrael hardly hears her. He is watching the king. He steps forwards to steady Henry, who is swaying and looks as if he might fall. He guides the king into the Queen's vacated chair. No, I am afraid he is not well, he says gently, helping Henry to sit. He can't tell a hawk from a handsaw, Your Grace. He is far from us all. God bless him. The Queen whirls around to her son in a white-faced fury. These lords have held your father, the king, prisoner, she says flatly. What death would you have them die? Death? Bonville looks up, shocked. Sir Thomas, still holding the king's hand in a comforting grip, says, Your Grace, we've kept him safe. We were promised safe conduct. He gave us his own word. What death would you have these rebels die? She repeats, staring at her son. These men, who kept your father prisoner, and now dare tell me that he is ill. The little boy puts his hand on the hilt of his sword, as if he would like to kill them himself. If they were common men, I would put them on the gallows, he says, in his little boy piping voice, each word beautifully spoken as his tutor has taught him to do. But since they are lords and peers of the realm, I say they should be beheaded. The Queen nods at her guards. Do as the Prince says. Your Grace. Sir Thomas does not raise his voice so as not to frighten the king, who is clinging to his hand. Don't go, Sir Thomas, the king says. Don't leave me here with... He glances at the Queen, but he can't find her name again in his addled brain. We can play again, he says, as if to tempt his friend to stay with him. You like to play? Your Grace. Sir Thomas holds his hand and gently closes his other one over it in a warm clasp. I need you to tell her Grace, the Queen, that I have cared for you. You said that we should stay with you and we would be safe. You gave us your word. Do you remember? Don't let the Queen behead us. The king looks confused. I did? He asks. Oh, yes, I did. I promised them they would be safe. Margaret, you won't hurt these men, will you? She has a face of ice. Not at all, she says to him. You have nothing to worry about. And to the guards she says, take them out. I whisper urgently, Margaret, they have his word. 3 fools together, she hisses. To the guards she nods again. Take them out. We have lodgings in the daughter house of the Abbey of St. Albans, overlooking the frozen orchard. The fighting was in the streets around the abbey, and many of the wounded are coming into the chapter house and the barns, where the nuns are caring for them, and the monks carrying them out for burial when they die. I have managed to get a tub for Richard, and he's washing himself with jugs of water.
He has taken a wound to his sword arm, and I have sponged it with thyme water from home, and bandaged it tightly. Anthony, thank God, is unhurt. Where's John? I ask. Is he with the cavalry? Richard has his back to me as he gets out of the tub, dripping water all over the floor. I can't see his face. No. Where is he? His silence alerts me. Richard, is he hurt? Richard, is he here in the Abbey? No. I'm afraid now. Where is he? He's not hurt. I must go to him. I should send to Elizabeth. I promised her I would. Richard ties a sheet around his waist and steps out of the tub, wincing slightly. He sits down by the little fire. I'm sorry, Jacquetta. He's dead. Dead? I say stupidly. Yes. John, I repeat. He nods. But the cavalry broke Warwick's line. They won the battle for us. The cavalry won this battle. John was in the lead. He took a spear in the belly. He's dead. I sink down onto the stool. This will break Elizabeth's heart, I say. Dear God, he's nothing but a boy. And you have come through unscathed so many times. It's luck, he says. He wasn't lucky, that's all. He was unlucky. God save him. Did you foresee it at all? I never foresaw a future for them, I say bitterly. But I said nothing, and I let her marry him, though I could see nothing ahead for the two of them. But it was a good match, and I wanted her well married and rich. I should have warned her. I should have warned him. I have the sight sometimes, but I might as well be blind. He leans forward and takes my hand. It's just fortune, he says. A cruel goddess. Will you write to Elizabeth? I can send a man with a message. I'll go to her, I say. I can't bear that she should hear this from anyone but me. I'll go and tell her myself. I leave St. Albans at dawn and ride through the fields. I sleep one night in an abbey and one in an inn. It is a weary journey, but the grey skies and the muddy lanes match my mood. I'm part of a victorious army on a winning campaign, but I've never before felt so defeated. I think of the two lords on their knees before Margaret, and the enmity in her face. I think of her son, our little prince, and his boyish treble when he ordered two good men to be killed. I ride blindly, hardly seeing the way. I know myself to be losing my faith. It takes me 2 days to get to the little village of Groby, and as I ride in through the great gates of the hall, I wish I was not there. Elizabeth herself opens the door, and as soon as she sees me, she knows why I have come. "Is he wounded?" she asks. But I see that she knows he is dead. "Have you come to fetch me?" "No. I'm sorry, Elizabeth." "Not wounded." He is dead. I had thought she would collapse, but she takes the blow and then straightens herself, and stands very tall. "And have we lost again?" she asks impatiently, as if it means nothing either way. I get down from my horse and throw the reins at a groom. "Feed him and water him and rub him down," I say. "I have to leave the day after tomorrow." To Elizabeth I say, "No, dearest. We won. Your husband led the charge that broke Warwick's line. He was very brave." She looks at me, her grey eyes blank with misery. "Brave? Do you think it was worth it? This victory in this little battle, another little victory,
in exchange for him?
No, I say honestly.
For there will be another battle, and your father and Anthony will have to fight in it again. It goes on and on.
She nods.
Will you come and tell his mother? I step over the threshold into the warm shadows of Groby Hall, and know that I will have to do the worst, the very worst thing that one woman can do to another. Tell her that her son is dead. When I get back to St. Albans, I find most of the town empty, the shops gutted, and the houses barred. The townspeople are terrified of the Queen's army, which has looted all the valuables and foraged all the food for an area of 10 miles all around the town.
"Thank God you're back," Richard says to me, helping me from my horse in the front yard of the abbey.
"It's like trying to command the enemy. The monks have left the abbey, the townspeople have fled from the town, and the Lord Mayor of London has sent for you."
"For me?"
"He wants you and the Duchess of Buckingham to meet him and agree whether the King and the Queen can enter London." I look at him blankly.
"Richard, London has to admit the King and Queen of England."
"They won't," he says flatly. "They've heard what it's like here. The merchants won't have this army anywhere near their warehouses, shops, and daughters if they can possibly prevent it. It's as simple as that. What you have to do is to see if you can get an agreement that they let the King and Queen into Westminster Palace with their household, and feed and quarter the army outside."
"Why me?
"Why not the master of the Queen's household? Or the King's confessor?"
His smile is bitter.
"It's an honour for you, actually. The Londoners don't trust anyone. Not anyone of her army or of the King's advisers. They trust you because they remember you coming into London as the pretty Duchess all that long time ago. They remember you in the Tower when Jacquetta came in. They remember you at Sandwich when Warwick took you. They think they can trust you. And you can meet the Duchess of Buckingham there."
He puts his arm around my waist and his mouth to my ear.
"Can you do this, Jacquetta? If you can't, say the word, and we go back to Grafton."
I lean against him for a moment.
"I'm sick of it," I say quietly.
"I'm sick of the fighting, and I'm sick of the death, and I don't think she can be trusted with the throne of England. I don't know what to do. I thought of it all the way to Groby, and all the way back again, and I don't know what I think, or where my duty lies. I can't foresee the future, and I can't even say what we should do tomorrow." His face is grim.
"This is my house," he says simply. "My father served the House of Lancaster, and I have too. My son follows me. But this is hard on you, my love. If you want to go home, you should go. The Queen will have to release you. If London bars the gates on her, it is her own doing."
"Would they really lock her out of her own city?"
He nods. "She's not loved, and her army is a terror."
"Did they ask for no one else to speak for her?"
He smiles wryly. "Only the pretty Duchess will do."
"Then I must do it," I decide reluctantly. "London has to admit the King and Queen of England. What will become of the country if they close the gates to their own king? We have won the battle. She is Queen of England, and we have to be able to enter London."
"Can you go now?" he asks. "For I imagine that Warwick has met up with his friend Edward March, and they will be coming towards us. We should get the King and Queen into the Tower of London and in possession of the city at once. Then they can parley or they can fight. But we have to hold the kingdom."
I look at the stable yard, where the cavalry horses nod their heads over the stalls. One of them will be John Grey's horse, without his rider, now and forever. "I can go now," I say.
He nods.
They bring me out a fresh horse. Richard helps me into the saddle. The door behind us opens from the abbey, and the Queen comes out. "I knew you'd go for me," she says to me with her sweetest smile. "Agree to anything for me. We have to get into London before Edward gets here." "I'll do what I can," I say. "How is His Grace today?" She nods to the abbey. "Praying," she says. "If wars were won by prayers, we would have won 100 times over. And see if you can get them to send us some food. I can't keep my army from raiding." She looks at Richard. "I've issued orders, but the officers cannot command them." "The devil from hell couldn't command them," Richard says grimly. He puts his hand on my knee and looks up at me. "I'll be waiting for you," he promises. "Anthony will lead your guard. You'll be safe." I glance over to where Anthony is mounting into his saddle. He throws me a smiling salute. "Come on, then," I say. Anthony shouts a command to our guard, and we ride out of the abbey courtyard, south down the road to London. We meet Anne, the Duchess of Buckingham, and her little train a few miles from the city. I smile at the Duchess, and she nods at me, a little toss of her head that shows me that she can hardly believe we are suing for the royal family to enter their capital. She has lost a son in this war. Her lined face is weary. She leads the way to Bishopsgate, where the Lord Mayor and the aldermen come out to meet us. They don't want to admit us, not even over the threshold. The Duchess sits up high on her horse with a face like thunder. But I get down, and the Lord Mayor kisses my hand, and the aldermen pull off their bonnets and bow their heads as I smile around at them. Behind them, I see the London merchants and the great men of the city. These are the men I have to persuade. I tell them that the King and Queen, the royal family of England with their son the Prince, require entry to their own house, in their own city. Are these men going to deny their own anointed king the right to sit on his own throne, or sleep in his own bed? I see them mutter amongst themselves. The sense of ownership of property is a powerful argument to these men, who have worked so hard to earn their beautiful houses. Is the prince to be denied the right to walk in his father's garden? "His own father denied him," someone calls out from the back. "King Henry hasn't slept in his own bed or sat on his own chair since he handed it all over to the Duke of York, and the Queen took to her heels. They gave away their palace, not us. It's their own fault they're not at home." I start again, addressing the Lord Mayor, but speaking clearly enough so that they can hear me beyond the stone arch of the gate, in the streets beyond. I say that the women of the city know the Queen should be admitted to raise the prince in her own palace. A woman has a right to her own home. That the king should be master in his own house. Someone laughs at the mention of the king, and shouts a bawdy joke that he has never been master in his own house, and probably not master in his own bed. I see that the months of York's rule have left them certain that the king has no powers, that he is unfit to rule, as the York lord said. "I would send the Queen's army the food they need," the Lord Mayor says to me in an undertone. "Please assure Her Grace of that." I had the wagons ready to leave, but the citizens stopped me. They're very afraid of the Scots in her army. What we hear is terrifying. In short, they won't let them in, and they won't allow me to send supplies. "People are leaving the city," an alderman steps forwards to tell me. "Closing up their houses, and going to France, and she's only at St. Albans. Nobody will stay in London if she comes any closer. The Duchess of York has sent her boys George and Richard to Flanders for their safekeeping, and this is the Duchess who surrendered to her once before. Now she swears that she won't again. Nobody trusts her. Everyone fears her army." "There's nothing to fear," I insist.
Let me make you an offer. How would this be? How would it be if the Queen agrees to leave the army outside? Then you could let the royal family in, and their household with them. The King and the Queen have to be safe in the Tower of London. You cannot deny them that. He turns to the senior aldermen, and they mutter together. I am asking this in the name of the King of England, I say. You all swore to be loyal to him. Now he asks that you admit him into your city.
If the King will guarantee our safety, the Lord Mayor turns to me, we will admit the King and the royal family and their household, but not the Scots. And the King and the Queen have to promise that the Scots will be kept outside the walls, and that the city will not be sacked. 4 of us will come with you to tell the Queen this.
Anthony, who has been standing behind me, rigid as any commander, silent while I do my work, cups his hands for my foot and helps me into the saddle. He holds my horse as the Lord Mayor comes close for a quiet word. I lean down to hear him.
Has the poor King stopped weeping? He asks. When he was living here under the command of the Duke of York, he wept all the time. He went to Westminster Abbey and measured out the space for his own tomb. They say he never smiled, but cried all the time, like a sorrowful child.
He is happy, with the Queen, and with his son, I say steadily, hiding my embarrassment at this report. And he is strong, and issuing orders. I do not say that the order was to end the looting of the Abbey and the town of St. Albans, and that it had no effect at all.
Thank you for coming here today, Your Grace, he says, stepping back.
God bless the pretty Duchess, someone shouts from the crowd.
I laugh and raise my hand.
I remember when you were the most beautiful woman in England, a woman says from the shadow of the gate.
I shrug.
Truly, I think my daughter is now, I say. Well, God bless her pretty face. Bring her to London so we can all see her, somebody jokes. Anthony swings into his saddle and gives the command. The 4 aldermen fall in behind me and the Duchess, and together we head north to tell the Queen that the city will let them in, but will never admit her army. We find the Queen with the royal household, now advanced to Barnet, just 11 miles north of London, dangerously close, as the aldermen riding with us remark. She has hand-picked the troops who are advancing with her. The worst of the northern raiders are kept at some distance, at Dunstable, where they're amusing themselves by tearing the town apart.
Half of them have simply deserted, Richard says to me gloomily, as we go to the Queen's presence chamber. You can't blame them. We couldn't feed them, and she'd said outright that she would never pay them. They got sick of waiting to get into London and have gone home. God help the villages that lie in their path.
The Queen commands that the aldermen and the Duchess and I go back to London and demand entrance for the royal family and a household of 400 men. That's all, she says irritably to me. Surely you can make them admit me with an entourage that Richard, Duke of York, would have considered a nothing. We ride at the head of the household troops, and we get to Aldgate, where the Lord Mayor meets us again.
Your Grace, I cannot let you in, he says, nervously eyeing the troops who are standing in ranks behind me, Richard at their head. I would do so if it were left to me, but the citizens of London won't have the Queen's men in their streets.
These are not the northern men, I say reasonably. Look, they wear the livery of the Lancaster lords, men who have come and gone through the city for all time. See, they are commanded by my husband, a lord you know well. You can trust them. You can trust the Queen when she has given her word. And there are only 400. He looks down at the cobbles below his feet, up at the sky above us, at the men behind me. He looks anywhere but into my eyes.
Truth is, he says finally, the city doesn't want the Queen here, nor the King, nor the Prince. They don't want any of them, sworn to peace or not. For a moment I can hardly argue. I too have thought that I wanted neither Queen nor King nor Prince in my life. But who is there, if not them? She is the Queen of England, I say flatly. She is our ruin, he says bitterly. And he is a holy fool. And the Prince is none of his begetting. I'm sorry, Lady Rivers, I am sorry indeed. But I cannot open the gates to the Queen, nor to any of her court. There is a shout, and a noise of running feet coming to the gate. The troops behind me grasp their weapons, and I hear Richard order, "Steady!" as Anthony takes one swift step to stand beside me, his hand on the hilt of his sword. A man runs to the Lord Mayor and whispers urgently in his ear. He rounds on me, his face suddenly flushed red with rage. "Did you know of this?" I shake my head. "No, whatever it is, I know of nothing. What's happening?" "While we are standing here talking to you, the Queen has sent a party to raid Westminster." There's a roar of anger from the crowd. "Hold ranks! Steady!" Richard shouts at our guard. "Close up!" I did not know, I say quickly to the Lord Mayor. I swear on my honour I did not know. I would not so have betrayed you. He shakes his head at me. "She is faithless and a danger, and we want no more of her," he says. "She used you to divert us and try to take us by force. She is faithless. Tell her to go away and take her soldiers with her. We will never admit her. Make her go away, Duchess. Help us. Get rid of her. Save London. You take the Queen from our door." He bows to me and turns on his heel. "Duchess, we are counting on you to deliver us from that she-wolf," he shouts, as he runs under the great gateway. We stand in our ranks as the big doors of Aldgate are pushed shut, slammed tight in our faces, and then we hear the bolts shooting home. We march north. It seems that though we won the last battle, we are losing England. Behind us, the city of London throws open the gates to the young Edward, the Duke of York's oldest son and heir, and they take him to the throne, and proclaim him King of England. "It means nothing," the Queen says, as I ride beside her up the North Road. "I am not troubled by it." "He's crowned king," Richard says quietly to me that night. "It means that London closed its doors to us, but admitted him, and crowned him king. It means something." I feel that I failed her. I should have been able to persuade them to let her in. "When she had sent her soldiers around to Westminster, you were lucky to get us out without a riot. You failed her, perhaps, but you saved London, Jacquetta. No other woman could have done it." York, Spring, 1461. The King, the Queen, the Prince, and the members of their household are housed in York, the royal family at the Abbey, the rest of us wherever in the city that we can find rooms. Richard and Anthony ride out almost straight away with the army commanded by the Duke of Somerset, to block the road north and prepare the stand against Warwick and the boy who now calls himself king. Cecily Neville's handsome son, Edward. The king rises to the danger he's in, his wits sharpened on the ride, and writes a letter to Edward's army reproaching them for rebellion and commanding them to come over to our side. The Queen rides out every day with the prince, calling on men to leave their villages and their occupations, and join the army and defend the country against the rebels and their rebel leader,
the false king. Andrew Trollope, the royal's best general, advises that the army should make its stand on a ridge, some 14 miles south of York. He puts Lord Clifford as an advance guard to prevent the Yorks crossing the River Aire, and Clifford tears the bridge down, so that when the young Edward marches up the road from London, there's no way across. Boldly, Edward orders his men into the water, and as the snow falls on them in the swirling current in the evening light, they work on the bridge up to their waists in freezing water with the winter floods running strong. It is easy work for Lord Clifford to ride down on them, kill Lord Fitzwalter, and wipe out the troop. Richard sends me a note. Edward's inexperience has cost him dear. We've sprung the first trap. He can come on to Towton and see what we have for him here. Then I wait for more news. The Queen comes to York Castle, and we both put on our capes and go up Clifford's Tower. The armies are too far away for us to see anything, and the light is failing, but we both look south. "Can't you wish him dead?" she asks. "Can't you strike him down?" "Warwick?" I ask. She shakes her head. "Warwick would change his coat, I know it. No. Curse that boy, Edward, who dares to call himself king. I don't know how to do such things, and I never wanted to know. I'm not a witch, Margaret. I'm not even much of a wise woman. If I could do anything right now, I would make my son and husband invulnerable." "I would curse Edward," she says. "I would throw him down." I think of the boy the same age as my son, the handsome golden-haired boy, the pride of Duchess Cecily's proud heart. I think of him losing his temper in Calais, but his quick flush of shame when I told him that we had guarded his mother. I think of him bowing over my hand outside the Queen's rooms in Westminster. I have a liking for him, I say. I wouldn't ill-wish him. Besides, someone else will kill him for you before the day is out. There has been enough killing, God knows. She shivers and pulls up her hood. "It's going to snow," she says. "It's late in the year for snow." We go to the Abbey for dinner, and the King leads her in through the great hall filled with his household. "I have written to Edward, Earl of March," he says in his fluting voice. "I have asked for a truce for tomorrow. It is Palm Sunday. He cannot think of fighting a battle on Palm Sunday. It is the day of our Lord's entry into Jerusalem. He must want to be at prayer. We will all be at prayer on such a holy day. It is God's will." The Queen exchanges a quick look with me. "Has he replied?" I ask. He casts his eyes down. "I'm sorry to say that he refused a truce," he says. "He will risk the fortunes of war. On the very day that our Lord went into Jerusalem, Edward thinks to ride out on the very morning that our Lord rode to his holy city. He must be a very hardened young man." "He's very bad," Margaret says, biting down on her irritation. "But it must be to our advantage." "I shall order the Duke of Somerset not to give battle," the King tells us. "Our men should not make war on a Sunday, not on Palm Sunday. They must just stand in their ranks, to show our faith in God. If Edward charges, they must turn the other cheek." "We have to defend ourselves," the Queen says quickly. "And God will bless us all the more for defending ourselves against such a faithless act." The King considers. "Perhaps Somerset should withdraw until Monday." "He has a good position, Your Grace," I say gently. "Perhaps we should wait and see what is the outcome. You've offered a holy truce. That must be enough." "I shall ask the bishop for his view," the King says. "And I shall pray tonight for guidance." The king performs his vigil in the minster, the monks from the abbey coming and going in the great church as he prays. I go to bed, but I'm wakeful too. I can't sleep for thinking of Richard and Anthony, out all night in the cold, a north wind blowing snow, with a battle coming tomorrow on a holy day. In the morning the sky is heavy and white, as if the clouds are pressing down on the very walls of the city. At about 9 o'clock it starts to snow, great white flakes swirling round in dizzy circles and lying on the frozen ground. The city seems to huddle down under the snowflakes, which come thicker and thicker. I go to the Queen's rooms and find her prowling around, her hands tucked in her sleeves for warmth. The king is praying at the abbey. She is giving orders for their goods to be packed up again. If we win, we will advance on London. And this time, they will open the gates to me. Otherwise— She does not finish the sentence, and both of us cross ourselves. I go to the window. I can hardly see the city walls, for the snow is blinding. It is a blizzard blowing round and round. I put my hand over my eyes. I have a memory of a vision of a battle uphill in snow, but I can't see the standards, and I don't know, when the snow turns red, whose blood is staining the slush. We wait. All day we wait for news. 1 or 2 men come limping into York with wounds to be dressed, and they say that we had a good position on the hillside, but the snow made it hard for the archers and impossible for the cannon. "He always has bad weather," the Queen remarks. "The boy Edward always fights in bad weather. He always has a storm behind him. You would think he was born of bad weather." They serve dinner in the hall, but there's almost no one there to eat, just the household staff, who are too old or too frail to be pressed into service, or are maimed from earlier battles in the Queen's service. I look at one serving man who is deft with his one remaining arm, and I shudder as I think of my whole-limbed son, somewhere out in the snow, facing a cavalry charge. The Queen sits proudly at the centre of the high table, her son at her side, and makes a tableau of eating. I am at the head of the table of her ladies, and I push some ragout around my plate for the entire meal. Anyone who doesn't have a husband or a son or a brother in the field called North Acres eats with a good appetite. The rest of us are sick to our bellies with fear. In the afternoon, a steady stream of men start to come in from the battle, the ones who can still walk. They tell of hundreds dying on the road to York, thousands dead on the battlefield. The Abbey Hospital, the Poor Men's Hospital, the Leper Hospital. All the sanctuaries and hostels throw open their doors and start to strap on rough bandages, pack wounds, and amputate. Mostly they start to stack dead bodies for burial. It is like a charnel house in York. The south gate sees a constant flow of men staggering like drunkards, bleeding like stuck calves. I want to go down to look in every face, for fear that I will see Richard or Anthony glaring sightlessly back, his face blown away by one of the new handguns, or smashed to a pulp by an axe. But I make myself sit by the window in the Queen's apartments, some sewing in my hands, always listening for the roar and rumble of an approaching army. It gets dark. Surely the day is over. Nobody can fight in the dark. But the bells toll for Compline, and still nobody comes to tell us that we've won. The king is on his knees in the abbey. He's been there since 9 this morning, and it is now 9 o'clock at night. The Queen sends his grooms of the bedchamber to fetch him from his prayers, feed him, and put him to bed. She and I wait up, by a dying fire, her feet up on her travelling box of jewels, her travelling cape laid over the chair beside her. We sit up all night, and at dawn, in the cold light of the earliest spring morning, there is a bang on the door of the abbey, and Margaret starts up. We hear the porter slowly opening the door and a voice asking for the Queen. Margaret snatches up her cloak and goes down. "Wake the King," she says to me as she goes. I run to the King's apartments and shake his grooms of the bedchamber awake. "News from the battle. Get His Grace ready to leave," I say shortly. "Now." Then I hurry down to the great entrance hall, and there is a man in Clifford livery on his knees before the Queen. She turns her white face to me, and for a moment I see the frightened girl who would not marry on her wedding day unless someone told her future. I did not foresee this then. I wish I'd been able to warn her. "We have lost," she says bleakly. I step forwards. "My husband?" I ask. "My son?" The man shakes his head. "I don't know, Your Grace. There were too many to see. The field was covered in dead. It was as if everyone in England was dead. I've never seen—" He puts his hands over his eyes. "Some of them were getting away over a little bridge," he said. "The Yorks came after them, and there was fighting on the bridge, and then it broke, and they all went into the waters. Lancaster, Yorks, all in together. And they drowned in their heavy armour. The meadow is covered in corpses. The river filled with men is running red. The snow is falling on everything like tears." "Your lord," Margaret whispers. "Lord Clifford." "Dead." "My commander, Sir Andrew Trollope." "Dead. And Lord Wells, and Lord Scrope. Hundreds of lords, thousands of soldiers. It looks like the final day when the dead come from the ground but are not moving. They're not rising up. Every man in England is down. The wars must be over now, for every man in England is dead." I go to her and take her icy hand. The King comes down the stairs and looks at the two of us, hand clasped, horrified. "We have to go," Margaret says. "We've lost a battle." He nods. "I did warn him," he says irritably. "I didn't want fighting on a holy day, but he would not be warned." Behind him, down the stairs, come the grooms of the household carrying his Bible and his crucifix, his prayer stool and his altar. Margaret's clothes and her crate of furs follow. We go out into the yard. "Come with me?" she asks, like a girl again. "I don't want to go alone." Not for a moment do I think I will go with her. I will leave her now, even if I never see her again in all my life. "I have to look for Richard and Anthony," I say. I can hardly speak. I will have to go out and find their bodies. I may have to see them buried. Then I will go to my children. She nods. The horses are saddled and ready. They put the goods into a wagon, her jewels strapped behind her on her horse. The prince is in the saddle already, dressed warmly in his riding cape with his bonnet on his head, his swan badge pinned at the front. "We will be avenged for this," he says cheerfully to me. "I will see the traitors dead. I swear it." I shake my head. I am sick of vengeance. They lift Margaret into the saddle, and I go to stand near her. "Where will you go?" "We'll regroup," she says. "They can't all be dead. We'll raise more men. I'll get more money from Scotland, from France. I have the king. I have the prince. We will come back, and I will put Edward March's head on the spike at Micklegate Bar beside his father's rotting face. I'll never stop," she says. "Not while I have my son. He was conceived to be king. He was born to be king. I have raised him to be king." "I know," I say. I step back, and she holds up her hand to give the signal for them to ride out. She waves them out, and then she tightens her grip on the reins and looks down at me, her face warm with love. She holds out her hand, extends her finger. In the air, she makes the sign for the wheel of fortune. Then she clicks to her horse and digs in her heels, and she is gone. All day, more and more men come hobbling into the city, looking for food, looking for someone to strap their wounds. I wrap myself in my cape and get my horse from the stables and ride in the opposite direction to all the others of the royal court. I ride south, down the road to Towton, looking in the faces of all the hundreds and hundreds of men whom I pass, for someone I recognize. I'm hoping to see Richard or Anthony. I'm afraid when I see a man hopping with a makeshift crutch. I freeze when I see a brown curly head face down in a ditch, a congealing patch of blood in the hair. I ride down the road with one man to go before me, and every time we meet a man on horseback, head down, slumped in the saddle, I ask him if he's seen Lord Rivers, or if he knows what happened to his company. Nobody knows. I start to see that it was a long, long battle, fought in snow so thick that nobody could see farther than the end of his sword. Enemies loomed up out of a white blindness and thrust blindly and were blindly cut down. The Lancastrian archers were firing against the wind into driving snow and missed their mark. The Yorks, with the wind behind them, fired uphill and scythed down the Lancaster men, waiting to charge. When the lines met, they barged and stabbed and hacked at each other, not knowing what they were doing nor who was winning. One man tells me that when night fell, half of the survivors dropped down on the battlefield and slept among the dead, covered with snow, as if they were all to be buried together. The road is crowded with men, so many men, so bedraggled in their livery or working clothes that I can't tell one from another, and their sheer numbers and misery forces me off the road. I stand in a gateway and gaze at them as they go by. It seems as if it will never end, this procession of men who have escaped death, but are still blood-stained and bruised and wet with snow. "Lady Mother? Lady Mother!" I can hear his voice, and for a moment I think I'm imagining it. "Anthony?" I say disbelievingly. I slide down from my horse and stumble forwards until I'm almost submerged in the sea of wounded men who barge towards me and jostle me. I pull at their arms and look into their shocked grey faces. "Anthony! Anthony!" From a group of men he steps out. My gaze rakes him from head to foot in an instant, taking in his weary eyes, his grim smile, his unharmed body. He is holding his arms out to me, and his hands, his precious hands, are whole. He is not missing a finger. His arms are not slashed to the bone. He is standing upright. His helmet is off, and his face, though grey with weariness, is unmarked. "Are you all right?" I ask incredulously. "My son, are you all right? Have you got through this unhurt?" His smile has lost its joyous light. "I'm safe," he says. "I thank God who guarded me the whole long night and day. What are you doing here? It's like hell here." "Looking for you," I say. "Anthony, where is your father?" "Oh," he exclaims, realizing what I'm thinking. "Oh, no, don't, Mother. He's fine. He's not injured. He's just—" He looks around. "Here he is." I turn, and there is Richard. I would hardly have recognized him.
His breastplate is dented across his heart, his face blackened with smoke and blood. But he walks towards me, as he always walks towards me, as if nothing could ever separate us. "Richard," I whisper.
"Beloved," he says hoarsely.
"You're safe?"
"I always come home to you."
We go west, to get away from the road to York, which is choked with men falling to their knees and crying for water, and lined with those who have fallen out to die. We ride cross-country across the broad plain of York, until we can find a farmhouse where they will allow us to sleep in the barn, wash in the stream, and sell us food. We eat farmer's broth, a speck of overstewed mutton with gruel and carrots, and we drink their small ale. When he has eaten, and is looking less drained, I ask, tentatively, for I fear his reply.
"Richard,
the Queen is going north to regroup, and then on to Scotland to raise more recruits, and then she says she will come back. What are we going to do?" There is a silence. Anthony and my husband exchange a long look, as if they have been dreading what they are about to say. "What is it?" I look from one to the other. "What has happened?" "We're finished," Anthony volunteers.
"I'm sorry, Lady Mother. I've handed in my sword. I've sworn loyalty to York."
I am stunned. I turn to Richard.
"I too," he says. "I would not serve the Queen again, not in such an army, not under such a command. But anyway, we lost on the battlefield. We handed in our swords and surrendered. I thought Edward would have us executed. But he has a ghost of a smile. He was merciful to us. He took our swords from us. I'm dishonoured. I'm no longer a knight. I am sorry. We swore fealty to him, and it is over for us. I cannot take arms against him. I was defeated, and I surrendered my sword. I am sworn to the House of York. I cannot serve Henry or Margaret. They are outlaws now, to me." It is his use of their names that shakes me as much as anything, that tells me that everything is over, and everything is changed. "Henry," I repeat, as if saying the name for the very first time. "You call the king Henry." "The king's name is Edward," my husband says, as if repeating a lesson. "King Edward." I shake my head. Even though I had ridden all day against the tide of wounded men, I had not thought of our cause as lost. I have been with Margaret for so long that I can think only in terms of battles. I thought that we had lost another battle, but that there will be yet another battle after this. Now, as I look at my husband's weary face and the hollow eyes of my son, I say, "You think that Henry and Margaret will never win back the throne?" He shows me his empty scabbard where his beautifully embossed sword used to be. "I cannot help them to it, at any rate," he says. "I have surrendered my sword to the new king. I am sworn." "We are no longer of the House of Lancaster?" I am still incredulous. Anthony nods. "It's over," he says, "and we are lucky to have escaped with our heads on our necks." "That's all that matters," I say, grasping at a truth. "That must be all that matters at the very end. You are alive, and your father. At any rate, that's what matters most to me." We lie, that night, like a poor family, in the straw together, under our heaped capes for warmth, our small troop of men in the stable with our horses. Richard's arm is around me all the night long.
We'll go to Grafton, I whisper as I fall asleep, and we will be squires again, and we will think of all of this as a romance, a story that someone might write one day. Grafton, Northamptonshire, spring 1464. I gather my children about me, and Elizabeth comes home with her 2 boys from Groby Hall. She is all but penniless. Her mother-in-law will not pay her dower, and in these troubled times we have neither power nor influence to make her keep her side of the marriage contract, which gave me such pride and pleasure only a few years ago, and now means nothing. Richard and Anthony are given official pardons and appointed to the Privy Council. The new king turns out to be an astute commander of men, a king for all parties. He rules with the advice of the Earl of Warwick, who put him on the throne, but he calls as many of the lords into government as will come. He does not favour York lords. He truly seems to want to be a king for all the people of the country. A few lords go into exile, a few are with the Queen, sometimes in Scotland, sometimes in France, forever raising forces, threatening England, planning a return. I think I will never see her again, the pretty French girl who wouldn't marry unless I told her what her destiny would be. It has been the wheel of fortune, indeed. She was the greatest woman in England, and now she cannot have so much as a roof over her head in her own country, but she is hunted down like the last wolf. I hardly ever hear of her. My news is all of the parish, and the gossip is all from the neighbouring town. I see my son Anthony married to Elizabeth, Lady Scales. I start to consider suitable partners for my other children. But we don't command the wealth and the power that we had when Margaret of Anjou was on the throne, and I was her dearest friend and lady-in-waiting, and my husband one of the great men of court. Now we are only squires of Grafton, and though I find I'm interested in my growing orchard, and even more in my children and grandsons, it is hard for me to look at other small country squires and think that my children should be married among them. I expect more for them. I want more for them. Especially for my Elizabeth. One day in spring, I go to the great chest in my bedroom, and I take out the purse that my great-aunt Jahan gave me all those years ago. I look at the charms, and at all the choices that there might be in the world for Elizabeth. A young woman, but not in the first blush of her youth, a beauty, but not a maiden, a clever, scholarly girl, but not with the faith to make an abbess. I choose the charm of a ship to signify that she might travel. I choose the charm of a little house to signify that she might win her dower lands and get a house for herself. And I am about to choose a third charm, when one of them breaks from the bracelet and falls into my lap. It is a ring for a small finger, curiously wrought in the shape of a crown. I hold it up to the light and look at it. I start to try it on my own finger, and then I hesitate. I don't want it on my finger. I don't know what it means. I tie it on a long black thread, and tie the other 2 on their own long black threads, and I go out of the house as the early silver moon starts to rise in the pale sky. "Can we come with you, Lady Grandmother?" Her boys appear from nowhere, mud on their faces as usual. "Where are you going with that basket?" "You can't come with me," I say. "I'm looking for plover eggs, but I will take you tomorrow if I find a nest." "Can't we come now?" asks Thomas, Elizabeth's oldest boy. I put my hand on his head. His warm, silky curls remind me of Anthony when he was a loving little boy like this one. "No, you must find your mother and eat your supper, and go to bed when she orders you. But I will take you with me tomorrow." I leave them and go across the gravel garden at the front of the house, through the wicket gate, and down to the river. There is a little bridge across the river,
a couple of small wooden planks where the children like to come to fish, and I go across, ducking my head under the upturned branches of the ash tree, and scramble down the little bank to the trunk of the tree. I put my arms around the tree to tie the 3 strings around it, and my cheek lies against the rippled grey bark. For a moment I listen. Almost I can hear the heart of the tree beating. "What will become of Elizabeth?" I whisper, and it's almost as if the leaves can whisper back to me. What will become of my Elizabeth? I have never been able to foresee her future, even though of all my children she has always been the one who promised so much. I've always thought she might be especially blessed. I wait. The leaves rustle. Well, I don't know, I say to myself. Perhaps the stream will tell us. Each charm is now tied to the tree by its own long dark string, and when I throw them out into the water, as far as they can go, I hear 3 splashes like a salmon snapping a fly, and they are gone, and the threads are invisible. I stand for a moment and look into the moving water. "Elizabeth," I say quietly to the stream, "tell me what will become of Elizabeth, my daughter." At dinner that night, my husband says that the king is recruiting soldiers for a new battle. He will be marching north. "You won't have to go?" I ask in sudden alarm. "Nor Anthony?" "We'll have to send men, but to be honest, my dear, I don't think they would especially want us in the line." Anthony gives a rueful chuckle. "Like Lovelace," he says, and his father laughs. "Like Trollope." "I should ask King Edward to inquire into my dower," Elizabeth remarks. "For sure, my boys will have nothing, unless I can find someone who will make Lady Grey keep her promise to me." "Kidnap him as he rides by," Anthony suggests. "Fall on your knees to him." "My daughter will do no such thing," my husband rules. "And we can provide for you here, until you reach agreement with Lady Grey." Elizabeth sensibly holds her tongue. But the next day I see her wash her boys' hair and dress them in their Sunday suits, and I say nothing. I splash a little perfume of my own brewing on the veil of her headdress, but I give her neither apple blossom nor apple. I believe there is not a man in the world who could ride past my daughter and not stop and ask her name. She puts on her plain grey gown and sets off from the house, holding her boys firmly by their hands, walking down the track to the road from London, where the king is certain to ride by with his troop. I watch her go, a pretty young woman, on a warm spring day, and it's like a dream to see her, stepping lightly down the lane between the hedges, where the white roses are coming into flower. She is walking out to her future, to claim her own, though I still don't know what her future will be. I go to the still room and take down a small jar, sealed tight with a waxed cork. It is a love philtre I made for Anthony's wedding night. I take it to the brew-house and put 3 drops in a jug of our best ale, and take it to the great hall with our best glasses, and then I wait, quietly, with the spring sunshine coming through the mullioned windows, and a blackbird singing in the tree outside. I don't have to wait very long. I look down the road, and there is Elizabeth, smiling and laughing, and walking beside her is the handsome boy whom I first saw outside the Queen's rooms, when he bowed over my hand so politely. Now he is a grown man, and the King of England. He is leading his great war-horse, and high up on its back, clinging to the saddle, their faces bright with joy, are my 2 grandsons. I leave the window
and open the great hall door to see them myself. I see Elizabeth's flush, and the young king's bright smile, and I think to myself, this is fortune's wheel indeed. Can it be? Can such a thing be?
The Lady of the Rivers is available in hardcover from Touchstone. Also from Simon & Schuster Audio, written by Philippa Gregory, The White Queen, read by Bianca Amato, and The Red Queen, read by Bianca Amato, with narration by Graham Malcolm.